All right, everybody. We are live. We are live, right, John? Are we live?
We did it. We're live.
All right, we are live. So we got to go on now, right? Like I just have this in the background. I'm talking. I like this. It makes me feel like there's an audience here. Hey, guess what? I put on these green shirt, and look what happens.
Oh no! Cardinal rule of green screening. You broke it.
So listen.
Welcome to Pod-A-Palooza, everybody.
Welcome to Pod-A-Palooza 22. We are here.
We made it.
We made it. Yeah.
Another year. Very uneventful year in our industry, but otherwise.
Hey, listen. I mean, we can't control what we can't control, right? And
this year's charity is so originators may eat.
You know, one of the things that really, I mean, it was as we got closer to this Pod-A-Palooza event, John, one of the things that I was really thinking about that was, you know, listen, I mean, we're going to have a fun time here. We're going to learn a lot about, we're going to have some amazing speakers that are going to share some mortgage knowledge, some content knowledge, how to make some social video knowledge, all sorts of stuff. But at the end of the day, this is still a cause that we're all working on. And look at this. I'm going to have her
pop in.
I know she just joined in. So good morning, Miss Madison.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're talking about the cycle that the mortgage industry is in right now, right? And who better but to Matt? I mean, this is amazing timing, Maddie, that you got. So the cycle is what it is, right? And the cycle will end because whatever's going on with the mortgage market, the real estate market, it's always cyclical. But the cycle of poverty is what we're trying to end here.
That's true.
You know what I mean? And there is no algorithm on that, unfortunately. There is no predictions. There's no mathematical formula that we can equate other than reaching into our wallet, reaching into our savings account, give what you can. You know what I mean? I know I like big donors, and that's fine, but I like little donors, $5, $10, whatever you can give. It all goes directly to so others might eat. And rather than me talk about some, and John, I think you have something ready for us that I think is really, really tells you exactly what some is about and the history of some. So John, let's take our audience down that road for a second.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How are you? Some got started back in 1970 by Father Horace McKenna, a Jesuit priest, who wanted to serve people that were poor and homeless in the city of Washington. The services that some provides begin with our dining room, and that's the reason we were founded, was to serve hungry and homeless people a meal, 2 meals every day of the week.
This kitchen is only the front door of what Some has to offer, which is kind of amazing that you think of Some as a place that serves lunch, but it's really the beginning of a relationship with their clients.
We also provide an opportunity for people to come across the street here to receive medical care, to receive dental care, to visit our eye clinic, addiction counseling, seeing a mental health worker.
I talk with my doctors, I talk with the nurses and the nurses' aides, and we figure out what's going to be the best for me. How can I go about changing what got me here to where I need to be?
Okay, see you next time.
Thank you, sir.
I think one of the things that makes Some Medical Clinic unique is that we're a part of a very comprehensive care. Our new patients very often don't have a primary care provider or haven't seen a doctor in many years, so they'll come after their breakfast or their lunch. They're always looking for that care from the nurse and from the provider, and somebody that might understand why they can't take their medicines every day. They can't do it because they don't have anything to eat, and it's not on an empty stomach, and it's just the little things that they come and they appreciate those things being understood and somebody listening to them, and then getting them into full medical care.
We're able to provide a lot of people with mental health and evaluations as well as support. The other big area that we've expanded to over the years has been our drug treatment program. Many people have issues with drugs or alcohol, and so now we have close to a year and a half of inpatient drug treatment. If somebody walks through our door today after they've eaten a meal and walks across the street to see a drug counselor or a social worker, we can offer immediate help. We have a safe house in Washington. When people finish going to the safe house, we have a wonderful place out in West Virginia. I think it's been a big change in people's lives, and it's a beautiful place as well. People finish that and then they come back to Washington, and that's where we can continue in a transitional house to work on people continuing their treatment, but also beginning to look for a job or coming to a job training program that SOM operates.
We do career skills training through a holistic lens, which includes industry skill development, basic education, human development or soft skills, and career development, which is both the skills to interview and secure the job, but also how to keep the job.
If there's a key word for CET, it's transformation. Guys come in here and absolutely transform their lives, going from zero making money to $27 an hour.
They speak on how we do our resume, how we do our cover letter, how to go into an interview, and also to be able to feel comfortable, know who you are inside. And when you go in, you feel comfortable and you're selling yourself.
It has developed me, has changed me, has built me up.
We also provide services such as housing for people, both families and for individuals, permanent supportive housing, which is much needed in our city.
Their independent living program, the transitional housing, was perfect for me. It gave me the opportunity to move in an environment that was conducive to my staying clean and sober, something that I'd never done in the past.
The majority of our residents that have moved in were living from pillar to post or in their cars or in motels, or their families were split up. So now they're able to bring their family together and create some stability and security in a safe environment for their children.
Our senior programs have been operating for over 25 years. Our senior center for 30 years. We have the only program in the District of Columbia for abused and neglected elderly. It's also the first in the nation. We have a homebound program for homebound seniors, the summer camp that SOM operates for seniors. Then our other program is Keener House, which is SOM's first program for senior housing.
When I first moved in, I didn't have nothing, and SOM helped me put my life back together.
Everything is a ripple, and when you come from your heart, you start that little drop in the water, which goes out and out and out, and changes people's lives in a way that isn't just momentary, it's forever. So anytime someone comes from their heart and gives, people's lives are changed forever.
All right, so you see there, Madison, I mean, this is a comprehensive program here. It's not just, one thing, and they've really been working on something that is, to me, it's just fabulous. And I know I'm ahead of the curve a little bit than you guys are. I've been involved with them for a little bit longer. But when you look at all the stuff that they provide, the medical, the dental, the work training, the mental health, the addiction counseling, the housing, it's just phenomenal. And that's why it's just so important that we that are so, what's the right word? I mean, that's we're given so much that we share. That's all. We simply just share what we have, and like I said, I don't care how big the donation is. I mean, if it's $5, that's great. If it's 10, great. If it's 500, better. But make sure you give, because this is going to such an amazing cause. So, Madison, I gotta ask. I mean, what are you doing here this morning? What's going on?
Drinking my coffee. That was one way to start my morning, but it's moving. It's touching.
What's that one little video you made with your coffee one time? Where you listen to it?
There's a couple videos I make with coffee. Coffee is a staple to my business. So there's
How much coffee do you drink in the morning?
Well, I've been trying to not spend money going out and getting coffee, but this morning I did go out and get coffee.
Okay.
however many ounces is in a venti is usually
Wow.
what I'm consuming.
I think John likes coffee too, right, John?
Yes.
I think most mortgage people, we have coffee like running
Thrive
through
on caffeine.
instead of
Yeah.
blood, right?
Yeah. My new thing is the caffeinated seltzers.
So Madison, how's the mortgage industry so far? I mean, I know you lit it up on the last episode of Laugh and Eat Madness.
Yeah.
Looking forward to your episode today at 12 o'clock. I mean, you got any
Lincoln's
surprises,
joining
nuggets for us?
We do. So I'm actually bringing Lincoln on with me, and we
Lake and Hobbs, right?
Yes, yes. And we've been talking a lot just in the last few weeks about the market, the industry, like what's going on. And we kind of made a little comparison of our markets to show that even though we're touching completely different markets, we still have a lot of similar, challenges and also similar successes in what we're personally doing for our business. And I think just doing things like I was thinking this morning as I was getting ready to come on here, just the fact that we have something like this, everyone that's coming on to speak today, this is their career. They're not just writing mortgages or, they're not just in the mortgage industry. They're blending their passions and their purposes with, podcasting. Everyone's come from different backgrounds, so I can't really speak on everyone, but I think it's just really unique and cool that not only does our business allow for us to serve others, but we're able to come together and raise money and put on events and host
the thing is, it's such a great cause, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there was something else that I think we have another video ready that I want to show the audience because I think it's very important to understand. Like you said, it's different markets, but we all get impacted.
Yes,
right?
one way or another.
Yeah, I mean everybody's impacted, and I think that's critical to remember that when we're dealing with this kind of stuff, because when COVID hit 2 years ago, we were all impacted.
Yeah.
And let's face it, guys. I mean, the mortgage industry benefited from the lower interest rates. I mean, how low did the rates get? John, Madison, anybody remember how was it? 2.5, 2 3/8?
I have people. Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Jay?
Yeah, you're right. Right around mid-twos.
Yeah. So we benefited, immensely from the lower rates, and there's no doubt about it. But organizations like some still had to go on during the COVID years. I say the COVID years, I don't know how long they actually lasted, maybe 8 years, 2 years, I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe we're still in them. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Depending on who you talk to,
Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, they had to still carry on the work. They couldn't just stop. You know what I mean? Because
like now more than ever did people need.
Yeah, I mean,
like
some
that.
people couldn't shelter in place, Madison, because they didn't have a place to shelter in. So it
The
was
shelters were shut down because they were afraid of the spread of COVID.
yeah.
Um,
So it was a real trying time, and we did a video for them to show just how So Others Might Eat actually experienced the COVID years. So John, can we play that real quick before we run out?
2020 was an extraordinary year for some in many ways. Each of our 10 lines of service were taxed more because of the increased demand brought on by the COVID-19 virus. Because every single one of our service lines had to do more, it had to do it differently, and it had to do it better than it ever did before in order to serve the additional need brought about by the pandemic.
So now we do to-go meals in the parking lot every morning, and we do about 200 to 250 meals a day, a breakfast and a lunch. So that's about 400 meals to 500 meals in total. Because of COVID, we can no longer serve meals in our dining room every day because of the groups.
Two of the biggest impacts of the pandemic were access to care. So folks being able to actually come in to see a provider became really challenging. And so how do we provide, as across the nation, folks were moving towards telehealth services. right? And they were moving towards doing things online and what have you. Well, as you can imagine, when we serve a primarily homeless population, the amount of barriers to telehealth services are immense. So that was kind of one of the big ones. The second one was that because a lot of other providers were shutting down, government offices were closed, things like case management and vital records, we were one of the only providers and are still one of the only providers left in the city that's providing that on-site service.
With the pandemic, we had to quickly shift to what we call distance learning or online platform for our students. Many of our participants did not have internet services, nor did they have a laptop or a device in which they could potentially do distance learning training.
One day at a time. Things happen, you have to deal with them accordingly. I have 2 small children, 12 and 6, so they are school age. And so they're virtually learning too. And for me to make that big decision to go with lack of support in reference to childcare because of the pandemic, one day at a time. I'm almost at the end too. So, hello.
What has changed since COVID was I would think the safety precaution. Not only we have to serve these trays out here, we have to make sure we're safe and the guests are safe. So a lot of things has changed. Far as a lot of guests, we don't have the transportation vans where they used to drop off the guests. So a lot of guests are coming here, are practically catching the metro or even walking. So I think that will be one of the biggest changes, transportation.
We're really glad that we can still be around to support our community and neighbors right now. We very much miss that support that volunteers and the community could come and show up and help us with. But we're excited for the opportunity to have them all back one day, continuing with our dining room service.
What are we going to do over the course of the next 5 years? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to house more people. We're going to feed more people. We're going to clothe more people. We're going to provide more health care for people. We're going to provide more counseling services for people. We're going to provide more addiction treatment services for people. We're going to educate more children. The bottom line is we're going to do more for our neighbors who are vulnerable in our communities that are underserved. That's what we're going to do over the course of the next 5 years. It's exciting. We have the talent. We're formulating the strategy, and we expect to continue to have access to the capital that we'll need to do it, in large measure because of the generosity of our donors and our social investors. People see what we're doing, they know what our mission is, and they believe in our ability to execute that mission at a really high level with a great deal of efficiency and conviction.
All right. So look, I mean, we saw the challenges. We see the challenges that they're facing. These are real live challenges that, we all faced in our own lives, working from home, also telecommuting, telehealth, all this other stuff. It's not as easy for other people. And these are the challenges that I believe that So Others Might Eat have tackled that at a very, very fast pace. They made the adoption to it, as we saw in the video, and they were still feeding. John, I can't remember the numbers, but I know last year we had the gentleman on with us live that was telling us these. Really, they're like hundreds and thousands of people these guys were feeding.
Astronomical numbers, astronomical, mind blowing.
And then also now they've shifted over to providing vaccines and boosters. So it's like the need never ends.
No, and this is all costly.
Yeah, and so once again, I just think that, look, we are a giving people. We want to give. If you haven't given all year, this is a great time to give something. This organization needs as much help as possible. They've been doing it for 50 plus years, so it's not something new. They have a plethora of services that they're providing, not just one avenue. And I just, I can't endorse this any further than that. I mean, for myself personally, I know that we have more mortgage influencers, right, John? With Ginger Bell waiting in the queue for us.
We do. We have a stellar lineup. I just want to remind everyone throughout the broadcast, which is going to be 5-6 hours, the viewers can go to www.somedonate.com. That's somedonate.com. We have a live tally board behind me. Right now, I am proud to say we're up to $7,848.
Wow. And so listen, I mean, just FYI, we've already exceeded last year.
We already did it.
Not
to say that we're done. We have a lofty goal.
We have a lofty.
We need your support. But somedonate.com throughout the entire broadcast. If you go there, you can donate. It goes directly to the charity, complete 100% tax write-off. So please, we need your support.
All right. Well, let's get Ginger Bell on here, Madison. I'm going to let you go back to your morning routine. I know we disturbed you here.
I'm excited to be here. Maybe I won't come back at 12.
Hey, no. I got enough problems with the scheduling right now.
You might need me.
All right, buddy. Let's play Ginger's Mortgage Influencers, and let's pass it on to Ginger, okay?
Take it away, Ginger.
Well, hey there, everyone. Welcome to the Pod-A-Palooza. I am so excited to be here today. So my name is Ginger Bell. I'm the CEO and founder of Edu Marketing, and also host a weekly podcast that we do called Mortgage Influencers. And so that's our section today. And we're going to be talking about TikTok. And with me, I have some TikTok influencers, some stars. And so we have Danny Ruiz. Danny, hello. Thanks.
Hey, how you doing?
Very
Excited.
good. Yeah, and Matt Miller. And Matt is also a TikTok influencer and a very special friend of mine, Theoni Rappo, who is out sitting in the sun today. I'm jealous. So you know what, guys? We're just going to dive right in. And Danny, you and I have been working together on video for a while, but you got into TikTok, and tell a little backstory here. Danny was working with me. We were doing videos for him for his social media and his YouTube. And he came to me one day, he goes, Ginger, I want to do TikTok. And honestly, I'm like, why? Why do you want to do TikTok? And Danny does his content in Spanish. So that is the focus of his clientele. And so I said, you know what? Give it a whirl. And so he got started. And Danny, I'm gonna let you kind of tell your story as far as how you got into TikTok.
Oh yes, thank you, Ginger. Hey, so at first it was like I had in mind like the stereotype of like young people just using the platform for clowny stuff and dance. So I was not looking at it, but I said like let me check, let me find out if this works. And at the very beginning, when I started using it, not for doing video, just for consuming to see what's about, I turned it off, and I think that it passed like probably 2 or 3 weeks when I said, let me get some content about TikTok on YouTube, and I started following and learning how the platform is used for business and all the benefit that he had. Like this was like a great opportunity. And I said, you know what, let me give it a try again. It was when I was like following other people content, not just about mortgages, about finances, about marriage, about education, how to be a better dad. I said like, wow, this is great value in here. And I said like, hey, there's people following this platform, utilizing this as a point of reference to learn more. So I need to start working on this right away as soon as possible. And I started in November 2021. And from that, now I have around 25,000 followers, consistently posting. They asking me questions. The platform give me the opportunity to respond in the same platform their questions. So it's been great because it gives me the opportunity to educate consumers on this topic that is most loan officers are so busy working that they don't have time to educate the people. And if we can educate them, it's easier for all of us, because now you have a more educated buyer about our looking for to be assisted.
Same kind of thing. It's like, what got you interested in getting into TikTok?
Well, thank you, Ginger, for having us. Definitely, I would say Theoni got me interested in TikTok.
Blame it on Theoni, huh?
Yeah, I'll put all of it on Theoni. No, she pushes everyone, I think, to educate the customer, and I think that's the biggest thing is, fear and lack of education kind of prevents people from home ownership, especially young people, right? Because we're getting information from all types of sources that aren't interested professionals like Danny putting information out, right? Like he really wants to help people, and we do too. And so I think that's what I followed Theoni for a very long time on TikTok before actually getting on TikTok myself. And I was just on, Instagram and other platforms. And we saw, business come in from it. And that's where we got hooked, honestly, is, it's something that I think we, just like other things in our business, we didn't necessarily want to do or thought, just like Danny said, hey, it's just people dancing on TikTok and not really, the age demographic or what have you for our clientele that are going to be buying houses. And I saw other loan officers growing their profiles on TikTok and said, hey, I'm not going to have them do that alone. I want to join in on the fun, and felt like we could really build a brand on TikTok too, as well as our other social platforms. And so that's really where we jumped in, was to build brand, not only just educate, but build brand in our nationally, right? Our company is a national company. And so that's been a big thing for me as a branch manager, is to educate people and build this brand over the nation. So as we're traveling and so people are like, oh, hey, the Indianapolis branch, I see you guys on TikTok. I see you guys, you guys look like you're having fun, right? Because we do have fun. The nerdy mortgage pro comes out in me all the time, but we do actually love what we do and have fun. And I think TikTok is the platform that actually allows us to bring our personality out, and, mold that on top of some of the educational pieces. So we're still pushed by Theoni every single day to create better and more educational and fun content. And it's been a joy, and we'll keep doing it because we're seeing the results.
Theoni, you have that educational spirit about you, and that comes through in your videos. And so I love you for that.
Yeah. First off, I love you just the same, Ginger. So I appreciate all the kind words. But I think a little bit of my background has to do with my jump to TikTok. So I got into the mortgage industry while I was still in college. And for me, I was studying economics and business double major, and I was going to all the classes and I was doing the mortgage thing remotely at school. And one thing that I couldn't seem to figure out was where the disconnect was in the education I was receiving and the real life meetings I was having. Because I might have been learning the terms, but I wasn't getting actually any advice or any knowledge of what I should be doing to get to a point where I could buy a house, or I could finance something, or I could have a good credit score. So for me, I was on Instagram at the time, and it just started kind of small. I didn't want to be that girl at parties being like, hey, what's your credit score? Or, asking those questions. But it started very small. And then when I graduated and I continued my journey into the mortgage industry, I just saw such a lack of education. And then I had friends that I did help to get a credit card in college contact me after college and say, thank you so much. I just signed my lease with my first apartment complex. They did pull my credit, and I'm so happy I had something. Or thanks so much, I bought a car. Hey, I'm trying to buy a house, so many things. So I was like, wait a second, I can actually help people by simply telling people what to do in such simple terms, we do it all the time. And so I just put that on TikTok. I started, like I said, on Instagram. TikTok was my way of making Instagram fun because nobody was doing short form videos on Instagram. So I was creating the TikToks and then putting them on my story on Instagram until one day a TikTok out of frustration that I had, kind of just blew up. And like, I got a ton of applications in overnight, didn't sleep for a few days. It was crazy, but more so it was just the ability for people to contact you online to just ask questions about the most simple things about buying a house, and being able to be that resource for people is really what drew me to stay on TikTok, because now you just form your own community, which I just think is the coolest thing. Kind of like what Danny was saying. The platform allows you to interact with the followers that you have, answer questions in terms of videos and in short form videos. And so it's just the coolest thing to be that resource. And it doesn't matter where you are in the US.
Yeah. And one of the things, and you made a little reference as far as you blew up on TikTok, which everyone is always like, well, I'm not there yet. I haven't blown up, but you had a video. And when I first watched the video, I loved the video, and, it was not well formatted. You made it out of frustration. You just set the phone up on your desk and did that. And from that one video, I'm going to have you talk about a little bit. But I know you received thousands, literally, of contacts. You had 212 loan applications, and you funded 25 loans. So for those of you who are watching this and are saying, gosh, I don't know, does that work? The proof is in the pudding. Yes, it does work. And so you never know which video is going to go viral, right? And in your case, you had that happen. So, tell me a little bit about what that particular video was. Because honestly, in my mind, it's like, and I've shared that story in that video, it's like, it was one of the most amazingly simple concepts. And it's those simple concepts that can have the best results. So tell me about that viral video.
So that week I had talked to many borrowers who were asking questions like, what are W-2s? Where do I find my pay stubs? What are, like, I sent you my bank statement, things like that we get all the time. And so finally I got off the phone. It was like right before I left the office. It was January. It was like beginning of January. It was getting dark out. And I was like, I'm late to go to the grocery store. Like, I wasn't even going to make a TikTok video. Like, I had to leave the office, but I was so frustrated having had so many calls that week like that I got on there and I was like, here's what you need to do if you want to buy a house this year. Like, we just surpassed the New Year's, like all that feel. Everybody was preparing to be their better selves or whatever their goals were. And so I just simply told people, like, here's what you're going to need. You're going to need to create a folder, like on your desktop. You're going to need to find out what W-2s are, what bank statements are, what pay stubs are, driver's license, all these things that we need. And then closing costs, like, don't forget about those. And here's how much that they are generally. And it was just like maybe 4 or 5 things, like, here's what you need to do if you want to buy a house. And that was it. I mean, and I was at the grocery store a couple hours after that, and my phone was just lighting up. Like, I was getting emails, and it was just the craziest thing. I mean, I remember saying to my boyfriend at the time, like, I don't know what is going on. And he was like, are you going viral? And I was like, I mean, I hope, I don't know which one. Like, I have no idea. Like,
I didn't feel viral.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't think it, like, that was the one. I just knew it was going to get enough exposure that, who was following me on Instagram at the time could see my frustration, but not like 500, 600,000 people in 12 hours. But like I said, it was the coolest thing. And it took me a long time to keep up with those emails, but I was able to help a ton of people. And it was awesome. I got so many different situations, so many people out there that have such unique situations that I was able to also be a better lender, after that. Like, I knew the situations that they were in, and I just wanted to help them so bad that I became a better lender and a more creative lender for it. So it was really cool.
Yeah. So one of the things about the video that you're talking about, and I'm a content developer, so I always look at it's like, okay, let's unpack it. So the first thing, and take notes, honestly, you guys that are watching this, because there's so many nuggets you can get out of what we're talking about here. But the first thing you did in that video is you were very strong in your call to action, and you were very specific. And the video began with, if you want to buy a house this year. It's like, okay, there's the goal, right? And I think sometimes when people start creating content, they don't think about, does it pass? I always say, does it pass the give a shit test? It's like, why should I care about this video? That the fact that maybe it's entertaining or whatever, but if it's educational, it's like, oh, yes, I want to buy a house this year. What are you going to tell me? The other thing you did is you had 3 points, and you were very specific about that. Here's the 3 things you need to do. And the first thing was get credit, right? It's like, hello, how about that? And the second thing was you talked about down payment. And I think that's something, and again, specific to a deadline. You were very specific, and it was brilliant in what you did, because you said, if you want to buy a house for this amount of money, so again, specific, right? Then you're going to need this amount for a down payment. So, oh, I can see that. And then you said, and this is how much you'll have to save over the course of the year in order to get there. And so, when you're thinking about, and people struggle all the time, it's like, what should I make a video about? And they see, Danny, you talked about the dancing videos. It's like, I can't do that. And honestly, some people shouldn't be doing them. But I mean, just that in your brilliance. And that's why I say you're such an amazing educator. Without knowing what you did that. And so, that's the thing when you're coming up with content, start off with, hey, if you want to do this in this time frame, then this is what you need to do. And here's the steps to follow. So that's my analysis as far as why that particular video went viral, is because you were very clear. And the other thing is, at the end of it, you were very clear in your call to action. You said, if you want to buy a house this year, get in touch with me. It's like, oh, I want to buy a house this year. I should get in touch with you. So those are the things, like if you are, making video, making content that you want to have an impact, be very specific up front as far as, what their goal is, why they should pay attention, why they should give a shit. And then give them clear steps and directions as far as doing that. And so that's important to do that.
Let me add something, Ginger. So we can say that maybe it was luck, right? You how you did it, but it's important for us content creators that you can have the best message with enough value, but you need to frame it out. You need to have a structure. You need to, if you follow that, like the hook, because if I hear like, hey, my name is Diony, I work with Annie Mac, probably it won't work the same way, but you had a great straight hook.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had the 3 points. So you was very specific, and your call to action, call me or follow me. That's really important. So great job.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, Matt, I want to get into recruiting, because you talked about that as far as the branding and recruiting. And I think a lot of people don't realize that what you're putting out there on social media can be more than just focused on consumers and on realtors, but also in terms of branding branding your company. And Matt and Theoni, you're with Annie Mac, to be able to do that. And, Matt, you're recruiting branch manager. So that's important. I know that you have gotten calls on the recruiting side from people. It's like, hey, I'm seeing you all the time on social media. I'm interested because you're sharing enough of that culture. So how do you do that? How do you combine that into your social media to where you're getting that brand out there?
Yeah, I think first of all, you have to be yourself. I think if anybody knows that you're being fake, they can sniff it out real quick, right? And that might not be perfect at first, so of course, anytime we're doing something different, we're going to have to, fail a little bit or stumble first. So that's what I did initially with my content. I was like, I'm just going to be myself on my content and my message, and bring my energy that I bring to, my team, right? Like I was sharing all this information with like my team and my partners and my agents. And I was like, why am I not, putting this out to people that it could benefit like anywhere? And that's, a big thing for me is like, I love helping people and changing people's lives, whether it's individuals to buy a house or just like changing something people are doing in their business too. And we talk a lot about, I have 3 little kids. And so we talk a lot about like work-life integration with our crazy business that we work in the mortgage business, where we're like always on and helping clients, right? And I think that's something that people relate to. So I think being relatable and being yourself that's what I love about Theoni's content too. Is like a lot of it's with her baby Costas, and I think you could just, you relate. You're like, oh, I have a little one, and I'm trying to build a business or what have you. So that's been the biggest thing for me, is like to be real with the content, and I think that has attracted the people, either to our branch, to our company, in our lives with our partners. Like we're doing it for recruiting, not necessarily for like just loan officers, but agents that we want to work with, right? We want to work with people that it's going to be a mutually beneficial relationship, to where we're both fulfilled in the relationship. And I think we're creating like a bug zapper instead of using a fly swatter, right? Like we don't want to work with, 7,000 people that don't have the same values and, goals as we do, right? We want to work with that tight group of people who are going to be, with us for the next 15 years. And so for us, we've kind of flipped the script on that, and to where we're creating so much content that people, it's never a cold call with people, because they've followed us for 6 months. So they really know us. And then, like you said, when you met Theoni and you're like, hey, like, this is like the same person that I've been following, like it's actually genuine. I think that's when the relationship is formed, when you create trust in that. And so that's where we've gotten a lot of relationships with agents, is we've been following each other for 6 months, 8 months. And then, oh, great. Like we finally, they reach out to us, or, we put out a piece of content that resonates, right? Here's how you help a self-employed borrower. And they have somebody who's self-employed that's working with a lender that can't help them, right? And then they reach out. And then you find that relationship like just randomly works. It's not random. It's because you both, believe in the same things and have been posting that content. So I'm using it for that, as well as, bringing people onto the branch that they're going to get as much out of it as we are too. And they're going to bring value to our team just as much as we're going to bring value to their business and their life. And I think that's different than any other, how a lot of mortgage companies are doing it. I see a lot, like some originators like Danny and us on the line here are really jumping into that, and just creating beautiful businesses that are much different than I think what's been created over the last 20, 30 years, of what I've seen in the industry. So I love what it's doing, bringing people together, brought you and I, Ginger, together too. So I think it will continue to do that as we, pull back the curtain behind, who we are at our branch.
Thank you. And that's a lot of it, is pulling back the curtain to where, embracing new ways to be able to build business. And that is the ever changing. You guys are the next generation of our industry. And so I'm so delighted to see all that you're doing, because you are the ones that are going to build it. You're the ones that are going to create it. And so taking that sense of ownership and driving that is instrumental. So Danny, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the Spanish speaking, because that is your focus. And so, sometimes people, when they get into doing content, they throw out this very broad net, right? And that's really not the thing to do. And Matt, you talked about this. It's like you have certain real estate agents that you're targeting, and you can get very specific in what you're doing. Danny, for you in the Spanish speaking market, that has been eye-opening for me. And the demographics, because when Danny's like, I want to start doing TikTok, and I'm like, it's too young, it's not going to work. But you've seen quite the opposite. And I know in terms of your demographics, it has been much older. And it has been a little heavier on the female side than probably the male side. But tell me about that. What did you find?
Yeah, I have find that people from the ages of, like, I would say 40 to 55. Sometimes there's 60. They are calling me. They're not just calling me. They are doing appointments through my link in my profile. So yeah, and in the Hispanic community, at least in the Hispanic community, and I know that the women is the one that is in depth, in the whole process of the mortgage process, like on the purchasing of the loan and all the details. The one that sends document, the one that asks questions. Yeah, she's the one that's dominating this transaction.
Yeah. So, and again, it's just one of those things, you get into it and you get started and then you kind of figure it out. So we're coming near the end, which is like time just flies. I know. And I promised Bobby we'd stay on schedule because following us is our good friend Carl White. And so we want to make sure and give him time to be able to share his knowledge and expertise. And so I'm going to close this out. First of all, I want to thank you all for joining. It has been great. And I know we're going to do this again. I mean, it's like there's so much to talk about with this. But I want to have you each leave with one tip. It's like, if you can talk to that one person who's like on the fence about whether or not they should jump in as far as doing TikTok, what would that be? That one tip that you would give? And whoever wants to go first, I'm going to leave it open for you guys.
Yeah, I'll go first. I think my one tip would be, it's a little harsh, but it's like good. The days that you choose to not post or that you don't start, you're doing a disservice to the people that you would be able to educate and the people that are waiting for you to jump on these platforms so that they can finally have somebody comfortable enough in the industry to learn from. So just think about that every day that you come up with excuses, is that you're truly doing a disservice to your past clients, your current clients, and all the future clients that you don't even know you might have yet.
I love that. Not anything that's harsh at all. I think it's a reality. So Thank you. Okay. Who's next? Danny, Matt, what's your one tip?
My suggestion and my recommendation would be just do it. Don't be over prepared. Just try to be aware of that. Probably when you complete a call, when you're done, probably that story that your client had, that issues, how you solve that issues, that story that he never thought that was going to be able to purchase the home. Those are the kind of stories that you should share through social media. There's a lot of people through that same path, and when they hear that, you are giving them hope, and most probably they are going to be your future clients. That's what I can say.
I love it. Okay, Matt, I'll let you round it out.
All right. So I think a lot of people that are watching this, it's a challenging time in the business, in a shifting market. And everyone that's watching this is thinking of something to do to inject fuel into their business. This is it. You just got it. You got the golden ticket. So no need to look for anything else anymore. Now you can, instead of sitting around waiting for something to do, hey, who should I call? Should I call that realtor? No, create TikTok content, educational materials that are going to change people's lives, and it will immediately change your business. And everything that you've ever wanted is on the other side of that fear of not doing.
But I want to thank you so much for joining us. And Bobby, thank you. We love you. Now, give and donate, because there are many that are not as blessed as we are. So thanks, guys.
Everybody, we are live. Well, no, we're not live. Sorry, guys. This is pre-recorded for Pod-A-Palooza. So, sorry about that. So we have one of our sponsors, 2020 Vision for Success Coaching, and we're going to kind of go behind the scenes on this little version of getting to know your sponsors. So we have with us Tammy Thompson and Nicole Hines, and I don't know your all's titles. I just know you as Tammy and Nicole. So is there like official titles that has been given to you guys? I mean, you guys have some pretty big roles, right? So we've got to have some pretty big titles. Tammy?
We do have titles. I am the director of the onboarding department here at 2020.
Okay, and Nicole?
I am a student advisor and a reports manager for 2020.
Wow. So you advise students, Nicole? I never got to take advantage of that moment.
I know.
What happened?
I do.
Is this my opportunity to get advice from you?
Oh, it's never too late. You can come back for advice.
I'm going to put that down on my list of do for 2023. All right. So look, let's dive in real quick, guys. I mean, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to kind of see the behind the scenes, Nicole. And so really, I want to start off with you because you did open up with your title, student advisor. I mean, are there opportunities where you're going to interact with the students one-on-one where I don't know, what would be the reason that a student would call and say, hey, Nicole, I need some time with you? And you don't have to get specifics.
Yeah, no. So there's a couple of reasons. So mainly just keeping them on the right track with the program, whether that be our independent students or maybe some of our contracted students, just keeping them on track in the program and making sure that they're hitting all of their monthly goals, making sure they're going to live classes, doing their one-on-one if that's part of their program. So, yep.
And they call you up for this. It's not something that you reach out and say, hey, now I did used to get emails from you saying, Fabi, you haven't done this. Fabi, you haven't done that. So that was you, right?
Yep. And it's Tammy too. Tammy, don't, yeah. I'm not the only bad guy.
And now, Tammy, you're onboarding. Is that what you said?
I am. I am the first person that our new students see. So when they sign up for our program, their contract comes across my desk and many desks, but I see them through the onboarding process, from the contract coming in to seeing them through orientation, following up after orientation, and then getting them into their appropriate classrooms and or coaching if that is the program they've chosen.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2020 Vision started in 2019 is what I have in my notes. Is that accurate?
We just celebrated year 4.
Year 4. So I'm 1 year behind. Started 2018. So I guess I met Christine Beckwood in spring of 2019 in Atlanta. So that's why I have 2019 in my head as the year that you guys started, because it all revolves around me. So let me ask you a question, because I know we don't have a lot of time. But behind the scenes, I mean, you guys are seeing a lot more of the day-to-day stuff that happens in 2020, right?
Yes.
Are you guys surprised with the growth and the trajectory that 2020 has been on for these past 4 years, or is it like you guys expected this to happen?
I think I with coming into the industry new, I could see when I first got here that Christine had something pretty amazing, and I'm not surprised at the growth. I mean, we've grown. Yeah, I mean, we've grown so much.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal just watching the growth from the outside. I mean, I know I'm now a coach with you guys, but I don't really get to see the behind the scene numbers like you guys get to see, I'm sure.
Right.
Nicole, I mean, is it overwhelming for you?
I wouldn't say overwhelming. I think we're all able to pretty much easily adjust, I think, to our growth and we're all really good at taking on like new tasks and new things to, adapt to the amount of students that we have. So I think it's good. Yeah. Right. Christine's a good picker of us. So
speaking of Christine, let's talk about Christine. Let's talk about pet peeves we all have with Christine. I mean, she's not going to see this, right? Because she's going to be busy on Saturday. So any pet peeves, like she leaves her coffee mug wherever, you got to clean up after her.
She forgets her laptop cord a lot.
You know what's so funny about that? So one time in Chicago, we were at a conference together, and she didn't have a laptop cord. I had to give her my laptop cord to recharge her laptop.
That is so funny.
That's amazing that you picked that up. Tammy, how about any pet peeves?
Pet peeves?
Just the little things that Christine does. You're like, wow, I could do this better. Or, she always leaves coffee stains or drinks too much coffee.
No, I mean, I can't. No, I mean, when we travel, she always enjoys a companion. We try to, she likes that guidance. So it's, but pet peeves.
Okay. Well, we don't talk about that. When we hit the off button, you can tell me one-on-one privately.
So funny.
Well, listen, guys, I know this has been a quick behind the scenes, and I appreciate the support and the sponsorship that 2020 Vision has given this Pod-A-Palooza event. As you know, 100% of all the money goes to So Others Might Eat and their efforts to fight poverty and end the cycle of poverty for all people around the country, really. I know they're based in Washington, D.C., but it's an amazing organization that I'm proud to always partner with. So once again, thank you all for your sponsorship and being here for this 5-minute behind the scenes, get to know your sponsor moment. Thank you, guys. All right, and you can see right now I am joined by my friend Michael Hammond of FinTech Hunting. How are you, Michael?
Fabi, I'm doing great. How are you, my friend?
You know, we're making it through the first hour, so we're good. We're good. We're working out the little kinks. We're working out the little details. You know how this stuff goes.
I certainly do, and I can't thank you enough for having me as a guest. It is a great honor.
Oh no, man! You know, we were just obviously we're trying to get as many podcasts on here as possible that humanly we can cram into the schedule, and we want to make sure that we highlight the people that are making a difference, and you're certainly one of them, Michael. I mean, you have been. I know personally, I've told you before, behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, you affected my life deeply with your guidance and your help when I was in between companies a few years back. And I'll never forget those calls that we had, and they were meaningful to me. So I know that you do a lot for a lot of us.
Well, thank you for that. And you've been wonderful. You continue to give back. You continue to add value to people. So if there was one little aspect that I helped with, then I feel completely honored because your light is shining very brightly.
Oh, thanks, brother. Thank you so much. So look, I know you have a special guest, and I there's no way I'm not gonna say hi to her while she's here, right? Because I think, you know, I'm gonna play her little theme music. By the way, she has a little theme song here, Michael. So we play this music here, John. Why is it not playing? Are we hearing it? So this is I don't know if you know. I don't know. Music. There you go. See? You hear Twilight? You hear the music? All right, good. All right, there you go. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get out of here. This is your time. Delilah, it was great seeing you. Michael, thank you so much for everything you're doing for us. Okay, buddy?
Thank you, Fabi. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a very special guest for you today. She doesn't need an introduction, but she definitely deserves one. She's a mover and shaker out there. She's an incredible networker. I could give her 50 million accolades, but more than anything, she's a good friend who genuinely cares about giving back to others. Please help me welcome Delilah Ramos, the queen of Taco Tuesdays. Delilah, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
It is great to be here. We're part of this whole day of giving back, right? It's about giving back, trying to help end some of those cycles of poverty. So before we get into tips and tricks and how we can help people in the mortgage industry, I think one thing that I want to talk about first is this industry has been a wonderful gift and tool. Yes, I know we're dealing with some challenging times now and rates are fluctuating and some people are out looking for jobs, and I don't want to ever minimize that. But if we look holistically, I know personally the mortgage industry has provided incredible opportunities for me and my family. Talk to me a little bit about some of the opportunities that the industry has provided you.
Oh, Lord. Again, thank you so much, Michael and Fabi. And I can't even begin to tell you how the industry has impacted my life. I mean, it has created just, I have to take a moment because it's been so much, right? Like, because of, first of all, God's grace and mercy always, because that's the number one priority in my life. And then obviously he allowed me to enter this industry in 2001. And I've worked different channels of mortgage always. And I found my jam kind of in the recruiting space, right? And so I've been doing that for well over a decade now, but it has opened the doors. I own multiple properties in different states. I don't know if people know that. They know me as the taco queen or the taco girl in the video series, but I am also an investor. I represent home ownership. I am pretty much the first person in my family to own multiple properties. And I know how to work them. You know, I tell people all the time, I purchase properties. They are not my forever homes. I I strip them, I take the money, I move on to the next, and I go on to the next property. And that's how it's another part of my life. Maybe I should talk about it more, Michael, because I am a single mom. I am, obviously a woman of color, but I'm an investor, and I am a big advocate of mortgage home ownership and being a single mom, single woman, and how you can achieve that. And there is power in properties.
Well, and I couldn't agree more. And you talk about that power in properties.
Yeah.
The mortgage industry has been a godsend for me. One of the things that has connected two of us is our faith. But I look back at all of the different incredible people I've been able to meet and converse and learn from in this industry. I have two incredible daughters, and the mortgage industry has given us the opportunity to put them through school, to help provide them, to give them opportunities to let their light shine. So I couldn't be more thankful for this industry. For those of you listening, thank you for being a part of everything that we do in the mortgage industry to provide home ownership for individuals, to give people opportunities. There's people with all different educational backgrounds, all different backgrounds. Like you said, a single mom of color. Whatever your background is, there are great opportunities here in the mortgage industry. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to be part of this today. It's a chance to give back. It's a chance to end the cycle of poverty and make a difference in people's lives. So, Delilah, one of the things that you and I talk about quite a bit then is people want to know, well, how do I get my story told? Whether you're a loan officer trying to close more deals and meet more people or meet more realtors, whether you're a vendor in the mortgage space trying to sell into it, how do they start getting their story told? Why is it video important? Talk to me a little bit about it, because you're out there in front of everybody, but it's critical to do things the right way. So let's kind of walk through some of those things.
Well, the reason why video is so important and being out there is because the way people absorb information currently now is completely different than you and I, how we grew up, right, Michael? I'm still a fan of the phone call. I even like receiving mail. I still like receiving mail.
That personal letter, that signature, there's something about it. And I think now because it's so rare, it has an even greater impact.
It does. I am super, super nostalgic, right? Like in my head, I'm still 80s, 90s, right? But that's not the case. But the way people absorb information is completely different. The number one search engine is Google, followed by the number two is YouTube, which YouTube is, obviously a platform of video. So people are getting their information via video, text message, right? It's just everything is in their fingertips. And because people are absorbing information differently, the way we deliver it, whether you're an originator, whether you're a real estate agent, whatever, however you deliver your message, you have to change the delivery up. And video is going to be included in however you decide to deliver your message or share, tell your story.
Well, and I love how you said tell your story, because I think one thing that video has done is it allows people to come through the screen in a very genuine and authentic way. And I think that's very powerful, right? You can read an article, you can read a press release, you can see a blog post, and all of those things are important, and all of those things have their place. But when you can see somebody's expression and that smile or their passion come through, or their smile, or somebody biting into a taco, or seeing us at an event, that's very, very powerful and impactful. And I think, to your point, people consume video. What did I see? 98% of the people that access the internet this year will do it and watch some form of video. So video is critical. Now let's kind of bust some of the myths, right? Because I think people get so intimidated by video. I have to have all this expensive equipment. I don't know what to say. So let's first talk about expensive equipment and kind of bust that myth, and just talk to me a little bit about what are some of the things you use? How simple do you make it?
I wish I had my little like $20 gimbal with me, but you actually know exactly what I use. I am not a big fan of fancy equipment. We both use our iPhones, right? So the iPhone has an amazing camera. Now, I will tell you, I do make sure that I try my best to have the latest iPhone because of the camera.
Right.
So I do. It's a great camera. That is one. But the rest of the equipment is, I find it on Amazon. My actual stand that I do my videos is a $20 stand from Amazon. And the microphones that I use, which we both use them as well, I believe they're $129 on Amazon. And that is it. That is all I use. And they're very easy to travel with. They're small, so I could throw them into a purse, and they're rechargeable. So they're
rechargeable, they're wireless. Let's talk. So for those getting started, if I'm looking at my home office, I have a ring light.
Yeah,
I use a camera so that I get a little bit better picture and it picks up my movement because I'm someone who uses their hands and a lot of motion. But for the most part, you can do it very inexpensively. For those of you who really want to learn what kind of ring light should I get, what kind of camera, first piece of advice would be keep it simple.
Yes.
Don't overcomplicate it. You don't need all kinds of video editing. Delilah, you and I have talked about this quite a bit. We're big on first takes.
Yep. You're absolutely right. I don't want to be perfect. I want you to see me pause. I want you to see me stumble on my words. I want you to see me forget things and be real, because I am real. So unless something major happens, or if I have a guest and they tell me stop, which even then I keep it going, because that's helpful for them, right? That helps them improve their messaging and how they move on video. And I try my best also to, I'm in my office, lighting, it's natural lighting. It's either my office or my kitchen, which has the best lighting. I want people to see in my office a little bit about me. That's another reason why I do it in the office, and you can see the background. I'm originally from Chicago, so you see Wrigley Field there, right? Yep. You see there is a stuffed taco thing right there on my thing. So taco, my faith, you see that? So allow people in a little bit so that they can get a grasp of who you are. And then in that, they'll begin to trust you and be like and trust you. And even if they've never met you, trust and believe when they see you for the first time, they'll just think that they know you, Michael.
Well, and that is so true. And we'll talk about backgrounds. Yeah. That's why I share the background. Some people are like, oh, I need this video background and I want to change it all the time. It gets grainy, doesn't always work. And more importantly, then people don't see a little bit of who you are. I love that you're sharing Chicago. You see some footballs in the background. You see pictures of my kids. You see my faith back there too. Some of the books that I read. And it's important because then it gives people a little bit of a viewpoint into who is Michael, who is Delilah, what do they stand for? So one thing I want to mention to everyone, if you're looking for cameras, lighting, sound, microphones, all of those things, I'm a big believer that everyone in this industry is out there to help one another, especially all of these incredible podcasters. There's a person by the name of Alec Hansen.
Yeah.
He currently is with Lone Depot. He does good, better, best. So if you're looking for lighting, he'll say, here's the good lighting, here's the better lighting, here's the best lighting.
Yep.
And he gives you the information so that you can make an informed decision. There was a microphone that was the absolute best, but you need a sound deck. You need to do all, and I'm like, that's way too complicated. The microphone I use is just great. You touched upon one of the other things of letting people into yourself. And I'll reference somebody else because we can learn from each other. Chelsea Pites, she does a great job. She talks about the gram is her jam. And she did a great talk on one of my FinTech Hunting podcasts about the difference between sharing personal things and private things. And I think there's a lot of executives that I talk to that are like, hey, Michael, I don't want to share stuff with, my personal life. I don't want to share this. And I think to your point, if you don't share something about yourself, if you don't open up and move those curtains a little and let people get to know you a little, then it's all just you're just pitching a product. You're just pitching a solution. You're just talking mortgage. You're just talking rates.
Yeah.
But the other side of the spectrum is you also don't need to share anything private.
No,
I don't share my kids' names because they don't really want me to share them. I don't share certain things like that. But I still say, hey, this past weekend, I had a great time with my daughter. We went and we did some really cool stuff.
Yes.
There's ways you can share personal things that you interact with in life to let people in without crossing the line of ever sharing anything private that you don't want to share. Talk to me a little bit about that, because I think too many executives, too many people, too many loan officers are kind of scared to put themselves out there.
Well, one of the reasons why I'm a big advocate of letting people in, because, okay, as a woman, I remember talking with someone, another woman, and she was just giving me reasons, like a lot of pushback why she didn't want to do video. When we were finally peeling back on what was the reason, and it was because she didn't like the way she looked. She didn't like, oh my God. She didn't like the way she looked. And oh dang. And I was so hurt by that, because in my eyes, like, she was, she's beautiful, right? And I don't want that to be a reason. Like, that shouldn't be a reason why any woman should not want to do video. And because of it, I made it a point, and a lot of people don't know, I'm a cancer survivor.
Yep.
And before that, I am a burn victim. So because of it, I made it a point to show myself more, right? To really show how I am different, that I look different, that I have scars, that I have whatever it is, because at the end of the day,
you are.
Yeah, I'm just super grateful to God to be here, because I couldn't have not been here. So I make it a point, and I don't know if people notice it on Taco Tuesdays, I make it a point, even when it's cold, to like showcase my arm or showcase things, because I want other women to be like, you know what? She's still doing it, and look at her, right? Look at how she has.
And Delilah, that's such an important point, and not just for women, for men too, right? I mean,
yeah,
I wear glasses now. I'm not as thin as I used to be. I don't have as much hair as I used to be.
Yeah.
Who cares? What I have found in this industry is when you start putting yourself out there, you start attracting like-minded people.
Yeah.
And what people watch me for is not because of my pretty face. I mean, some would probably say maybe you should stick to just the audio podcast, Michael. But they want to hear what we're talking about. They want to hear how we're trying to help other people, just like an event like this today. That's what genuine people and putting yourself out there matters. If there's always some naysayer out there, that happens in life no matter what.
Yeah.
So don't try to look perfect. Don't try to be perfect. Don't try to wait for the perfect time. You have to start putting yourself out there. So let's now transition a little bit. We're talking about video. We're talking about ourselves putting out there. I teach a class with 2020 vision. I think Bobby had mentioned it. I think he's been in it in the past.
Yes.
Part of it is social media mastery. And everyone always wants to talk content. And you and I talk content a lot, and we'll get to that in a second. But what I have found is there's 3 real pillars to success on any of the platforms, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, you name it. And everyone wants to instantly jump to content. And I'm like, you could come up with the greatest post, the greatest video. And if you have 2 followers, nobody gives a crap. There's no influence. You're not impacting lives. So the first pillar is you've got to continually work to grow your network and your tribe.
Yes.
And if you don't, then who cares if 2 people see it and it's the greatest post ever? It doesn't have any reach. It doesn't have any influence. The second is posting, and we'll come back to all 3 of these in a second. And I think the biggest thing with posting is how do you add value to people, not making it always about yourself. And then the third, and this is the area that I think people fail at the most, is they have to engage with their network.
Yes.
I have a bunch of executives say, well, Michael, I started reaching out to a few more people and I did this post and no one interacted. And the first question I always ask is, well, how many people's posts did you interact with? It gets real quiet. They kind of look at me puzzled. I'm like, so then why are you shocked no one's interacting with yours? I mean, you and I built a wonderful friendship during COVID through all of our interacting with social. So let's talk about those 3 things about the importance of growing a network, quality content, and then the importance of engagement. Give me some of your feedback in those 3 areas.
You know, I enjoy engaging with people. It's just who I am, right? So I enjoy, but I'm also a big fan of lifting other people up and highlighting other people's stories or their company, how they came about, how they entered the industry, whether they're brand new to the industry or whether they've been in the industry, 20 plus years. I'm always a fan of highlighting other people. And
let's stop there for a second, because I couldn't agree more. And I think one of my greatest joys in doing the podcast, and I know you doing the Taco Tuesday videos and everything, is all the wonderful people I've met. I've met NASA scientists that are now doing underwriting tools in the industry. I've met people that were in the mortgage or in the music business, and they did videos with Tone Loc and professional athletes, and the list goes on and on. And they have a great story to tell.
Yes.
So I love that you mentioned that, because that's what's so fascinating. It's not about me doing the podcasts. It's how can I share all of these wonderful stories so that people get to see the amazing people that are part of our industry.
Yep. Your story is your microphone. Use it.
And no one can take that away from you.
Nobody.
It's your story. They can't say, well, I agree or I disagree. It's my story. That's how I grew up. That's how I was raised. That's how I got into the industry. And I think once people realize that, they stop worrying about self-doubt or how are people going to judge. Just share your story. We hear a ton about content. Talk to me again. When people share their story, that's great. But talk to me the importance of adding value when we talk content.
Yes. So I'm a big believer of always educating, always adding value. I do not like to, if I have something that works for me, I want to be able to share that. Like going back to what I said, being a single woman, home ownership, I now know the mortgage game. Like I feel like I'm a G, and that's gangster. The G stands for gangster. And because I know how to work properties and that information, I'm a big advocate of sharing that and saying, hey, you need to purchase, you need to work on your credit, like anything that I have that can help you elevate your life, your financial situation, your career, anything, I'm going to share it, because if I grow, you grow. If I eat, you eat. Laugh, lend, and eat.
Delilah, that is awesome. And I think it is a win-win situation. I think that's one of the things that when you talk to the other podcasters, the other people doing videos out there, they all want to share. That's why so many people signed up for an event like today, because they want to give back. They want to give tips. That's why I can reference a Chelsea Pites or an Alec Hansen, and I could reference 20, 30, 40 other people that have given me a tip, a suggestion. You and I have been on panels with KP.
Yep.
And we all know each other's introductions, right? I mean, each one of us could do the other person's introduction, and it's kind of funny but it's part of who we
Yeah.
are and what makes us a little bit different, helps us stand out. Let's talk engagement.
Mhm.
Because I think one of the other challenges, whether it's a company, whether it's a person starting out, they say, hey, Mike, I don't have a very big following. I don't know a lot of people. How can people like that leverage a network like yours, like mine? How do they get into that sphere of influence?
Well, birds of a feather flock together. Go where they go. It's not, it really isn't, rocket science. You go where they go. I'm a big fan of going to not only local networking events through trade organizations. We have a ton of trade organizations within our mortgage real estate industry, right? So join one, go to your local chapter, go to events, and then go to national ones. If your company is offering to send you, go. Even if they don't, pick one conference, one national one. Mine's last year was ICE Technology. I went on my own dime, paid everything by myself, and it literally was a game changer for me.
I couldn't agree more. And I think when we talk about it, what I have also found is if you engage digitally, if you're interacting with people's posts and saying, hey, Delilah, I love that Taco Tuesday when you brought up this, or KP, that was such a great insight about what inflation is doing, or Chelsea or Suha or whoever it may be, when you really work to build that relationship digitally, it is so enhanced when you see the people live. It is like a long lost friend that you haven't seen in 10 or 15 years. It's like running into a college roommate.
Yes.
And when we talk about influence, we've been very blessed because we've gotten great mentorship. We've put ourselves out there. It's one of the reasons why you and I rolled out a package called Amplify for companies, for individuals that say, I know I need to be doing more video, but I need to feel more comfortable. Great. Then let us interview you. But more importantly, it's not just the content, it's the sphere of influence. When we can share their video, when we can share their story to 30 plus 40,000 people on LinkedIn, 20, 30, 40,000 people on Twitter or on Instagram, it's very, very powerful. Talk to me for a second or two. I don't want to make this a commercial, but I think for those people that are struggling, people like us are out there to help them. We want to raise everyone else up. Talk to me kind of why we do this and how we help get them into our sphere of influence.
Because a lot of people just don't know where to begin. And you and I took the time years ago to create the platform organically. That's another thing. It takes time to build a following, to build supporters, to build, Taco Tuesday did not really come to where it's at until basically almost 2 years in. It took me almost 2 years of eating tacos every single Tuesday to be to the point where now companies are coming to me and saying, hey, I need your help. I need your service. I need your platform. So one of the things we have between the both of us is our organic platform, our organic followers. So if most companies don't have the time to create that genuinely, so you can partner with people like us, influencers like us, that'll help you tell your story. Not only that, some people don't even know like the style, the format. I have a video series. You have a podcast. You can switch that up. That's always cool. It doesn't always have to be a video. And then another thing is just content. People don't know the power of a photo, a picture. I don't want it to be when I go, whether we were together at MBA, I just got back from Next. If you notice, a lot of my pictures are very just people in their space. It's captured naturally. It's not, posed or positioned or anything like that. So again, if you don't have that time to create a platform where thousands between you and I, we have like over 40,000 followers, right? Then you're going to have to partner with us. And that's just how it is.
Right.
Guys,
Bobby, how are you, my friend?
This is like I'm making. I don't know. I'm making notes here of what Delilah's saying. I mean, girl, I thought I knew her. She's dropping knowledge like a G. I mean, wow.
The G's for gangster.
That's some really good stuff, Michael and Delilah. Thank you so much for being on Pod-A-Palooza. I mean, this is a treat for us. I put on Delilah's music so she can watch her little butt out of here. I'll be honest with you, I could have listened to this forever. I mean, I hope you start getting these nuggets. Because these are amazing nuggets that is being shared for free. We're not charging for this, guys. We're not asking you guys to buy a ticket. Just give a donation so others might eat. That's all.
Yep.
Exactly.
Tax deduction, have it, but just pick up these nuggets and use them. One thing I'm going to say real quick, and I got to chime this in.
Mm-hmm.
Michael, videos are so important, right? Because it's a proven fact now, neurologically speaking. The brain does not know the difference between you sitting in front of me and you being on the computer video with me right now.
You're right. It levels the playing field for everyone. Like we said, you don't need all kinds of equipment. You don't just start putting yourself out there. And I think the one thing that will win over day in and day out of all of this is just consistency.
Yeah. I mean, just
putting yourself out there.
Just do it. So, guys, once again, thank you so much, Michael, Delilah. I will see you guys somewhere momentarily. Thank you once again for everything.
Bobby, thank you, guys. Donate, help out. Let's end the cycle of poverty.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. All right. So we are pretty much on time, I think. Yeah. Looks like we got about 2 minutes. I'm gonna do up another round of music for our next guest that I personally picked out for, because when I see this lady, she just reminds me of some really good times that I know. What I'm saying, Karina, I know that our soul together, our spirit together. There's this song. I was singing you a groove. I was like, yes, this is Karina right here. And the name of the song, by the way, is called Serious Funkin' Business. And Karina, I couldn't have found a better title song for you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness. I'm honored. That is so funny. I haven't heard that in a long time.
How's everything going?
It's going great. Happy Saturday. Thank you for having me.
No, thank you for donating your time. I mean, this is, being a sponsor, CMS Mortgage is a sponsor of this event also. And thank you again for that generosity. I think I was talking, I don't know. I can't name who I was talking to because I don't know, but I know I was talking to somebody. It's been a whirlwind this last few days getting ready for this, but we were talking about the how giving creates the attitude of abundance, and people don't understand that it's by giving that. I mean, yes, we receive, but we also begin to have this abundance like around us that doesn't ever stop. And I know you, Karina, personally. You have tapped into that wholeheartedly, So
yes,
I know. I know early in the morning Saturday, but I got to ask you, or it's not early. It's 11:30. No, forget about it. You've been up since 6 o'clock. I saw your posting on Facebook. So, with this attitude of abundance, where did it come from, Karina? Where did you get this? Like, I'm going to give my time, whatever I got, I'm going to give.
I think it came from a lot of people helping me along my journey as a young girl and what that looked like, and people really having conversations with me, talking to me, and really the passionate side of me of wanting to help other people succeed. That's not fake. I will say the past year, I've answered my phone more than I ever have, and just gave more information to more people across the whole country than I ever have in my life. But I feel like that is partially where people gave to me when I was younger. right? So it may not necessarily been all through the years and what that looked like. So seeing other people on Facebook, on social media, and doing what they're doing, and just thinking that if I had just a little teeny part in that, what that looks like to me, I'm honored. So people to me that have changed my life. I just recently connected with the foster family of mine when I was 15. And, one of the things we just said, we just saw each other face to face for the third time on Tuesday. And they said to me, I was hesitant for reaching out in today's society, right? Because people, sometimes it's the strange things like, what do people want or what can they do? But if you're just a giving person, it just all comes naturally to you. So when we reconnected, the one thing they said is, I wish you hadn't waited, and I wish we didn't wait, because the connection was just so real from day one. So I feel like when I answer the phone, sometimes the people asking me questions that I may not know, or just connect them to the right person. I always put on Facebook all the time, and you'll see, like, if I don't know, let me connect you with whoever that can help you. So I just feel like that's a big part of who we are in building a business, period.
Well, speaking of connecting, also, you recently with CMS Mortgage, I know you opened up a new location in Fredericksburg, Virginia. So you have your original location in Virginia Beach. Is that right? Virginia Beach or Chesapeake? Which one is it?
It's technically Virginia Beach, but we're like one block away is Chesapeake.
Yeah, I remember your location there when I would go to my Virginia Beach office. So you got a new office now in Fredericksburg, and this is really interesting. The way you open up this office, you partner with the real estate company, you have the title company, Ohana Title, right? But then you went one step further and you created like an event center for people to rent that are part of the community.
Yeah, so I'll share a little bit about the vision of that. So I was watching Ginger, which I love Ginger. We go way, way back, and they were talking all about the TikTok and everything else. So I know that's not going to be my expertise. If I ever get there, so in thinking about planning an office, I don't think we need an office now, right?
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think there's going to be a need for an office, period. So people think I'm crazy. But my whole plan from day one was to make a community office.
Okay.
So what does that look like that other people could come there and work, collaborate, or have events? And there's large event centers there. There's a medium event center there, but there's nowhere for really collaboration or to hold other events. And then also being a little selfish there, sometimes we got to plug ourselves in there then I get the community to promote me, right?
Yeah.
And what that looks like. So we also did the research on what it looked like to open up a collaborative space. We found an app that's like an Airbnb app where they can book just their seat for the day.
Wow.
Or they could book the night for an event. And then we were thinking about what is it going to look like to name this, because whether it be CMS Mortgage and Realty One Group, that's not really the name of the space, right? That's the billboard. So for me, thinking about what it looks like to open an office, I had to go big. Not because I wanted to go big. I had to go big because it had to be a billboard.
Wow.
And then we had to house what was going to be our event center to be able to house the community coming in, whether it be once a month, 10 times a month, or what that would look like. And so I think so far I've gotten such great response off of it. And then we named it Let Everyone Network, which was Len. My dad's name was Leonard. He went by Len, which is Len's living room. Because we even had someone knock on the door the other day and say, "Are you open?" And I was like, "Yes, can I help you? Are you interested in buying a refinancing?" They're like, "No, we thought it was a furniture store."
Yeah, and you had those little booths in there where people could go in and work. I remember when I was down there for your grand opening, they look like little telephone booths, but they're soundproof.
Yes. Yes.
And so someone could just kind of go in there, and are those rentable too?
Yes. So what we're doing is not my expertise, but again, Deshaun, my son, who's my COO here, he is mapping out the whole floor plan. and it will be on the website. The website's already up and going. It's lensliving.room.com. It's already, but you can just now go in there and ask for more information. But we'll actually have a calendar. We'll actually have photos, and you can actually book your spot, whether it be an hour, 2 hours, or whatnot, for collaboration.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You know, and it's kind of interesting when you said the word billboard, that you had to be the billboard. There was a part, I know you sent me like a bunch of reading material last night. Thank you, by the way. I was up at like 4:30 this morning, you know, just perusing through everything. But there was a line in there that just kind of says, okay, here we are. Here we are. You know what I mean? And it goes like this. I have always said I'm just a regular girl, not that special. The truth is I'm not a regular girl, and I am special because we all are.
Yeah.
I mean, and what you're just talking about right there, I mean, it's like, wow, like, you know what I mean? Like the connection. I mean, people don't realize how important words are because they become our actions.
Mm-hmm.
And quite honestly, I like to own these words. I mean, I know that you said girl, but maybe I could do a boy, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, what makes you think like that? It's so out of the box, you know what I mean? And it's so simple, but it's so out of the box.
Well, if you think about it, I referenced back and I did a lot of study when I was thinking about branding, like my podcast or my book, or what it would look like to be me. And I always said, there's only one thing that really describes me, is that I was always willing to learn. Now, I may not have listened all the time. I may not have did what I was supposed to. So that's another story there, which is some you'll read. So no judgment there, Fabi.
No judgment. I was listen, you know the music we both listened to. We were both together not listening.
So I said, in that instance, for that, I came up with my brand for that would be That Girl Learning. And going back to the really late 60s, a sitcom called That Girl.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah,
Marlo Thomas.
Marlo Thomas, yes. I knew it was
Yes.
Marlo something.
And they were actually going to call it Independent Girl or something like that, about independence. And they had to change it because it was late 60s, the women's movement and what was going on. And they couldn't do like girl independence. But if you go back through that sitcom, it's actually pretty interesting, relatively speaking. Every episode she was learning. Right?
Wow.
She did something kind of crazy and she learned. So I feel like that's part of where my podcast or my book is going to go, but also telling my journey that every part of it was a learning and stepping stone that other people have to know it's okay to do. Right?
Isn't she promoting St. Jude's Hospital nowadays? Is that
Yes.
her? Right?
Mhm.
That's her, right? I thought that was her. Yeah. That was a great show. I used to love all those old late 60s, early. I know we're framing ourselves in a capsule, and I'm sorry, guys, but those are some. You know what? I was talking to. We're so off topic, but I'm going to do it. I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said, "You know what? There's no more theme songs anymore on these TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
Like That Girl had a theme song, MASH had a theme song, Happy Days had. You know what I mean? There's no theme songs anymore. People, if you're listening, create theme songs. We need.
I have a theme song for my podcast that I did off of that. See,
There you go.
I'm going to send you the jingle. I did my own jingle for it.
We've got to have that because those theme songs are so I mean, like for me, I know. So I'm going to go down this rabbit hole a little deeper. The theme song from Taxi. Remember that TV show? Oh my
gosh, yes.
With that electric piano sound, it was just so nostalgic, and you just literally are drawn back like you're in 1975 on a shag carpet waiting for the show to start.
Immediately, right? Yes, your mind just goes there. But no, in saying that, a lot of people don't take seriously what learning means, right? I just had my first externship last week for the county schools in Spotsylvania County for our new office. And they have a new program called Ready, Set, Go. They have 283 applications for students that want to get in the workforce. Not all of them are going to go to college. Right? So in doing that, how do we get the community, the business owners involved to let these kids know they don't have to waste 3 to 7 years of college if they're not really going to be college material, or this is not the field they're going to go into?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
part of that all plugs and plays into learning throughout your life, whether it be the younger years, in my case, the teen years. I was the worst, absolutely. And my mind was definitely not normal at that point in time, what I would consider normal to most people. So with the rebel, without a cause, I would call it then, I feel like it's our job to teach now, especially reaching out to students, college, high school, even career paths now with the mortgage industry changing. How are some of these people going to change their career or either elevate it or either move to another career because they may decide this isn't the right path for them?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So promoting the knowledge and the learning capability of what we've got to have. I mean, I've hired 10 new loan officers just in the past 2 months, no experience whatsoever, nothing, just to give someone an opportunity to learn about the business.
That's awesome. So I want to read another excerpt that really moved me this morning, okay? And it said, the Christmas I was 12 years old was a time that did not bring back great holiday cheerful memories. As that night, I was on the receiving end of my father's not so nice demeanor that led him to say words out loud that upset me. He said, move out of the way and let a real man do this. The oldest has chores to do and the oldest child never becomes much and will never amount to shit. This led me to a decision at the age of 12 that today I ponder how I ever did it. Karina, what was that decision at that young age?
So let me first start with, I wasn't my dad's best friend at 12, nor was he mine, but he died as my best friend 5 years ago.
Nice.
So I'll start there and then say, he was raised, and when you think about this, our parents were raised to believe in what their parents believed in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was part of the belief he was passing down in our family. The man had to do the work. The woman stayed in the kitchen. And then the oldest usually picked up all the slack for everybody else. And then usually by default couldn't really do what they were destined to be. Kind of, sort of, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, I really chose that was going to be a time that I was not going to do that. For whatever reason, at a young age, at 12, I became Marlo Thomas, right? And that girl. I was going off to a big city, never coming back at the age of 12. True story. I ran away from home. And the next 3 years was pretty detrimental to my family. I put my family through a lot of hell because I felt I wasn't going to have that mindset, but no one really understood that it was a mindset I was going through at 12 that maybe somebody else went through at 20, right? And it was really my rebel days, as we would call them now. But for me, I had just made a decision then that I wasn't going to take the path of my mom and I wasn't going to take the path of my dad and what he learned from his family, right?
Yeah. So how does that decision play out today in your life, though? I mean, because let's fast forward, right, to 2022. You made a decision at the age of 12, which a lot of us wouldn't make, right? No matter what our circumstances may be, right? You made it overnight. You boogied out of the house the next day, found your way to Florida, right? And you were in Virginia, I imagine, right? I mean, I don't
Yes, in Fredericksburg.
Yeah, so I assume you were there. So you get on 95 South, which is not that far from Fredericksburg, right? You guys are a town of by 95, but that's a bold ass move. You can't completely rid yourself of that boldness today at our age.
Yeah.
Is that an accurate statement there?
Yeah, I think so. I think
a little bit wiser, obviously, but still you're going to make some bold decisions. I mean, and I think
yeah, I tamed down, though. I call it don't ride as many roller coasters. So, I mean, as you get older, the fear of heights and roller coasters, or even sometimes flying or where you're destined to be that you're not in control changes. But at the young age of 12, you're in control of everything in your mind, right? So that mindset is what I had. But the boldness is still there. I think, talk to my son, though. He'll tell you not as bold because I'm more settled than what I was. But the responsibility level comes with the boldness too, right?
Yeah.
That's the difference, is the responsibility that you have for your team, for your family, for your peers, for your whoever you're advocating for, or who's looking up to you. That responsibility there too lies with your boldness of what decisions you're going to make. Even the fact this year of making the decision to open the new office, that's a vision I had. It's not a vision everybody else had. Right.
Mhm.
Also, people come in and they're like, oh, this is the wrong time to be doing it. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't spend your money. And I'm like, but I feel like in 18 months from now, this thing is going to take off and this is going to really pay for itself because I want a billboard to let everybody know that I'm here. So my decision to go back home, open a bigger office, and conquer the area and become the #1 broker in the area and lender in that area. I mean, even my son, we were talking last night, and I was like, our next goal is how do we get at the Fred Nat Stadium, like the Fredericksburg new field stadium? Like, where's our name going to be there?
Yeah.
So thinking like that, but not everybody believes in that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, once again, it's bold moves. Whether we're hopping on someone stranger's car or we're looking at some stadium and saying where can I put my mortgage company's names? There was someone who said to me a long time ago, not everyone has to think like you, Fob.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that. You know what I mean? And I can appreciate people who don't have my thoughts, and I'm sure you can appreciate people who don't have your thoughts.
Yes.
But for those of us that do have those thoughts, those are what you're talking about, what you've done, what I've known you personally to do. Those are bold moves that in a market where, let's talk about it, where, let's get frank, the rates are higher, business slowed down, numbers vary from 30 to 40 to 60%, people are being laid off, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And you're like investing in the future of yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that, Korean, just in case no one's told you, that's a 4-letter word. It's called bold.
Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that.
I just want to make sure we understand. If you walk in with nothing else today, you say, okay, I didn't realize I was being bold.
I don't know about that, but yeah, but no, I mean, I do get that. Not everybody, like I said, not everybody's going to follow you, nor is everybody going to believe in what you're doing. Right. And then we got the other aspect of it. Haters will be haters. Right.
That just that is, I mean, believe it or not, I mean, I hate talking about this, but I'm going to just say it. People were even hating this Pod-A-Palooza thing. I heard some things and I was like, God, come on, please, not hate my podcast, Laugh Underneath, but don't hate this event. For God's sakes, we're raising money for people that absolutely need it. So haters are going to hate. But I want to go to the next line because this is a great connection between what we're just talking about and what this next line says is that those that live in their comfort zone are missing out on life. They are just existing, not really living. To truly live requires us to change, to know that the more we think with an attitude of positivity and growth, great things happen. So, a couple of things. First and foremost, comfort zone, you've already shattered that. So, I don't know. I mean, random question, but where is your comfort zone? Do you even have a comfort zone, or would you feel claustrophobic in a comfort zone?
No, I feel I'm going to use the term my son just taught me as far as I've been listening to more books ever than before. But he said to me the other day, you have your anchors.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily consider that the same as my comfort zone, right?
Yeah.
So my anchors have to be there for me to be comfortable that day, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be in my comfort zone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Because so what we're actually, so I don't know if Deshaun knows what he's saying or what he stumbled onto, right? We paid a lot of money to Anthony Robbins like 20 years ago to get this information.
Yes.
Right. And so that's really what Deshaun is talking about. And what I'm hearing is you've anchored certain feelings or certain things, and that this is going to this feeling is going to occur if you do this.
Right. So
And-
some of my anchors could be as simple as me waking up and my house being clean. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be spick and span, but the office has to be tidy, the house has to be clean. Or if I know I'm going every other week up the road now, I know my gas tank has to be full. You know, it doesn't have to be exactly all business anchors, right? I know I have to have my schedule. I know I have to have a writing pad. I mean,
Okay.
so those are things that are all my anchors that make me feel comfortable. If I lose this pad, I freak out, you
Yeah.
know?
What about comfort clothes? Do you have some
Comfort.
clothes that you like? This is what you slip into, and then your mind can really think. I have those, by the way.
You do?
Yes,
I'll
it's
say
actually
no,
crazy.
because I'll
This is
say I'm more
my
comfortable than I've
favorite
ever
comfort shoe
been.
that I wear. If you see me wearing this, I'm thinking, leave me alone.
No, I think for me, it's just clothes. No, it's just the things that keep me balanced around me that he would call now my anchors, right? Is
Okay.
that if one of those things are not really anchored, then I don't feel as centered. And now I'm not really in my comfort zone. But do I feel like I'm an everyday comfort zone and not being able to get out of it? No. And also, Fabi, opening that office also got me out of the complacency and comfort zone that I was starting to get into.
Okay. There it is.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So your comfort zone is constantly growing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. So we're coming up the end here, but I want to talk about this real quick because you mentioned change, right? And so just to let you know, I've done like I don't know how many years of studying on change, right? So when people use that word change, you know, it's like a friend of mine, Steve Scallon, and he could go like 6 hours and talk about, you know, some and that to me is about change, right? That's how I could do it. So first and foremost, to me, I always wonder, like, are we really changing? Because change is easy, right? I can change my clothes, I can change my shirts, or right, change my hair color, change my glass, right? Or are we really just uncovering and discarding all the things that society told us that we needed to be, so we can really be free to be who we're supposed to be?
That is very true, or who they're telling us we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's where at the young age, growing that independence mindset for me was different because I was being told I had to be something else. Right.
Yeah.
So change now is everybody, especially in our industry, is feeling the change. But what I've posted, I know you've seen it the past 3 weeks. I've posted throwbacks from 2005, 2012, where I
Mhm.
did the home shows, I did the women shows, different events, and it was like, hey guys, this is it. This is what we're supposed to have been doing the whole entire time, is reaching out to the community and marketing to the community, because everybody's freaking out. It's like, what do we do now?
Yeah.
So it's not, so for me, this is a comfort zone, what I like to be in for business wise, because I'm used to it and I've built my business based on this.
Yeah.
But so I don't feel like that's a huge change for me. But the change for me going forward is also helping other people change their mindset to know and be comfortable that they can make it through.
Well, that's one thing I want to talk about as we come to the end here, is you do, and this kind of circles back to our beginning, this attitude of giving, right? I mean, and I see you giving, you know, I mean, give. And we use the word paying it forward sometimes, paying it back, paying it forward. I don't know, lateral, paying it lateral, right? Take your pick, right? But you are involved in people's lives intimately to push them. Where do you get this, like, I guess this burning desire, I guess, to see other people succeed?
I think that comes from my mom. So, and that's where you'll read a little bit more about that. She was really the rock. She really pushed everybody forward no matter what. And she had her true anchors. But for me, that's kind of like the glory I get back that I like, right?
Yeah.
Now, I have used a little bit more lately than ever before of reciprocation. So reciprocate, because there are people who will take advantage of that giving, right? So
Mm.
we're not here to talk about that, but it's like, I'll have, if I'm on the phone with you and I know I'm giving you some really golden nuggets and that you may take some of them, I'm like, okay, I'll be waiting for that steak dinner, so reciprocate,
Yeah.
but so I think it's more or less the glory in the, and I think the feeling that I get, that's probably one of my dopamine highs, right? Is that excites me to excite you. For you to ask me to be here, I was like, hell yeah, I'm there. I'm doing it, So that's part of it. And if I could give anything and learn anything, like this morning of you guys talking, I was like, man, everybody's talking about the coffee and the coffee journey, and everybody in my office does it. And I'm like, I'm the only one that doesn't drink coffee. Should I talk about what it's not like to have caffeine in you, right?
What's it like?
I wouldn't know. I don't know, but I don't do, even my energy drinks are no caffeine and no sugar. So I don't know, but I mean, the most caffeine I drink is probably, or eat is probably chocolate. So in whatever
Wow.
comes in some food. So, but I've never did coffee or anything else. So
Wow, that's interesting. I think
yeah,
you're the only mortgage person I know that doesn't drink coffee. Well,
I'm the
congratulations.
only one in my office that doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know where my life would be without coffee. I think I'd be, well, I don't know. I don't want to find out, Karina, so we're not going to go down that road too far. But listen, I want to thank you again. I know you've done a lot for us this year, and I can't, I don't have words. Honestly, I don't. I'll break down right now if I do. So I don't want to go down that road, but I know you gave so much this year, and I just want to thank you for it. I appreciate our friendship more than I can say again. I want to take you out to dinner or lunch or something in Fredericksburg. You got to let me know when I can do that. And you know what we talked about yesterday. So now I'm going to use your words, Karina, and you're going to reciprocate me by making that phone call. Say, Fabio, I'm ready to record.
Okay. All right. I sure will. And thank you so much again for having me. It's always a pleasure. I'm here for everyone. So, and Fabi, you have made such a difference in me and such an inspiration to me to do that next step. So I appreciate you for that too.
No, that's great. Well, I'm looking forward to that next step with you, buddy. I am really looking forward to it. So we're going to play your music. Look, as you edited it. There it is. Your music was, buddy. All right. Thank you so much, Karina. We'll see you soon, okay? All right, guys. We're going to let Karina's music continue playing here a little bit. What kind of digging this, John? John, are you here? Where are you? There you are.
Yes, I'm here.
My brother. We crossed the 8,000 line.
We have.
Whoa! $8,160. Well, we're all getting better. Definitely getting better. We're way, way better than we did last year.
Yes, sir.
We're coming up on 12 o'clock. Do you know what that means?
It's is this the madness hour?
This turns into madness. So when we have madness pop in, you got to like take anything that's breakable and make sure it's secure and nothing like sharp objects. Yeah, move your plants. So with that, let's get madness and because I have her badass music queued up. So let's get her in here. And we got her little badass friend Lakin Hobbs with her. This is when madness walks in the building, everyone gets together. It's like time to break the law. Here we go. How are we doing, guys? How's everything going? All right. How are you doing, guys? How's everything going?
Wow, what an introduction.
Yeah, I love that.
Hiding your shot. Well, geez.
We have rebranded you, Madness. We have rebranded you. You know that, right?
You really have. You've taken it to another level.
I mean, when
That intro made me feel cool. Like I feel cool to be your friend.
Just does that, right? I mean, when we were coming up with the Madness thing, it was like we need some badass music, and this music popped up, and it became known as Madness Theme. So it's on my little screen as Madness Theme. So did you guys get to hear a little bit of Karina there? She was pretty.
We did, yeah.
Pretty inspirational lady.
I love her. I want her glasses too. I feel like these are
great,
way
great
compared
stuff.
to
Great
hers.
stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So guys, I wanna bow out here. I want to let you guys have your whatever we got till 12:25. What time is it? 12 o'clock. Okay, perfect timing. We are back on track, John. I know we slipped up for a couple minutes back there. John is always like losing track with me, or losing his mind with me. So, Lakin, I'm going to be listening. This is being recorded. Oh, by the way, guys, just to let you know, this is live.
Yeah. The
I
first podcast I ever did with Lakin, Bob did not tell us that we were going live until 5 minutes before.
By the way, you see this Laugh, Learn, and Eat mug?
Yeah,
John, this is the time that we agreed upon. This is the time that we agreed upon, right? So the next person that donates at least $100 gets the official Laugh, Learn, and Eat mug, coffee mug.
$100 mug, damn.
All right. So we don't have a bag. We don't have a bag to go with it or any kind of book or whatever, but we have mugs, and I'm more than willing to part with one of my mugs.
Let's go. Donate.
All right. So guys, who's ever listening, please continue giving. Let's see how high we can reach that goal of ours. So guys, I'm going to bow out. Okay.
See you later.
All right.
All right. Hello, everyone. So I'll just do a little introduction first. My name is Madison Keenan. I'm a mortgage loan originator at Annie Mac Home Mortgage and also the co-host of Laugh, Lend, and Eat. Also have my own little segment, Laugh, Lend, and Eat with Madness. We decided to add the with Madness. And I am here joined by my good friend, Lakin Hobbs. And Lakin, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hey, everybody. My name is Lakin Hobbs. I am also a mortgage loan originator at First Option Mortgage. So me and Madison met about a year ago whenever Bobby brought us on.
Probably, I think it was sometime in November. So we're coming up on a year of our friend anniversary.
Yeah. And we've, been close friends ever since and can always talk about our work problems together.
We do. So we were kind of toying with the idea of what do we want to talk about. And we were like, everyone is going to come on here and bring their own spice and flavor to this. So we figured let's just bring in ourselves and kind of our demographics, geographics of where we are located in the country. So I'm a Jersey girl and Lakin's a Kentucky girl. And, being loan originators, females in our late 20s, early 30 range, we have a lot of similarities personally and professionally. But it's always funny when we have our little FaceTime rants because we realize that although we have a lot of similarities, we also have a lot of differences in our markets. So one thing that we were talking about was the fact that there's different loan programs out there, right? That, we all know about, but I've never actually personally done one. So one of them being a USDA loan or a loan for a mobile home, which is very common for you. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I feel like if we put all of our mortgage knowledge together, we would be like a super mortgage loan originator who would know all products inside and out because ours are just so different.
Kind of fill the gaps, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I, was asking her do you do jumbo loans or condos or townhouses? Townhouses and condos are huge Florida and New Jersey markets that I work in, and she was like, no.
Yeah, never even thought about doing a jumbo loan. We were talking the other night. So my median loan amount is about 140, as in 140,000. I live in rural Kentucky and in Appalachia. The price of living is just not nearly as high as like Florida or Jersey. So very different loan programs we're using.
Yeah, no. And I was saying to her, I'm from North Jersey and Bobby will make fun of me for this, but we've had podcasts with some of our New Jersey realtors, and we always distinguish the difference between North, South, and Central Jersey. So there definitely are areas. I don't want to say that New Jersey and Florida don't have mobile home or USDA, but it's just where my current North Jersey market that I really hone in on, even South Jersey for that matter. I've never had someone come and ask me about a mobile home. I've had one person ask me about a USDA loan, but they just didn't qualify for anything altogether. So that, kind of took that away. But it's just interesting to me that you know, you hear all these things out there with whether it's the news, the media, podcasts, Instagram, social media, all these things about what's going on in the market or what's going on in real estate. And what I think that a lot of people don't realize is that while yes, there is a common theme of, okay, interest rates across the country are high right now, but how does that impact each niche market? So one of the things that, you know, me and Lakin were talking about yesterday was the fact that for her, and I'll let you kind of touch on this, but like some of the restrictions that these higher interest rates have brought on to your USDA and mobile home market.
Right. So one thing I've really noticed this past year, I feel like overall across the board, you know, restrictions have been tightened up. So I've kind of, I don't want to use the term struggled, but, you know, kind of had to get creative on how to get people approved, you know, whether it be paying this off or, you know, this, that, whatever it may be, to get, you know, a USDA loan through efficiently, you know, effectively and as fast as possible. So just kind of working with those restrictions has been interesting. One thing too that, you know, we've talked about Madison is, you know, interest rate on $100,000 at 7% definitely has a way different impact than 7% at, you know, 500,000. Or what'd you say your median loan amount was?
So, well, so my average loan size is like in the $500,000 range, but I think like the app, you know, you're typically starting about 350, 400,000 for Lakin was looking at homes in my town yesterday on Zillow. And she was like, what? You pay what for a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, like what would the average be for you guys? And it's just those differences and how they kind of pan out in the markets. And another thing we talked about was like the tax differences. And she was saying, you know, our high tax amounts, like she was like trying to even think, she was like, I guess like high would be like in some of the cities would be 3,000 to 5,000. And I was like, 3,000 to 5,000 is like what we would consider low tax areas in New Jersey. And that's like your high. So I, you know, think it's just, it's interesting to just see how like what's going on in the market and in the world right now and how it is impacting, you know, our country as a whole, but then also, you know, specifically our niche markets. And I feel grateful that I have you to kind of vent and bounce ideas, you know, like she taught me a trick the other day with credit repair. And I was like, oh my God, I wish I would have known about this like a month ago when I had a client. So I was like, let me try this tomorrow and I'm going to go call the client. And like, you know, it's great to just have a network of people that we're bringing together to, you know, do good things such as raising money for some and also just kind of bringing together people from all over the country where we can just shed some positivity in a seemingly dark time. But I think the other thing that we kind of wanted to touch on was the fact that everyone is so negative right now, right? There's so much negativity out there. You hear it in the news, you hear it in the media, you go into the office, there's this like weird, dense tension.
Yeah.
Your top producers aren't producing as much as they were, let's say, the last 2 years in comparison. And it's rough out there. Like, I hate, you know, this word is being used a lot, but inflation, like everything's expensive. You go to the grocery store, like I went to Target to get 2 things the other day. I walked out and I spent $150. Everything's just expensive right now. And then,
it is.
you know,
I feel like too, it like helps kind of going back to like what you said about the credit repair thing. And I feel like maybe there's a lot of people who are trying to get creative to get loans through and, you know, make it as smooth as possible. But a lot of times, even if someone is like in a good credit score range, I'll still look and see if we can bump them up just to try to get, you know, a better rate or, you know, whatever we can do on that as well. And just trying to, you know, inform clients because I mostly do fixed rates. We haven't really talked about, do you do ARMs and all that?
We have them available. It's something that I, you know, kind of go through with my clients. I haven't closed a deal with an ARM transaction to date, but it's an option, right? I think on my last podcast, I was talking with Fabi about like the 2-1 buy downs. You know, there's like a lot of things that they're coming out with this year in particular. I feel like the amount of new loan products, or maybe not new, you know, 2-1 buy down isn't a new loan product, but it's something that no one was really talking about, or ARMs for that instance, right?
We didn't need to. There was no point. Right.
So all of a sudden I find myself, you know, kind of having to go back to the basics, because we get into such a routine of, okay, when the market's good and everything, you know, the rates are selling itself and people are just in a motivated state to buy and the business is just flowing, you don't really have to focus on being so creative, right? I think like the creativity really comes to play right now. We have to work harder. We also have to be more strategic. We have to be more creative, you know. And what, like you said, with credit, one of the things that I try to do, you know, in my pre-approval phase is help them repair some credit prior to them even getting an offer accepted. Right. Sometimes you get a situation where you're trying to fix credit in the middle of the transaction and, you know, you're trying to make miracles happen. And then the other thing that I've been trying to do is, now that I've built this purchase business for myself this year, because last year it was really like 95% refinance. And this year I'm 100% purchase, except now I could say 99% because I have my first refinance in November. But one of the things that I've been really trying to focus on too is credit repair after closing. If we know that these clients are going to be refinancing and maybe they qualified right now, what better time to help them prior to them refinancing than build their credit and get themselves into a situation where they have more cash flow now that they have a mortgage payment. So I think that there's a lot of ways that we could be creative in this type of market environment that we're in. And that's kind of what I was getting back to, was the fact that there is so much negativity and everyone's kind of like stuck right now, right? I feel like a lot of clients are just frozen. You call realtors, they're frozen. Like everyone's kind of in this like, holy shit, we have to change our entire way of thinking and doing. So one thing that I think is really badass of you and I is that we do a lot of things that outside of just originating loans every day, we have a career that is so much more than just, you know, going and calling clients, taking applications, you know, going from
and I think that's a really important piece of like moving forward with the mortgage industry. Like as we adapt to changes, like if you don't care and you're not like showing compassion and like making your client's life better, then, you know, maybe this career path isn't for you, because I really feel like that's what it takes to be successful.
Yeah.
So, and I know you know, we talk about it all the time. So I know you feel the same way, but like, there's not really time or room for negativity at this point. It's more of adapting, learning, getting creative, and doing your job and helping people get, you know, their goal of home ownership.
Yeah. I tried calling you every day last week. Okay. And I'm, you know, Fabi will attest to this. Like I always say, like, I hate texting, like just call me. So like, I'm a caller. So every single night last week, I called Lakin because I'm like, girlfriend, we have to go on this podcast this week. And like, we have to figure out what we're talking about. But the fact of what I'm saying for that is you're busy. So me and you always joke, like we have to literally schedule FaceTimes in advance to talk to one another, because even though, yes, like our pipelines may be less than what they were Q2, Q3, me and you are still out there doing all of the activities that take a lot of time. So like, I've never felt a slowness in my business. I think the people that are really hurting and struggling and suffering right now in our industry are the people that were just going and, you know, pounding the numbers, taking the applications and just sitting back and letting the business come to them rather than going out there and being the business. Like we talked yesterday, like we are our own brand. So everything that we do, whether it's, you know, community service, social media, going out and making appointments, me and you, you know, we go to closings. Not a lot of loan officers go to their clients' closings. Not to say that we go to every single closing, but I think it's, you know, there's something to say about the fact that we're not just transactional, we are people oriented, and that's what's needed ever. Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I'm happy you're closing, but like, I'm sad as long as they're like, nice and great. I mean, I'm still happy, but like, I get really sad whenever they're like, the great clients you have a connection with and you're,
I'm like, what do you mean I just talk to you every day for 30 days and now we're not going to talk anymore? Like, So I think the fact that we aren't focused on the
it's not about money. I feel like what it comes down to, this is a career and a passion, and it's not about money. Like, we love what we do.
Yeah, like we're sitting here at 12 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon talking about mortgages, not because Fabi's paying us to be here, which he's not, by the way.
I was like, what?
I'm saying, like, we're doing these things because it's part of our purpose. It's part of our business plan. And that's never wavered, which is why we're going strong despite whatever is happening in the market.
And I loved, like, when we talked about it the other night too, like, neither of us are like necessarily really like stressed about the slowdown, because like you said, like, it gives you so much more time to like go out to events and, meet people and, network. And there hasn't really been time for that in the past 2 years.
Like, we're still busy, but like one of the things we said was like, holy shit, remember when we would FaceTime last year or like the beginning of this year? And like we were neck deep in applications and like loans and chaos and COVID and all this other crap. And it's like the time that I wished for last year, I was granted now. So if you're not taking advantage of that time, then like,
that's on you. Yeah. I mean, that's on, yeah, no, I completely agree.
So, kind of touching, I guess, more on one of the things we were talking about yesterday. Well, we have funny client horror stories. I don't know if funny and horror really belong in the same sentence, but, we talk about crazy client stories. We talked about, just what it's like being a younger loan officer, because we're surrounded, right? So you are with you have family in this business who's been doing it for a lot longer than you have. And I've been in the industry for many more years than I have been a loan officer. But as loan officers in our own, business right now, it's kind of crazy to go through the roller coaster ride of the markets that we're going through. But one thing that I always think that you inspire me with is just like how community oriented you are. So I guess maybe we'll end this with talking a little bit we have a little bit of time. Yeah. Just kind of talking about some of the things that you do in your community that you think have helped you, build your brand, promote yourself, and also give back to your hometown and,
Okay, well, I will go first, but then like you have to tell what you're doing, because I think what you're talking about the other night is just as amazing, if not more. Because I really feel like you've inspired me to really take advantage of like the market right now. So like, watching you do those things. But one thing like I feel like a lot of people ask me is like, how do you market yourself, or how do you do so well marketing yourself? And I take pride in that compliment, and I'm very thankful and appreciative to hear that. But I think a lot of people in our industry, they're so like concerned with like the advertisement and getting their face out there. But from day one, I've always felt, like $1,000 sponsorship, supporting a youth team that is not going to, be able to form a team if they don't have the funds, goes way longer and has a way more drastic impact than a billboard. And not that anything's wrong with a billboard. That's just not how I choose to market. I would rather
that's not you. That's not Lakin.
Right.
So kind of touch a little bit for the people that don't know what you did with this, just go a little further with that, because I think it's really cool.
So like the team specifically, so yeah, there was just a local baseball team, and to be able to get their jerseys and have a season, they needed a fairly large sponsorship, and we did that one as a branch. But we're always kind of just looking for those opportunities, and I feel better knowing that like I can support my company, my family, brand, all of that from behind the scenes. Like I don't feel like it really needs to be, up there on a billboard.
No, and like you don't talk about these things unless I'm literally prying it out of you right now to talk about how cool and great they are. Because like it's like that's also not in your nature. It's like I don't do these things for the photo op or for the kudos or for anyone to think that I'm doing all these things. Like these are just things that are meaningful to you, and you have the ability, similar to the platform that we're sitting on right now, raising the money that we are for the sum. It's just it goes a long way, and it gives you, when you get into that burnout of just going through the motions of crunching numbers and doing loan applications and dealing with the day-to-day nonsense that we deal with. It's nice when you just have other passion projects to pour your soul and pour your heart out to. And
you know how it is. Like, obviously, I think it's very obvious we love our jobs, but there is nothing worse than a really bad day at the office, like, or a really bad day doing what we do. Like, I know, you know how it feels just to lay down and like just be drained and like just, I mean, like kind of just sad, like just not a good day at work. But sometimes when I have those days, I can think, well, today sucks, tomorrow will be better. And like, this is a career and job that allows me to do like so many things that I'm passionate about. So, just go to bed and sleep it off, and tomorrow will be better. So, until
you wake up the next morning, like, alert to lock, and you're like, damn it.
Until you didn't lock your loan and you get on tomorrow, and that's
lock your loans, people. I mean, we were
day one.
Elections was different last week. I waited to lock a little bit there, but it worked in my advantage. But yeah, I just think that.
Wait, back up. I want you to talk about what you're doing in your community right now.
So right now, this is like one of 3 community-oriented projects that I'm working on. So one of the things that we're doing right now is a food drive, and that's with a local church and food pantry within our branch's city of Lyndhurst, New Jersey. So that's something that me and the guys have put together, and then something that me and another realtor of mine that I've worked with for the last year and a half. Every year there's this giant realtor convention, and I have like 3 minutes, so I'll make it super quick. Every year there's this realtor convention down in Atlantic City, New Jersey. It's basically just a big booze fest. Like, you don't get anything out of it. It's a lot of people just drinking and partying and having fun. It's great. It's fun, whatever. But we were like, that's like not going to feed my, it's not going to fuel my soul. So basically we decided that instead of going to Atlantic City and spending whatever the money we would spend on a hotel and all of the events and outfits and all that other crap, we were going to put our own event together. And it was going to be a more intimate setting that, again, we can tie in networking, social media, community, charity, and just kind of like women appreciating. So we're having an event. It's called Glamorous Goals. So it's the last Thursday of the year. We're having about 30 women together, a couple of attorneys, a couple of title agents, a couple of realtors, and a couple of mortgage lenders. And we're doing a social media speed dating. So everyone's going to have a name tag with a QR code that's connected with all of their websites, social media platforms. And just like you would do in a speed dating, you're going to go round robin and kind of talk with everyone for a few minutes to see if, there's someone there that can help strengthen your business. Then we are working with Passaic and Bergen County Women Shelter, and we're collecting everything. So rather than them having to pay for the event, they're just going to have to bring toiletries, things for backpacks for children, sheets, bedding, all that other stuff for the shelters, and just kind of putting together this night of like putting like all of our passions and hobbies together. Like, I love doing event planning. I love just kind of bringing women together, speaking in person, being in person, having a good time, celebrating women, and just, being surrounded by women that also want to give back to their communities. And with that, we have 1 minute, I believe. So what I'll say is, if anyone's watching this right now and you're in a rut and you're just feeling like there's a lot of negativity, look inward and just look in your local communities. There's so many people in need right now, from a global perspective to a in your local communities. So if you can get involved and just do something, whether it's mortgage related or non-mortgage related, just to give back and show that there's more to you than just doing, a business to business transaction, get involved, donate, be a better person.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you for sharing. I don't know if you plan to do that, but I really appreciate it.
That's good stuff there. Good stuff again, Madness. Good stuff, Lakin.
you.
Thank you guys for both for being here. I don't know if you can read this or not, but it says you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
I don't see anything.
No, on my shirt. It's my name.
Oh, I thought you were behind you. I'm like,
I don't see that. I was thinking that too. I was like looking in the camera.
No. John knows the story behind this shirt, so we don't want to talk about it publicly yet. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Lakin, awesome stuff. I know the difference between both markets. I've been cognizantly aware of it between you two.
And I'll call Bobby and I'm like, help, what am I supposed to do?
But look, 140, that means you've gone up about $20,000 in a year.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, so little baby steps, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So, all right, guys. Well, look, I'm going to get you guys out of here so we can get on with the next one. Unfortunately, we do have some bad news with Todd Duncan. He's not going to be able to make it. But we are going to replay some of the highlights when he was on one-on-one with me. He had a family urgency that just, nothing we can do about it. It happens. And you got to keep the show moving forward. So, Madness, you know what time it is, right?
Music time.
It's time for your badass music. Where is it? Come on, music. It's coming. I know it's coming. There it is. Don't let the door hit you on the way out the door, Madness. I can listen to this all day. You know that, right? You got to do an entire.
I love it.
You got to do an entire episode on just this song. I don't know who does this, but this is like rock and roll.
New ringtone for you.
New ringtone. I love that.
Yeah, when I call you, there should be what's coming on both.
I would have. This is it. You guys don't know
in the group chat.
You don't know what you just done. All right. Take care, okay? Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Okay. All right, JP. So as we announced, we will not be having Todd Duncan come here, unfortunately. He has
You have some clips of the fantastic interview you did a few weeks ago. So we'll play that.
Yes,
I'm tired of seeing this number. We're stuck. I'm tired.
Well,
somebody's got to make this move, please.
We still have that coffee mug up for grabs.
Come on.
It's still
a fine quality coffee mug.
It's it's one of my favorites, in all honesty.
Mine too.
My favorite coffee mug.
All right, so we'll play some Todd Duncan highlights. It's
Yes.
a great interview.
Yep. And then at 1:00, we're going to have You Better Hear Me podcast, followed by Carl White, Social Coach with Joe Wilson, Christine Beckwith, The Stretch Show, and then we'll wind it all down. So we're about halfway through right now.
Great.
Is that halfway through? So we got time to move that needle, JP. We got time to move that needle. All right? Let's get on our phones and start calling all our friends. Say, where are you guys? Wake up.
Yes, we'll do that.
West Coast is now waking up also. So.
That's true. Come on, West Coast.
The West Coast to kick in.
Here's Todd.
All right.
Quacks like a duck, walks like a duck.
So listen, this is a live event, and we try to condense everything, and we try to get some information out to the viewers who are watching us to make sure that they walk away with some kind of information that they can use in their daily life. You know what I mean? Especially in the mortgage business and with the challenges that are going on. But I want to start off with something really interesting right now, Todd, is that I heard you say that you think that over 90% of mortgage loan officers are not coached, right? And I've been a big advocate of coaching, right, for several years. I think it's a wonderful thing. I think it's needed. For the love of me, I can't figure out how Tom Brady has a coach, but a guy who's been in the mortgage business 3 years, barely making, cracking 16 million a year, thinks he doesn't need a coach. What is the mindset of resistance behind not wanting a coach, Todd?
First of all, I think that the numbers are probably even a little bit higher than that. The way we know that is we have, obviously I own a coaching company, but we've had a marketing campaign for probably the last 3 years on free coaching consultations. And one of the questions that our guys ask anybody on the free coaching consultation is, have you ever had a professional coach to help you in your business? And over 97% of the people say no. So only 3% say yes. And for most of the 3%, the reason why they're talking to us is they don't like the coaching system they're in, because some of them are just about accountability and they're like cracking the whip. Some of them are a little bit touchy-feely and don't have some of the tactical stuff. We had 3 people last week that joined our coaching system that came from another company, and the coaching was great at the other company, but they didn't know mortgages. And so, I think that that's the first thing that's interesting. But now we get down to the question. The question is, why don't more people have a coach? And I think probably first it's fear. And the idea is like, you're never going to hire a coach if you are, going to stay in a state of mind called fear, because we know that what's going to happen with a coach is there's going to be a level of accountability. And, you got to get clear on the idea that why would I be afraid? As long as I have a healthy self-esteem, which is a whole nother conversation, why would I be afraid of getting better, learning, how to do things better, and to have some level of accountability and discipline? So I think that's the first thing. The other one, quite honestly, and I scratch my head on this, Fabi, all the time, is the investment. When I got into the mortgage business, we were in the worst economy that probably this country's seen in 100 years. And when my guy told me you need a coach, I said, well, can't you be my coach? He said, no, I'll be your mentor, but you need somebody that can coach you. And back then it was $400 a month. Today, our coaching goes from $800 a month to $2,700 a month. But here's the drill. We tell everybody you're going to get 1 or 2 loans a month, guaranteed, no matter what the investment is. If you're going to pay $800, we're going to get you another 2 loans. If you're going to pay $1,100, which is your branch manager, you got people on your team, we're going to get you 2 loans per LO. And if you are in Elite and you run a region or run, a company, we're going to get you 2 or 3 per LO for the whole company, right? And so we make people every day log 5 disciplines. How many calls did you make? How many were to your database? How many were to your referral partners? How many of those calls resulted in a triggered loan to processing? And what percentage of those closed? And we measure that every day. And so what happens in our coaching system is people are able to see their growth really quickly. And they have access to a dashboard every single day that tells them they're over and under, where are they? What do they need to do to catch up? If they're ahead, how far ahead are they? And we measure those disciplines. And then every 2 weeks, we measure their hourly rate. And the greatest joy in people's faces is when they start to realize, okay, so now I'm making per hour what coaching costs per month. Who would not say, that's a great idea? So I think the analogy is every great sports star, every great singer, every great rock band, people have coaches. You have voice coaches, you have story writing coaches, you have book writing coaches, you have physical coaches. I got a trainer Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I got a cycling coach, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sunday. If you want to be the best version of yourself possible, what would happen if somebody could help you get there faster? Yeah. And then once you have it, then our turnover rate in coaching is so low, it's crazy, because once you have it, why would you go the other way? Yeah.
Let me ask you, you said something interesting. I'll be your mentor, but I won't be your coach. Is there really a distinction between the two? Because you seem to say whoever the gentleman was that you were talking to, I assume it was a gentleman, that made a distinction between being a mentor versus being a coach. Is there a really thick line of distinction there?
Well, I think if you look at it, you have an offensive coach, you have a defensive coach, you have a quarterback coach, you have a line coach, you have a special teams coach. And so coaches are more kind of narrowed into whatever the discipline is that they're coaching to. When you think about being the head coach, you actually are mentoring your specific coaches on how to be effective coaches, because you've been there. You started out as a defensive line coach or an offensive line coach, or and you probably made your way up, and that becomes the role then. So we always go from our own business plan to succeeding to getting to a higher level of productivity, and then something flips because somebody helped us get there, and now we feel a desire to at least lighthouse. So what lighthouse means is I want to be your lighthouse, which is a mentor, and I want to warn you of things that are coming. I want to warn you of things to avoid. I want you to contact me if you're going to make any big decisions, because I think I can help you make those decisions. But in terms of what you do every day and how many calls you make and what your conversion rates are and stuff like that, I'm not going to get in the weeds on that. So mentors are a little bit more of the vision and kind of inspiration, where the coach is, The guy or gal that has a heart to see you win, wants you to be your best version of yourself possible, and is not bashful about bringing up the things that matter most as they see them. And so, those are the differences in my head. I mean, I got 3 mentors right now. They're all 20 years older than I am. They've been where I have not gone yet. And so they're helping guide me to where I want to go. And I got to where I am 30 years after I started this company because I was following people that were further down the track than me.
I always look at a mentor like someone like more like a travel guide. You know what I mean? Like you go to a city, like I go to San Francisco. My wife and I love to get on those little tour buses.
Yeah.
And then the guy shows us around, like things that I would never know. He's able to point out to me that only someone with that specialty would know about San Francisco.
Yeah. And I think the guide thing is a good analogy. In our business, in the lending business, at every level, whether I'm a mortgage originator or I'm a CEO, I have to be a guide because you're going to be the hero of your own story. If you're an LO and you work for me, if you're a processor and you work for me, whomever it is that works for me, your story is developing. I want to guide you to your best life possible. That's probably more mentoring. I don't want to get in the weeds every day and coach you, which is why I've got 300 branch managers or why I have two branches or whatever. But at some level, here's what I know. We have 3 different diagnostics that, depending on which coaching level you want to go into, we ask you to complete. And Fabi, this is amazing. On every diagnostic, and 91% of the people that take the diagnostic score below the acceptable lowest level, not the highest level, the lowest level. So if you think about that, if you can take a diagnostic and you can realize that, let's just make it simple, out of 20 questions, there's only 2 areas that you're really, really focused on. And there's 5 of the remaining ones that you're not good at, but it's not because you don't have the skill. It's because you haven't developed the skill, which is muscle, kind of gym, kind of that kind of deal. And then the rest is probably stuff that needs to get done, but can be offloaded to somebody on your team. Nobody passes the diagnostic with flying colors. In our High Trust Sales Academy last December, we had 256 loan originators in that room. And out of 20 questions, the best score in the room was 7. So our job is to enlighten and bring to life, what's missing from the business approach, what's missing from the daily disciplines, what's missing from, your confidence level, where are you not competent yet? Because the thing that everybody that's watching this needs to understand is I've got to move from not being competent at anything. And it's not just loan origination. If I remember the first week I was in the loan business, I had 0 clue. I didn't have any clue for probably 2 months what to do, right?
Like to all of us, right?
but when I learned how to fly a plane, I sucked at flying a plane. When I learned how to snowboard, I sucked at snowboarding. When I learned how to golf, I was a horrible golfer. Everything we do for the first time and the second time maybe, and maybe 100 times after that, we're not good at. When we get better at it, we have confidence that gains. And so here's the interesting thing. Why is coaching so valuable? We move you from incompetence to competence to confidence. And then what happens is when you have confidence, like if you have 100% confidence today on how to approach potential referral partners in our radically messed up economy and sit down with them and do something that no other originator has ever done, and you have confidence in doing that, you're never going to have call reluctance because you know what to do and you've done it long enough and right enough where now it's a positive muscle, right? And so I have no fear. And here's what's exciting about that: confidence, consistency. And then when consistency kicks in, that's when the compound effect takes over.
The consistency is the critical part. I mean, no matter who I speak to, no matter what people are doing, it seems that C word is I mean, I don't know what the percentage would be, but it seems consistency is key to anything that you want to be successful in. I mean, and
you're right, but here's the problem, which is why I go like this. You're right. But what everybody needs to understand is, are you consistent in doing the right thing the wrong way?
Okay, great.
Because my manager could say, get your ass out in the field and make calls. Okay, well, I am consistently getting my butt in the field and making calls, but guess what? I'm not good at making calls. But because I have to report into my manager that I made 25 calls today, I'm just going to go out and make calls. At least I'm consistent making the calls, but I'm also consistently horrible at making the calls, which means I'm not good at it, which means I've got pain and fear and rejection and all that. And then my manager keeps saying, go out and make more calls. Well, I would rather make less calls and make the right calls the right way with the right people. And we tell people all the time, Fabi, you got to ask yourself, have I gotten really good at doing the wrong thing?
Yeah. It's
And
interesting.
most people have.
I just posted a video 2 weeks ago about my dog. I got a Brittany Spaniel, is a bird dog, right? Hunt dog. And all these years I was making fun. I say, like, I have loan officers like my Brittany Spaniel because he sees a squirrel or a bird and he gets the position, but he doesn't know how to get the bird, right? Because I've never taught him. Right? I'm not a hunter. I was reading about the Brittany Spaniels. Turned out that they're really supposed to run into the bushes and get the birds to fly out of the bushes. The hunter shoots the bird. So I had misjudged his skill level as a manager.
Yeah.
And so often I think managers do that with their loan officers. They misjudge the skill level, to your point, saying, hey, go out and make calls, rather than saying, hey, let's look at where you're maybe more adept and more, where your high levels are at. So
yeah.
But listen, let's talk about your high trust for a second. I'm sorry. I know we're short on time, so I want to get through as much possible. And we want to celebrate you, Todd, because look, you just did 20 years on High Trust Academy, right? I believe that's right.
High Trust Selling, the book.
High Trust Selling. Sorry, the book. Congratulations on that. And then 30 years of sales mastery, right? Hopefully I got that one right.
You got it right, yeah.
Congratulations. That's a long time. I mean, look, there's a lot of us who haven't been in the business that year. I think I've been in the business 28 years, right? So 30 years. Goes back to a question I actually wrote down before we had our pre-interview, right?
Yep.
What made you think, where was that thought that said, I can help loan officers succeed? I can make them better. What was that magic moment, Todd? Because you got this span of history now behind you of success with loan officers. We were talking about the numbers. They're just amazing numbers, right? In the thousands and thousands. What was that one moment of clarity that you had that you said, you know what? I want to help loan officers do better?
So there's two answers. The first one is, and I didn't know it was going to be that moment of truth, but 3 years into the deal, the third year we funded over 400 loans. And my management of the company asked me if every other month could I start training the new loan originators. And so while I was still doing loans, I said yes to that. And I just began to share what I was doing. And I had learned it from somebody else, 4 years earlier before I really got things going. And so then as each of those people would go out and use what I was telling them, then they would report back and the company would know about it. And so then they wanted to train more people and to have me in front of more people. And they said, if you could do this for originators, maybe you could do it for our realtors as well. So then they started partnering with a title company and putting realtors and loan officers from our company in a room. And I started doing that deal on how to build partnerships and to do it the right way. And I did loans for 12 years. We did almost 6,000 fundings in 12 years. Mm-hmm. And I was at an event with my title partner. Her name is Randy Wright. And it was a Tom Hopkins event. And I remember in the morning, she and I were very close to the front. I was listening to Tom Hopkins speak about sales and things like that. But he said, before we even talk today about how to sell more and to sell better, we need to talk about how to live better and how to integrate what we do into our life. Long story short, because we're tight on time, is I met him during the first break. I ambushed him, actually. And I said, Tom, you don't know me, but I decided about 40 minutes ago to become a professional speaker. And he said, awesome, stick around all day, talk to me at the end of the day, and let me see if I can help you. So I stayed all day long, and I'm just thinking about this moment of meeting with him. And there's probably 100 people in line waiting for him to sign a book. I kept getting out of line. So when I finally got to talk to him, nobody was behind me, rushing me or this or that. And so he looks at me, and I'm getting chills right now. No, I'm serious, because if this moment hadn't happened, there's at least 5 million people in the world that I would have not been able to impact. I know that for sure. Awesome. So he looks at me and he goes, so you want to be a speaker? And I said, yeah. Now listen, Fabi, listen to this. Everybody listen to this. So then he goes, when will you be one? And I go, I don't know. I just decided this morning. He goes, it doesn't matter when you decided. When will you be a professional speaker. And I'm just frozen. And he goes, pick a date. And I go, okay. And he goes, now. And I go, wait a minute. You want me to pick a date that I'm going to be a speaker based on something I got nudged to tell you about this morning? And you want me to pick a date? And he goes, yeah. And here's why. He goes, if you don't pick a date, you won't have the discipline to drive to that destiny. Pick a date. And so I look at him and I go, July 6th, which was conveniently 6 months later. He goes, write it in your day planner. We didn't have any of these back then, right? It was all handwritten. Write it in your day planner.
Day planners, yeah.
Get your business card out. Write on the back of the business card, July 6th. Give me your card. And if you don't call me by July 6th to tell me you're a speaker, I'm going to call you and ask you why you have not honored this commitment. And right then and there, I had what we call the law of leverage. When you tell somebody your goals, when you tell somebody what you want to do, you're going to get accountability and feedback, and you're going to get people that care about you. And he and I went on to develop a beautiful relationship. I started the company, sold my mortgage company to my assistants, which was a cool idea.
Yeah.
And then I started the company, didn't get our first contract for 7 months. And in the first year, we generated just shy of $1 million in contracts. And here we are 30 years later.
Wow.
You know, we've
What a
impacted
great
over
story.
5 million people. You know, the company's generated $250 million in revenue. It's just like, okay.
You know, Todd.
And all I'm doing is trying to help people figure out how to sell well, right?
Are back with another round of meeting our sponsors or spotlight on our sponsor. And this is a very, I know I'm going to hear shit from Joe Wilson when I say this, but this is a very special sponsor because this is Gabe Gillen, CEO, founder of Family First Funding. Gabe, how are you?
Great. How
So
you guys?
the reason that Gabe is so special is not only is he a sponsor, but he's now my boss. So officially, he became my boss, and it's great to be part of the Family First family, and it's so great that you guys are sponsoring us. I really appreciate the immediate response to our need for sponsorships, and you guys stood up and did it. So I got to ask you, first round of question that I had is there like, it seemed like you sponsored us without any hesitation, reservation. Is that something that's part of your all's culture at the company?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a company, the staff really likes to get involved and participate, whether it's Habitat for Humanity. I'm on a couple boards as well, where I work to either help feed those that are hungry or those that are less fortunate. And as a company, we really kind of band together to do things like Thanksgiving food drives, as well as gift collection for the holidays as well. And I think it's something that really brings the team together, even in this new work from home type environment that we're all working in.
Yeah. So I'm going to act stupid, Gabe, here, which is not that hard for me to do, right? I'm going to act stupid, like, and it's no big deal. Don't worry about it. But I'm going to act like I don't know anything about you guys. You know what I mean? So give me a backdrop here. Like, I mean, Family First Funding open when? When did you guys open your all's doors?
Sure. So we opened in January of 2012. And we started in Toms River, New Jersey, which is where I live now.
Okay.
And slowly over the last, I guess it's been 10, almost 11 years, we've grown pretty considerably. I mean, we've grown into 38, 39 states plus Puerto Rico as far as licensing is concerned. We're a Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac seller servicer, and really spend a lot of time and resources focusing on giving all the tools and the products and programs that a loan officer or a branch may need so that they can be successful in a really a purchase market.
Yeah.
And that's really what we've been kind of focused on for the last 11 years.
And look, man, I mean, let's not kid around this here. I mean, we're in a very difficult market right now. I think, difficult is a nice word, challenging. Some loan officers that I work with that work from, on my team have never even seen a market like this before. Just got off a phone call with one of my best friends, and his daughter's buying a house, and they talked to me last summer. They're like, "Hey, Fab, how did the rate get to 7% at one point today?" That kind of stuff. So it is challenging. I mean, what do you think? Like if from your experience as a mortgage guy, one advice you would give a loan officer that's kind of like thinking, hey, is this the right industry for me? Did I make the right choice? Should I get out? Has it been a good 3 years? Forget about it. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, so I would say that for a loan officer to thrive or survive right now, they really need to focus on purchase business. And I would encourage them to find ways to control the leads, right? Control the buyers, get that information as early as possible. And I think if you can do those things, I think you will thrive in this environment. Even with less inventory, less qualified buyers, there's still a lot of buyers out there. So I'm encouraging our sales team to hone their craft right now. If there's a program that's available and you don't know how to sell it or you don't know how it all works, and you have some downtime now, which everyone has a little bit of extra time right now, now's the time to really hone your craft and become an even bigger expert in what you do. So you can be that much more effective when you do hear an opportunity or maybe stumble across something that you're not sure if it's an opportunity or not.
So it's kind of like the off season. Like if you're a pro football player or whatever, like, I mean, season doesn't end just because you played is it 17 games now?
I think it's 18 now.
18, really?
18 weeks, 17 games. Yeah.
I don't know. They keep making it harder and harder for those poor guys. But yeah, so 18 games and your season's over, but you're still in training. You're still doing off-season training.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're kind of like in our off-season right now.
Yeah, well, I think we're still in the season, right? Because there's still business to be done. But
Sure.
I think it's rather than finding the problems or finding the issues or the excuses, right? Now's a time where we do have more time. So I would definitely double down and invest. Find out what people who are doing it well and people who are thriving right now or surviving well, let's say. Maybe no one's really thriving, right?
Yeah.
But find out what they're doing and go under their wing and be a sponge right now, because if you do want to do this as a career and this is something that you want to continue to grow, and this is going to be short-lived, right? It may be 6 months, it might be 18 months, it might be 2 years. But when we do come out of this, there are going to be far fewer loan officers, far fewer branches, far fewer mortgage companies. So as a result, there's a bigger opportunity if you can get through it and if you can ride it out.
What are some of the things that Family First, I guess, I know this is such a setup question, but I got to ask, what are things that you as an owner are doing so that your loan officers can be that conduit in front of the realtor and the buyer?
So I think a lot of it comes down to technology. A lot of it comes down to, being that conduit for the realtor is actually more than technology. I think one of the things that my post-closing department and my investor application and orientation teams probably hate me for is that we as a company have over 85 different outlets. I say an investor that we could sell a loan to, we could broker a loan to, or, we could portfolio a loan with, right? So having all these investors, there's really no product that we've come across that we can't, that is I guess that can be originated, right? There's no loan that a borrower could get that we don't have access to, right? So I think the key with that is you leave too much opportunity to lose a realtor when you say, hey, come to me for Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, government loans, but you really got to go to XYZ Bank or that depository down the street if you want a jumbo loan, or if you want a non-QM loan that's going to close in less than 45 days, right? So I think we try to control our own destiny by giving all those tools and giving all those programs in-house as much as we can, or having meaningful non-delegated or broker relationships for the products that there just really aren't more than a few investors that'll do.
Wow. Yeah, that's an amazing tool, by the way. I mean, I don't think people really understand sometimes that when that are not long-term mortgage professionals, what you just said there. And I really want to emphasize this is like, if you have the tools to keep the relationship active with the real estate agent, because it may just be one transaction, but it's the relationship behind the transaction that matters most.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also a door opener, right? Because how often do you hear a loan officer or somebody say, yeah, this realtor let me have a chance because whatever competitor couldn't do the loan. So
Yeah.
I'm getting the scraps, or I'm getting the turn downs. Okay, but now you have an opportunity, right? Now you have something to talk about. Now they're calling you, right? So that's powerful. And then it's up to you. What are you going to do with it?
Yeah, man. I mean, that is huge stuff there. So that's a great asset that Family First is providing loan officers. And I know. I mean, I got it. Just it is what it is. It's blatant plugging, but I mean, I know that was one of the reasons that draw me to your company is also. You know what I mean? When I saw the offerings, it was like going to the Cheesecake Factory and that huge menu they pull out. You're like, I just want a burger, man. I don't want all this other stuff that's involved here. I don't know if you've been to Cheesecake Factory.
Oh yeah, none of our programs are frozen, so it's all fresh.
That's awesome.
There's no way you can keep a menu like that without freezing that stuff. There's no way.
Well, look, man, I don't want to take up more of your time, but I want to thank you for your sponsorship of So Others Might Eat, sponsorship of Pod-A-Palooza, Voices for the Silent, dude. This is a huge thing for us. We do this every year. This is our second year. I hope we keep doing it. But once again, thank you to you and to Family First Funding for being our sponsor this year. And take us out, JP, please. Right, JP, we are live again, and I know we're at least for me, I was I'm hoping and wishing that Todd and his family all the best in what they're going through, and I'm glad that we had a moment with Todd earlier this season where we were able to kind of replay some of the highlights of his video with us, and hopefully next year he can join us live and share that Todd Duncan wisdom that he does so freely and so effortlessly with all of us. But JP, let's get you up here on the screen because it looks like our numbers are moving in the right direction.
I'm happy to report we had a donation, and we are what, $8,365.
Wow, $8,365, man. Good Lord. We're inching closer, JP. We're inching closer.
Yeah, I want to see this digit move.
That would make my day. That would really make my day if somebody could make that digit. I tell you what, I would throw in a laugh, lend, and eat. Well, I know we got the mug up for grabs. I would get maybe even dare I say,
how about autograph falling forward book? I see the falling forward book, autograph book.
I would definitely, absolutely.
All right. So let's get this straight. We got a mug, an autograph book, T-shirt.
I'll throw in a T-shirt. I'll get a T-shirt. I just got to know the size.
Sweet package. That's a sweet package.
That's a very sweet package. I think that's a very generous package. And I think when we talk about generosity, this is the day where we can be generous. We can be generous, and we can dig deep, and we can find ways that we can help people. That, the funny thing, JP, is this: we may never meet the people that we're helping today. That's a fact. You know what I mean?
Sure.
The thing is that the help will still go there. And the people that will receive the help that are needing it more today than ever before. I mean, we're all going through this economic downturn. We're all kind of feeling the pinch and the pain, and that I get it. I don't want to ever minimize what someone's going through. I mean, a lot of my friends in the mortgage industry don't have jobs this morning. You know what I mean? And that's the reality. But I know that their talent and their skill levels will get them another job. I know that they'll be back on their feet again. I know that the cycle of the interest rates will turn back around. I know the cycle of the purchase market will turn back around. But the cycle of poverty is what we're talking about right now. And that's the one that we're trying to turn around. So whatever we can do to help so others might eat, today is the day to really dig deep, guys. Once again, I don't care the size of the donation. Obviously, look, what do we say the package is valued at? I mean, I know the coffee mug was $100. We got to get a little bit more for the whole package, JP. Give me a number here.
The autograph book alone, I can't place a value on that.
Come on, it's not.
I can't. With the autograph on eBay? I don't know.
I don't know, JP. We'll come up with a number, but you know what? Guys, just keep giving, and maybe we'll just do a random drawing in the next. You know what? My friend Charlene McWilliams is about to join us. I'm going to add her to the stream. Hi, Charlene.
Hey, Charlene.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
We're surviving, Charlene. We're doing well.
You're doing more than surviving. You guys are thriving.
Look
here.
So much.
You're thriving. It's all about attitude. It's all about attitude. And we're thriving, right?
Speaking about attitude, Charlene, I mean, I know I was thinking about how I was going to introduce you properly. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
Sounds like, okay, so we got to get this little groove going here. right? Now we got the attitude like, this is my friend T-Mac. He rides the Harley.
Victory, I ride a victory. Don't be getting that mixed up. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, now we got the vibe. Now you got the juices flowing.
Yes. You always got to have those juices flowing. You got to have a good attitude.
Yeah. Well, look.
Yeah. No matter what life is throwing at you. And let me just say, Bobby, let me just blow you up a little bit right now, okay? I am so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. This is the second year of Pod-A-Palooza. This came from you wanting to do good and wanting just to do good, not to do good to get something. You wanted to do good just to do good, to put that great energy out into the universe. And this is just another opportunity for you to do it. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy that people are listening to you and actually doing it, because, you know, you're right. The industry, the market right now is down and people are losing their jobs. But it's important for people to remember you can help each other at any point in your life. It might not necessarily be money, but if you give them something, you give somebody a kind word, you don't know what that's going to do for them that in that day. Like you gave me the opportunity to become a podcaster. I am the host of You Better Hear Me. Thanks in part to Fabi Nagbe. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fabi. But
I think
you gave me that. You gave me the information I needed.
You know, I mean, people say I gave or they gave, or we're just helping one another. You know?
But no, and you're right. It's hey, there's my theme music. And Bobby gave me the music.
Theme song too, baby. That was a good jam. I'm glad you brought that up. But look, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you have Deshaun in here. Deshaun, how you doing? So thankful that Deshaun is here, one of our sponsors from Ohana Title and CMS Mortgage, and the proud son of Karina Carter, just amazing woman that I had the opportunity to talk to a little while ago. I'm going to let you two talk. I'm running out of my throat here, so I got to save it a little bit, and we will listen to your show now, okay? Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Fabi. Get some tea. Get some tea while you're, taking a break. Well, yes, I am the host of You Better Hear Me, and my name is Charlene McWilliams. And today I have the distinct pleasure of talking with Deshaun Smith. And as Fabi mentioned, Deshaun is the son of Karina Carter. He is also the COO of CMS Mortgage, as well as the owner of Ohana Title. Thank you for joining us today, Deshaun. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
You know, it's a Saturday morning, and let me tell you, this is the second thing that I've had to do today, and I'm okay with it. This morning, I did an indoor yard sale. Shout out to my girl, Terry. I told her I'd tell her hello, and was able to get back here so we can do this. And what we're doing today is, we're talking about the mortgage industry. We're talking about you and the family business, but we're doing it for an opportunity so people can give. We want people to give to this wonderful, wonderful organization so others may eat. And we don't want to be selfish about it. We don't want to be selfish about what's mine right now. I'm not doing well. And I've learned over the years that if you give, it will come back to you. So whatever you want to call it, blessing, karma, whatever you want to call it, giving is never something, just a one-way street. It will come back to you somehow. So I just want to put that out there. And now I'm going to talk to Deshaun a little bit about him, and he's going to give us some information about his business and his mindset. So wait a minute, Deshaun, tell us a little bit more about you. I've already given them a little bit of a background. You are the son of Karina Carter, who is the owner of CMS Mortgage, and you're the COO. And tell us a little bit more about why you went into the family business with your mama.
So it was, a funny story. I got into the business about 6 years ago, probably a little later than she wanted me to. Growing up, I would always tell her I didn't want to be in the business because as a kid, you only see what you want to see. You see the stressed out mother. You see, the bad parts of the business of a kid, like, oh, I don't want to do that, this, that, and that. but now looking back on it, I see that, you know, we always had food on the table. We always had a roof over our head. And now I'm forever grateful for the hardest working person in the room that I'm able to sit next to, and really see, you know, what value she was giving to everyone, you know, all of our family. So that was the biggest thing for me coming into the family business and being able to help. And then also just being able to give opportunities and create opportunities as well.
Right.
You know, she used to give me the tedious tasks as a kid and as a teenager to try and get, you know, cutting paper. You know, we have a big story of, you know, I don't know what the year it was, but I was in high school and, you know, you had to cut expenses. So we had to cut, she had a bunch of legal paper and we wanted to cut it into letter paper because we didn't want to buy letter paper at that point. And it was like, you know, I'm 2 days in cutting paper and I'm like, I don't like this. I quit. I don't want to do this anymore.
This is not what I signed up for, Mom.
Yeah, I thought I was going to actually work, you know, but looking back at it, it's like, you know, as I got older and looking back and seeing, you know, cherishing those moments of, you know, adapting, you know, moving, using your resources, you know, now
she was building character. She was helping you build character, and not only understanding how you can make lemons out of lemonade, lemonade out of lemons, but you know, using that legal paper and making it, you know, into the
letter,
regular size paper. But she was saying, hey, if he's willing to do these tasks and do them well, it'll help him understand how doing small things matter to the bigger picture.
I look back at it and I wish I was more grateful then, you know, as a kid. But you know, we have to learn on our own. And luckily, I've you know, the light bulb switch. You know, I got into the business, really got into the weeds. You know, and one of the, you know, when I told her when I came on board, it was like, all right, you got to put me to work.
Okay.
Really put me to work. Like make me use my brain, make me figure out, you know, what we can do to be better, right? How we can make the company better. Cause that's where I was, you know, I was 26 at the time, 24, 25. And I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And I knew I wanted to be in business or, you know, be involved in business. And she allowed me the freedom to sit in every seat in the company.
Great.
And really figure out operations, the processes, the systems. You know, I sat in the sales roles, figured that out quickly. It was like, I don't really like the sales portion of it, but starting to love it as well too. But more so figuring out the operations side of, you know, how can we better make the processes, get it more efficient, you know, and then learning that, oh, we may have to cut some legal paper into letter paper if we have to, you know, and looking back and cherishing that moment, it's like, okay, now I understand. Now I get it.
Right. And sitting in every place, the underwriting probably and the processing, you did all of that. And you came in not only cutting paper, but learning how to cut your teeth on what's going on in the mortgage industry. You learned the processes, and that gave you an appreciation, I'm sure, for what goes on. And it's been, like you said, what, 6 years since you've been in the business?
Yeah, it's about six to 8 years or
6
so
to 8
now.
You
count.
were watching it while your mom was doing it, and you were just thinking, wow, she's working some wild hours. So in a sense, you were able to see some of the peaks and valleys that are notorious in the mortgage industry. And that is something that we're experiencing right now. We've got rates that are up, and you have stock, you know, housing stock that's still kind of, you know, not too much of that out there. But so we've got some things that are going on in the industry that, you know, are causing some people to scratch their heads and say, do I really want to do this? Do I want to continue to work really hard in this business? So tell us how you worked really hard. You worked hard in those areas. Tell us how you decided, I do want to do this.
The biggest thing for me is the passion of building, right? Yes, we're in the hard times. I I wasn't there when markets changed too much in the beginning. Now it's in the markets changing and we're adapting. But for us, it's the dynamics of it, right? The being able to build. We have a foundation. We're in control of whatever we want to do right now. We just have to adapt. If we want to work hard, we can. If we don't want to work hard, there's people out there that they don't want to work hard, they'll get out of the business. For us, I guess we're wired a little differently.
Right.
We love it, right? We love the challenge, right? The last couple of years where, business was coming in, business was booming. Now it's a little harder. Now it's like, oh, let's get back to work. Let's really get back to work. Let's build. Let's find new challenges. And that's when we do that every day. We find new challenges. Because for us, we have to have a challenge. We have to keep building. We have to, keep adapting, keep creating new goals for ourselves as a company, because, we don't like to be complacent. We don't like to be, just cooling off. We love to build. And that's the biggest thing for us.
That's great. Building is in setting those new goals and wanting to attain them, even in a market that's extremely challenging. Like you said, there's some people who might see this and say, not so much, but you guys really dig your heels in. And I guess that's what's made you guys successful over the years. That's a wonderful thing for CMS Mortgage. Now, tell us a little bit more about Ohana Title and what led you to start another company.
Yeah, so that's like one of my goals for myself is I want to pretty much have ownership in everything I like to do and everything I'm involved with. That's one of the things as I got older into my adulthood, that's one of the goals I set for myself, was to have ownership in pretty much every facet of, life. So now it's in the real estate industry, having ownership in those companies. I want to move on to having ownership in other companies as well. Ohana Title started off from, as us going through the operations, finding inefficiencies in the process. We started to see inefficiencies in, the title process, working with the mortgage companies. And we saw that really as an opportunity to build something off of that, to be able to kind of have the title company more streamlined process working with the mortgage company. And that, that's allowed us to build even more.
How long has Ohana been around?
3 years now. So
3
we
years.
first started in 2019.
Right.
Kind of
right before the pandemic.
Yeah. Yep. So, we started off slow, but then pandemic hit and we had to buckle down and get it going.
Right. And I'm sure you've accessed and used technology. That's been like the backbone of any company right now, is getting the proper technology in place so that you can take advantage of the market at that time, but and sustain during the interesting times. So even with that in mind, what are some of the goals that you guys have for moving forward during this challenging market? You mentioned that you guys set goals and then you strive toward them, and that keeps you going. What are some of those goals?
So, we have company goals that we want to hit. Our like CMS Mortgage, we want to get to 100+ loan officers by the next year. Ohana Title, we want to, some of our goals is to get some better partnerships within the next year with different real estate agents and mortgage companies. And we really strive on kind of like the volume of aspects. So the mortgage company is really recruiting, getting our transactions over 2,000 a year. We've had incredible growth on the mortgage side, from when we started. It was like 100 deals to 300 deals to 600 deals to now well over 1,000 deals yearly. We want to keep increasing that as well, even in a downturn market. Ohana Title, it was we were setting a goal at 15 deals a month. As we started, refi boom hit, it got to 30 and 40, and then it's like, okay, hey, let's
go with it. Let's ride it out.
Let's ride that out. And now it's a matter of, even for that, we hit the refi boom and didn't really work on purchase business. Now it's buckling down. Now we have a challenge and a goal to capture now more 80% purchase business on the title side. So that's some of the goals we're working on.
That's great. That's great. It's good to have those concrete numbers. I remember and Todd Duncan was just talking about it. Fabi just played a previous interview he had with Todd Duncan, who, you know, he's a coach in the mortgage industry. And he was like, have those concrete goals for yourself, set those, and then strive toward them. And that will give you something. He was the law of leverage, he called it. That's something that you can see and you can just, you know, push toward no matter what's coming at you. You know what your goal is. So no matter what's going on, you're going to do whatever you need to do to make sure you reach that goal. So in that also, what are some of your points of wisdom? Do you have any sayings that you kind of you use that they help keep you motivated in any kind of market?
I don't really have any set sayings. There's probably some that
your mama. That's one that she just, you know.
Yeah, it's really looking at her and seeing her, and for me to keep going is like, if she can wake up every day and go at it 100% every day, it's like, all right, what am I doing? I have no choice. Like, she's going 100% every single day for the last, I ain't gonna throw her age out there, but for a long time.
For many a year.
For many of years, and so much wisdom is, for me, it's like I just tap into that. Like, I'm lucky enough to be able to tap into that.
And have that right there, that motivation and that example so close to you. That's important. Look at the people around you and see what they're doing. And I think that in addition, if you aren't at the level of being able to find a coach, or even if you're not at the level that you have someone in your family that's been motivating you in the business, that's another thing that someone can do, is find somebody in the business that's doing kick butt work, has been doing it for a number of years, and just pick their brains. I mean, see if you can get in touch with them to be a mentor. Let them know how much you appreciate what they've done in the industry, and see if they'll take you on as someone they can help in the business. I think that's, you know, reaching back and reaching forward are things that we should do more as individuals, as professionals. I know that is there any other advice that you can give someone who's potentially entering the business for the first time? You know, they're like, mortgage, let me see if I can do that. And they probably came in at a time when, you know, like you said, refis were high, you know, people were making money left and right. People were pushing business away. It was so busy. It was busy. Bum, 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 bum. What about now? What kind of advice would you give them to stay the course during this particular cycle in the mortgage industry?
I think the biggest advice is to really sit down and learn all the facets of it. Really trying, you know, I think a lot of people come into the industry and they may sit in one seat or two seats. I think it's really beneficial for, especially like people in my age group, is to sit down and try and get in multiple seats, because you never know what you're going to excel at unless you try it, right? I always tell people, let's not talk about it, let's just do it, right? Because it's, you know, I could sit in, I would have never knew kind of what I wanted to do within the mortgage realm, or I know what I didn't want to do. A lot of people sit in a seat doing things they don't want to do.
Wow.
As well. And it's like, okay, but if you don't go and try other aspects of the business, you won't really know. And being able to find a company that would allow you to do that too, as well, is a challenging part. But I think that's the biggest thing, is really trying out different positions within the industry, or just shadowing, you know, finding mentors, just like you said, is like finding people that are killing it in the business. I love to just watch people, because one thing I do, if I see someone doing it, I know I can do it. So it's the sense I tell people, hey, if they building a big company and it's bigger than us, well, I know I can do it. So it ain't, it's not a matter of that. That's the biggest thing, is watching watching people, trying to get feedback from people, and just networking and communicating with everyone. That's the biggest thing.
I think that's important. Networking and communicating with people, because sometimes we feel like we're a little island and we can only do it ourselves. And we try to, I have to do this. I have to do this. So that means that we're putting all this pressure on ourselves to do it. And that is not how we're built. That's why people stroke out at certain ages. That's why they have health issues. They want to do they put everything on themselves. We're not built to do that. We're built to help one another. We're built to ask for help. The pride thing has to go out the window. The ego thing has to go out the window. If you want to sustain a successful business, you're going to have to ask for some help and accept help. That's the thing. You can ask for it. That's great. But accept it when it comes to you. That's a very important lesson that many of us need to learn in business. And especially right now in this particular time, you're going to have to ask for some help and accept it when it comes. And it doesn't necessarily come in the way that you think it is going to come. Help could come from someone who's younger than you, someone who's older than you, someone who's a man or a woman, whatever avenue it comes from, you need to be able to accept it. Now, you mentioned your age earlier. Well, you kind of mentioned your age earlier. Which generation are you? Generation Z, X? Well, you're not X. I'm Generation X, I think. Yeah, I'm Generation X. Are you millennial? What?
Millennial, I think. I'm 30, so whichever that falls into. I don't know.
Yeah, after Z, I'm like, okay, there's millennials, and then there's an X, I think. No, the Z.
Yeah.
So, what can you say to encourage them to get going? I mean, in the mortgage industry, or how would you encourage them to get into the mortgage industry?
I think the biggest thing is diving in. I think the biggest thing is researching people. It's in trying to find the different personalities. I find a lot of people that just migrate to people on social media, just watching people, trying to find the personalities that they can fit with, and then trying to see how they can get involved with that. I mean, for us, I always try to tell people around my age, because the mortgage industry is not the glitz and glamour.
No,
it's not. It's an older, stagnant wealth of people, but the younger people can be involved. Like myself, I started out younger. I was working with employees that was a lot older, and it was like, what do you know about this? It was like, as long as you learn it, it doesn't matter about the age.
Right.
You can learn it. And I think is finding companies that that give you opportunity to kind of fit as well, and then just trying it out, because it's, especially at our age, we have plenty of time to try.
Right.
Keep trying.
Yeah, even if you don't like it, at least you've tried it. I think that because it's not glitzy and glamorous, that's many of the reasons why some people don't get into it. And it can be hard. I mean, you got to know numbers. You move fast on your feet. It's not for someone who wants to rest on their laurels a lot.
Correct.
Not for lazy folks. It ain't for lazy folks at all. You can't be lazy in this business.
You cannot.
And be successful.
Yep. It's ever adapting. It's ever changing. It's fast paced. And I think it's even for us as well on the mortgage side, we have to do better even to reach out to the younger generation too.
Right.
I think we have to take accountability there as well to try and get the younger generation more involved, and bringing those people into the fold and giving opportunities.
Well, great. Well, our illustrious host is back. Hello there, Fabi Nagbe.
I am. I think I got my throat working again.
Okay, good. Get some tea. I told you, get a Ricola.
I want to ask Deshaun something, because this was a great conversation. I love these generational conversations, by the way.
Yeah.
And it might only be because I am above the average age of the mortgage guy now. let me clarify. So I love that.
You look young.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. So
Brown don't. Okay, I can't even. Because I was gonna go black don't crack, but you brown, so you stay in town. I don't know.
Brown don't frown.
Brown don't frown.
There you go. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. Deshaun, I wanted to know something because look, I got into business in '94. Right? You got in 6 years ago, whatever year that was, 06 or I guess, right? In that 22-year span, it doesn't feel to me, and you tell me, the business overall is still the mortgage business. We're still out there trying to make relationships. We're still trying to get referrals. Is there a different way that you go about getting business today than I did in '94?
He came in at 2016 just to get that math straight.
Sorry, man.
Yeah,
just help you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think the thing is we have so much access now, right? There's not a point to where you can have business and never leave your house now. There's plenty of ways to where you can, work just in a room in your house and have business coming in the door. I mean, there's people networking, and one thing about me, I love to watch other industries and see what other industries are doing. The remote work is such a huge component of things that I think is going to move into the mortgage industry even more once people figure out that, hey, you can actually make relationships online.
Okay.
You can actually gain business online. It's just a matter of how you actually do it as well. And I think I give my kudos to the younger generation. They're able to do that. They're able to manifest relationships online, remotely, with peers, with gaining business, and keeping the networking aspect of it fresh as well too. They don't have to go to a networking event or that's still a thing that's going to stay, but they're able to create it online at the same time.
Ginger Bell was on here earlier with her mortgage influencers, and she did a whole segment on TikTok. And how
the
these
tiki-taki,
guys, these guys, there was one lady on there that she took 25 applications off of one video.
Wow.
So I mean, so that's a great point, Deshaun, and that's awesome that you made that. So yeah, I mean, I guess the source of business is different, but and this is what this whole Pod-A-Palooza is about for me, right? Is sharing these nuggets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we're sharing this with other mortgage individuals. We want them to succeed. We want them to do well. We want them to thrive in this market that we're in. So we're not holding back anything. Deshaun just literally gave us a really good nugget right there and valuable stuff right there, man. And so I appreciate that. And just remember that this is no cost to people who are listening, watching this, whatever you're doing on this. There's no cost for this information. All we're asking is you make a donation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Make a donation and get that number up, because I think John is getting tired of looking at 8365. I'm not sure he's frustrated now. But anyway, guys, Deshaun, Charlene, thank you so much for coming out here. Appreciate you all being out here. We're going to move over to Carl White and Mortgage Market Animals. So he's up next. So, guys, I'll see y'all later.
Thank you, guys.
All righty.
All right. So here we are. Hey, great to see everybody here on this beautiful Saturday. And first of all, I just want to thank Fabi, brother. I really appreciate it. Thanks for letting me be a part of your organization here, so others may eat, and with the Pod-A-Palooza platform. So great to see everybody here. Boy, great lineup. I've enjoyed what's been on so far today, and I'm really looking forward to a couple others that's following after this. So, all right, so let me get right into this. I've got 30 minutes here, and my promise to you is to give you, to really help out to make this a very good use of your time if you're watching this live here on Saturday. So my name is Carl White. I own a company called the Mortgage Marketing Animals. We're a training company. That's where most of you know me from. I also have the #1 podcast for loan officers in the world today. It's an honor to have that distinction. And if you're not familiar with the podcast, it's called Loan Officer Freedom, and check it anywhere that you watch your podcast. It comes out twice a week with very much, go do this, go do that type of thing. It's not so much of a motivational thing. It's more of a how-to kind of thing, which is what I've always been a fan of. And also, I'm a branch manager. And so I'm a branch manager of one of the largest branches in the nation. And I believe last month and this just off the top of my head, I think it was like, what last month? I think last month was like 387 loans that my team closed last month. So I don't just teach this stuff. We actually do it, and we do it very well. And my purpose today is to show you kind of like what's working for us right now. So what I'm finding, a lot of loan officers are coming up and asking me, say, Carl, where are we and what's going on and what do you think the future holds and what should I do? So let me tell you what's going on. What's going on, I believe, is a normal environment, right? We forgot what normal feels like. I really believe that. So for the last couple of years, we've been kind of like coasting. Me too, by the way. We've all been kind of coasting downhill with a 50-mile-an-hour tailwind. And it reminded me the other day, I ride a bicycle every morning. So I ride a bike. I got two different loops. One's a 25-mile loop and one's a 40-mile loop. But every morning, pretty much rain or shine, I go. And my wife has a bike too. And only because I go more often, she's got a little electric bike to help her out, right? To keep up with me sometimes. Now, she kills me at hot yoga, but only because I go more often than her. I go a little bit faster a pace than what she's comfortable with. So she got an electric bike. Now, on her electric bike, when you turn it on, it gives you a 20% boost. So it's 80% her or you if you're pedaling it, and then just a 20% boost. The other day, I went up to go check my bike and mine had a flat. So I grabbed hers, turned it on, and it looks like a normal bike. But again, when you turn it on, it gives you about a 20% boost. Well, I started riding it and I thought, wow, I can't even tell the boost is on, right? It felt normal. And my speed was a little bit faster than normal, but I thought it was because of me. It's like, I'm just, doing really good today. And I was about 8 miles into my ride and I thought, well, I'm just going to turn this off because it's not really helping. When I turned off her electric bike, that little 20% boost, man, I literally felt like I'd put the brakes on. I literally stopped the bike, got off of it and spun the wheels by my hand, thinking like the brake was stuck or somehow there's a generator and I'm recharging the battery by pedaling it. I mean, it felt like I stopped. And so, but the wheel spun just fine. And what I figured out was that little 20% boost, I got used to that. And when I went to normal, it felt like somebody had put on the brakes. I think that's where we are right now in our industry is we've forgotten how to prospect, right? We've forgotten how to act like salespeople. We're not loan officers. We're salespeople, right? We just happen to be selling mortgages. And I think we have to remember that. And it's not our fault, right? It's not your fault. I fell to it too. We all patted ourselves on the back thinking what geniuses and how amazing we are at being loan officers because loans were literally falling out of the sky. Our biggest issue was keeping up with all the leads and getting a team so we could close all the loans that we didn't need to prospect. That now we're going back to normal. Now that boost is gone, it feels like we're pedaling uphill, but we're really not. This is what a normal market feels like. We just forgot how to pedal. We forgot how to prospect. So what I want to do today is help you overcome that. Like, Carl, how do we close more loans? How do I get more referral partners? So let me tell you a real quick story. When I was in college, one of my college jobs was I was a butler for this very, very wealthy gentleman. He probably had about $300 million, something like that in today's money. So this guy was like really, really wealthy. And he was 81 years old. And he really kind of became almost like an uncle to me. It was a very, very interesting relationship. Nothing weird, of course, but he really became like almost like rich dad, poor dad kind of thing. And so he had a Rolls Royce, which he was 81 years old. He didn't feel safe to drive anymore. So I drove him around when we drove around on the weekends. We came back from visiting one of his hotels. He owned some hotels in Tampa. And we came back from one of the from a Saturday morning ride around hotel, looking at his hotels, and we pulled into his house. We pulled him to the garage. He gets out of the Rolls Royce. I get out and I start to go walk in. He said, "Hang on, Carl, come back here. Go grab a chair. I want to talk about a couple things." And so he kind of sat on the fender of his Rolls Royce, and I was in the garage. There wasn't any chairs. I literally grabbed like one of those metal round trash cans like we used to have. And I pulled that up and I kind of sat on the edge of that. So I'm sitting there on this trash can in this multi-millionaire garage while he's leaning on his Rolls Royce. He says, "Carl, let me tell you something. There's 4 things that you always want to monitor." Or you and I today as loan officers, we might call this measuring or keep track of. What do you want to track? So there's 4 things you want to monitor. Number one, how many customers are coming in your store? Number two, how much money is each one of them spending? Number three, how many hours did they work or did you work to get those customers to come in to spend that money? And number four, how much money did you save? Or what he would say is, how much did your net worth increase? So it's not what did you profit, not what did you make, but how much did your net worth go up? And I hadn't thought about that for years. And just the other day, I was talking with a good friend of mine, Todd, who owns Summit Funding. And we were talking on the phone. And he said, Carl, there's 4 things that loan officers need to monitor. By the way, I decided on doing my presentation here this morning that I could do a PowerPoint, I could do a camera, or I could do what I call my redneck PowerPoint. So I decided to be different. I'm going to do what's called my redneck PowerPoint. So this is my PowerPoint, right? So I was talking with Todd. He said, Carl, there's 4 things that loan officers need to monitor. How many leads coming in, how many contracts they get from those leads, how many hours did they work, and how much money did they save? And it came back to me, I heard this about 35 years ago, 40 years ago, something like that. Boy, I can't believe it's been that long. I guess about 37 years ago. When I heard the old man tell me kind of the same thing. And I thought, well, isn't that interesting? So I'm going to tell you today on today's call, man, write this down. Leads, contracts, hours worked, saved. You want to track these things right here. You don't want to track your activity. You want to track how busy you are. You want to track these things right here because everything falls under one of these categories. Now, as you're doing that, one thing like on your leads to contracts, that needs to run somewhere around 25%. So understand that when we're talking about leads to contracts, we're talking about referred leads, right? We're not talking about like, Zillow ads or Facebook ads. We're talking about like real referred leads. Just as an FYI, we close our referred leads at about 25%. So about half of our referrals are pre-approvable, about half aren't. And what I mean by that is about half of them, either A, we got a lead and we never got in touch with them. Like we called, left messages, texted them, emailed them, and did it multiple times, and they just kind of fell off the face of the earth, right? And then some of them, either something's not quite right about them or something's not quite right about the property, maybe credit issues, income issues. Maybe they're, buying, 100 acres of land and we don't loan on 100 acres of land, me personally. So either something's wrong with them or something's wrong with the property, or not wrong, but you know what I mean? Like not quite right for our business. And so of the half that's pre-approvable, we fund about half of those. The other half that we don't fund that were pre-approvable, they decided not to buy. Maybe they shopped us. Maybe they delayed it until next year or, several months down the road. So in essence, for every 4 leads, we get a closing. Every 4 referred leads, we get a closing. Just as an FYI, we run about a 17% close rate on Google searches. So if somebody Google searches you and contacts you, those should be closing at about 17%. And if it's an online lead like Facebook leads or Zillow leads or things like that, typically you're going to see about 1 to 2% at best. So we focus on the referred leads only because we do the others. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with the others. It's just if you're going to focus on something, focus on what gives you the best results, the most amount of closings per lead. So you spend the least amount of time sorting through the leads and you spend more time creating more of those leads so that you get more closings. So about 1 out of 4 goes to closing. So if you're running less than 1 out of 4, in other words, you're running less than 25%, there's a problem. Now, if you're already at 25%, if you're already closing 1 out of 4, you kind of fast forward through some of the stuff I'm going to show you here, but let me just run through it just real quick. I think I can do it here in about 10 minutes. So what you want to measure, so inside of leads to contract, there's some steps in between that. Like there's how many leads you have coming in, how many of those leads turn into conversations, how many of those conversations turn into credit pulls, how many of those credit pulls turn into contracts, how many of those contracts turn into closing, right? So this is a breakdown of you're measuring 4 things. We're measuring leads, we're measuring closings, we're measuring hours worked, and we're measuring how much money did you save, not how much did you make, How much did you save? And inside that leads to contract, you have how many leads coming in, how many of those people do you talk to, how many credit pulls are you taking, how many of those turn into contracts, and how many of those turn into closings. So let's look at this and say, you like this redneck PowerPoint, by the way? I thought it was kind of cool. All right, so if we have leads, but a low amount of conversation. So we got leads coming in, but our conversations are a little bit on the lower side. What's our problem? Like, what's the problem? We got leads coming in, but we're not having conversations with them. There's just really a couple problems that we can have with that. Either our follow-up, like we got a lead coming in, we call them one time, we leave one message, we never call them back, and we go, well, that was a bad lead. No, your follow-up had a problem, right? And I've done that again. I'm not pointing fingers here. So if I have leads, but low conversations, I've got a follow-up problem, or I have a source problem. So if I'm following up and I follow up like 7, 8 times, not getting a response from that lead, turning it into a conversation, good, bad, or ugly, just there's no conversation having. It's either my follow-up's bad or my source is bad. And what I mean by a bad source, like I'll never forget the time man, don't ever do this. I was at a flea market and I thought, man, what a great idea to get a bunch of leads at the flea market. There's so many people here. Come to find out, that's not the best place to get leads. I'm going to say, we did a kiosk there and we gave away this little thing to get leads coming in. Man, it was just a horrible source of leads, right? So yeah, don't do that. Go figure. So once we did it, I went, well, of course that was a bad source, right? But anyway, all right. So if we have leads coming in, but we can't get them on the phone, right? We either have a follow-up problem or we have a source problem. Fix that. Now, if we have leads coming in and we're having a conversation with them, but the conversations aren't turning into credit pulls, what's my problem then? So we're talking to them, but I don't want you pulling my credit. What's our problem then? Well, it's going to be one of a couple things. If we got leads coming in, we're having conversations because we have good follow-up and they're coming from a good source, but we're not able to pull their credit, we have a scripting issue. Or we could be another source issue, right? This could be also a source issue. So if we have credit pulls, we're having conversation, but not able to do credit pulls, we either have a scripting issue or a source issue. So the scripting issue would simply be going over scripts, like the common rebuttals. We're just shopping right now. We're just looking around right now. I don't want you to pull my credit, right? If that's what's stopping you, it's a real easy fix. That's just a scripting issue, right? So we need to help you with your scripting, which we can totally do. And just as an FYI, we'll help you for absolutely free. I'm going to give you a resource here at the end, which is loanofficerbreakfastclub.com, loanofficerbreakfastclub.com, a completely free resource where we meet Monday through Thursday from 8:30 to 9 a.m. Hundreds of loan officers across the nation on a Zoom meeting. Well, kind of like what's going on here. And we talk about just that, like scripting and rebuttals and strategies. Really, really cool. So loanofficerbreakfastclub.com, totally free. All right. So we have leads, we have conversations, we have credit pulls, but we're not getting contracts. What's our problem then? So if we have leads coming in, we have conversations with those people because we have good follow-up and good sourcing. We're doing a credit pull, but we're not getting any contracts coming in. What's our issue? Here we go. So if we're having credit pulls, but no contracts, either A, I have a source problem. Again, in other words, I got a credit pull, but Carl, it was challenged. Like it was pretty rough. And of course we all get that, but if it runs any more than what I would say normal, you got a source issue. And that source might be an online lead source that you're getting, or maybe it's a referred source that you're getting. I remember I had an agent that would send us all kinds of not all kinds, but a lot of referrals. But man, it was challenging. Like it was like she wanted to work on the tired, the weary, and the poor. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for that, right? I'm all for helping the underserved. I really am. But I can't focus my business on that, or otherwise I don't turn a profit. And if I don't turn a profit, I can't be in business next month. That if I focus on turning a profit, I make money. And with that money, I can now do pro bono work, and I can actually help write checks to help people, because I got plenty of checks to be that coming in that I can I can write some of those checks right back out to help people. I can focus a good portion of my business on the pro bono work, but I've got to make the focus of my business on turning a profit so that I'm in business next month to help the underserved next month and the month after and the month after. You follow me? So if I've got credit pulls, no contracts, either source, which we're fishing in a pond, we call it a muddy pond. Not that the people are muddy or dirty. I don't mean that at all, but you get the idea. All right. You know what I mean by that. All right. So credit pulls, no contracts, either a source issue or a scripting issue. In other words, we do a pre-approval, which would be the same thing on the follow-up. We're doing a pre-approval. And how many times have you done a pre-approval and then you get so busy pre-approving the next one that you don't get back to the first one, and they're pre-approved, they're out looking, and 3 months later you found out they bought something and it wasn't with you as the lender. Like, well, what happened? Well, I tell you what happened. Number one was your scripting, and number two was your follow-up, right? We have to follow up, which is why we have a thing that we call the perfectly profitable week for the loan officer, like a perfectly profitable week in the life of a loan officer, that on Thursdays, we're calling our pre-approved looking with scripting that helps convert those people into moving forward and buying the house, as long as it's in their best interest, of course, and not to end up using somebody else. So it's corrected with scripting, which again, we'll give you the scripts that we use on that loanofficerbreakfastclub.com. So if I got contracts coming in and I'm not getting, I'm sorry, I got credit pulls coming in and I'm not getting contract, either have a source problem where they're not they got your credit challenge, scripting where they're shopping me, or follow up where I pre-approve somebody and I don't follow up and they end up doing something else. Fix that, right? It's an easy fix. And when you put it into your calendar that, that every Thursday from 9 to 11, that's what you're going to work on. Well, then it gets done. So you're going to make sure that you do that. All right. So we have leads coming in. We're having conversations with them. We're doing credit pulls, and we're getting contracts in, but we don't have closings. What's our problem? In other words, we got contracts coming in, but they're not closing. We've got one of just a couple problems here. There we go. We either have an operations problem, right? Something happened in our operations where, we told them it was going to be, 21 days or 30 days, and ends up being, 3 months later, and we're still not closed, saying that's an operations issue. Or we could be having a scripting problem where they're shopping us. This is real easy fixed. We've got Steve Collins and I have a book that's getting ready to come out. It's called Stop the Rate Shopping. Or that's one of the chapters in it. Well, shopping is a very easy fix. It's just a scripting issue. Or again, we have a follow-up issue that we're not keeping a relationship with these people during the time that they're the contract's in, and they end up shopping us. So if they're shopping us, we have a scripting issue or a follow-up issue. If we're not closing a loan, we either have an operations problem, or frankly, maybe the other problem could be that when we did the pre-approval, we did it on faulty information. Like we didn't do our research enough to make sure it was an actual pre-approval. So as we can see here, that if we have leads, conversations, credit pulls, contracts, and closings, that mainly it's follow-up, scripting, because you see scripting in almost each one of these, follow-up in almost each one of these also. So it's really like a scripting, a follow-up, and a sourcing issue really kind of solves all of our problems. So you go, all right, Carl, remember we go back to right here. I've got leads coming in and contracts. Again, if you're getting at least 25%, like 1 out of 4 of your leads are going to a contract, the part I just covered, don't even worry about that part, right? If you're at a 25% right here, measure it. Don't just think you're doing okay. Make sure you measure it. And as long as you measure this and you think you're doing, and you measure it and you're at least 1 out of 4 on your closings, then screw the rest stuff I was just showing you. Focus on getting more leads, right? You don't want more leads if you've got a hole in your bucket. In other words, if you got a bucket and it's leaking gold, don't put any more gold in the bucket, right? Fix the holes in the bucket, right? You need to fix that first. But if you don't have any holes in your bucket and you're getting 25% of your leads to closing, get more leads, right? Get more leads, which is a real simple thing. And doesn't cost anything either, by the way. So you go, all right, Carl, how to get more referred leads? Carl, how do I get more referred leads? Okay, am I doing okay, by the way? Hope this is going okay. By the way, I'm doing this very casually off as I'm actually in my little home office. You see all these electric stuff behind me. I'm actually a ham radio operator and this kind of a hobby. So whatever. So you're getting a backroom view of my my little radio room here in my house. All right. So when I want to get more leads, and again, I'm looking for the referred leads, the ones that close at about 25% or better, right? I personally want and look, there's a bunch of different ways to do this, right? And I'm not saying my way is the right way. I'm just telling you why I do my way is that it's the highest ratio of leads per closing that there is, and the leads are free. Like they don't cost like anything. I might a cup of coffee, right? Or helps buy lunch or something sometimes, but that's pennies, nickels, and dimes, right? It's free leads, and it's an unlimited source, right? It's an unlimited source, and they're referred leads, so they actually close. Like it's real super simple. If we just get one agent per month referring to you, like in my world, one agent is worth about $36,000 a year. And where I come up with that number is, let's say, and I get it, there's loan officers all across the country. Some of you just getting started. Some of you have been doing a long time. Some of you live in high-end homes like San Diego, some in more affordable homes like Alabama or Ohio, Mississippi, perhaps some parts of Mississippi, some parts here in Florida, right, are a third of what the average home is in San Diego. But let's say the average loan officer throughout the United States averages $3,000 per closing. And again, that's self-sourced leads. That's not company-provided leads. That $3,000. Imagine having that your average real estate agent refers you a deal a month. You go, wait a minute, Carl, my agents don't refer me a deal a month. That's because you're fishing in the wrong hole, right? I saw a thing the other day, I think from my friend Brian Stevens said, there's 1.4 million real estate agents in the United States, 1.4 million, 800,000 of them haven't closed a deal this year. So we have to make sure that when we're going after referred agents, that we're going after qualified agents. And what I mean by that, I don't mean that in an uncool way. These are agents that are actually closing. These are agents that are actually having closings. We focus on them, which is going to be about, like in my world, I want them closing at least 8 buyer sides per year for them to go on my radar that I want to work with them, 8 buyer sides in the last 12 months. That's going to be about 5% of the agents. So if I'm just randomly calling agents, it's going to be about 1 out of 20. Don't be random, be purposeful, get a qualified list. A friend of mine sells list, what's that site? QualifiedagentList.com, qualifiedagentList.com, where you get the list of agents that actually has closings in your area. It's a really cool place, qualifiedagentList.com. Anyway, so if an agent sends me a deal a month and I make $3,000, that's 36 grand. So if just one new agent a month, I got 160 working hours. If I can just get one new deal a month or one agent per month to start referring to me, this month I get one agent. Next month, I've got that one agent from last month and this month, and I get one more agent next month. If you get one agent out of 160 working hours to start referring to you, which is super easy, I'm telling you, 12 agents at $36,000 each, that would be a raise of $432,000. Imagine getting a $432,000 raise on top of what you're already making just by getting one agent a month to start referring to you. And again, it doesn't cost anything to do that. And understand 67% of borrowers use the loan officer the realtor recommended to them. 67% of the borrowers uses the loan officer that the realtor is recommended to them. Why not use that service? It's absolutely free. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you? It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Trying to grab that client before the realtor, for me, is like the Mississippi flows from north to south. It'd be like me trying to change the direction of the Mississippi. Don't do that. Work with the already in place. It's like if you're paying me to paddle a boat 10 miles on the river, If I go upstream against the grain, it's going to be a lot harder than just going down the stream. It's so much easier. And I look at the real estate agents, they're a free army of salespeople working on my behalf, out looking for my next customer for me. And it's not one source, right? Because if I have 5 different agents referring to me, I've got 5 different sources. If one stops, I still have the other 4, I go get another one. And I'm going to tell you, that is the name of the game. And then what we do is we focus on what we call the perfectly profitable week, where on Mondays for 2 hours a day, we're doing outbound prospecting. We're pedaling the bicycle. You got to pedal bicycle out. If you don't pedal the bicycle, I'm telling you, you're in some serious trouble. If you're not prospecting, and it's not your fault again, it was easy to happen to me too. If you're not prospecting at least 2 hours a day, I'm going to tell you, you're in trouble. They said that like half the loan officers aren't going to be in business by the second quarter of next year. Those that prospect are going to be here, and they're going to be doing extremely well because there's going to be way less competition of those waiting for things to get better. This is normal, right? This is normal. We just lost the tailwind, and it feels like somebody's putting on the brakes, like my bicycle, my wife's electric bike, but it's not. This is normal. So we focus on the perfectly profitable week, right? We got to prospect. We're salespeople. So prospect on Monday, we look for those agents that we can make 36 grand a year off of. Imagine just getting 3 of them and making an extra $100,000. And it's really easy. On Tuesdays, we talk to those people that's already in the loan process. We got a borrower, co-borrower, listing agent, buying agent, and title company. And we ask for referrals from those people on the update call. We ask for referrals for them to refer us even more people. On Wednesdays, we call our past database and get more referrals from them. By the way, we don't call our past database for refis right now. Our past database is referring us purchases right now. We average 1 closing per 100 people in our database per month. So if you've got 300 people in your past database, there's 3 loans a month, right? There's $9,000 a month just in that alone. And by the way, it's not just their loans. They refer us their friends, family, and coworkers, right? That's where we get our closings. And then on Thursdays, we call our pre-approved looking. We call our pre-approved looking, and we use a script called future casting to get them to refer us even more loans, and to make sure that you're the lender that the people you pre-approve. So imagine getting more agents, getting referred loans that close at 25%, getting more loans from those deals that you're already doing, getting your past database to send you purchase deals, and your pre-approved lookings, no longer going with another lender a lot of times, sticking with you. We're going to walk you through how you do all this scripting and the exact breakdown of the perfectly profitable week. And it's an absolute free source. There's nothing to buy whatsoever. If you go to loanofficerbreakfastclub.com, loanofficerbreakfastclub.com, it's completely free. It's actually led by my dear friend, Frank Gray. Many of you know Frank Gray at loanofficerbreakfastclub.com. And every Monday through Thursday, we get on a Zoom meeting where there's 300 to 400 loan officers on, and we share ideas, we share scripting, and we map out the perfectly profitable week. People share their wins, they share their challenges, and then as a group, we come up with like scripting or operational processes to get them back on track. So again, there's nothing to buy. Loanofficerbreakfastclub.com. Hope to see you guys all there. Fabi, again, thank you so much for letting me be a part of it. And also, just to let you know, over here at the Mortgage Marketing Animals, we would like to donate $2,000 to the So Others Might Eat. So on behalf of the team over here, we put together $2,000. So we'll be sending it out to you. So, and I'd encourage others to follow suit, do that, and measure your 4 things, which is your leads coming in, your contracts, your hours worked. When you do focus work, you'll work less hours, you'll make more money. When you make more money, saving that 25% is really, really, really super easy. Would love to walk you through it. Loanofficerbreakfastclub.com. Thanks again. Appreciate it, Fabi. Thanks, Ginger, for introducing me and Fabi together. And looking forward to watching the rest of the presentations on the day. Thanks again, everybody. Bye-bye. And that's the redneck loan officer PowerPoint. So Thanks again, everybody. Thanks for having a little fun with me today.
All right. Wow. JP, I got to get you in here real quick, man. Dude, we just crossed over with that. I know we can't put that on the board, but we are now at $10,365, brother. Holy cow, I didn't see that coming. I did not see that coming. This is amazing. Thank you, Carl White and the Mortgage Market Animals. They were just phenomenal. JP, you're muted. I don't know if you know that or not. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Thank you, Carl. I will be updating the board during our next segment.
All right. Well, speaking of our next segment, it is my brother from another mother.
What up, Fabi? How are you doing, man?
Dude, I am blown away by the generosity of people today. I'm going to have a nice evening. I'm going to calm down and just live in my gratitude because you guys are making me feel very grateful for being alive.
There's a lot to be grateful for, and dude, I'm so pumped that you're putting this together a couple years in a row here, making this a reality, and doing something that's outside of ourselves here. So thanks for being awesome and leading the pack and making sure that we all do the right thing.
Yeah, no, I think this is good stuff, man. And so what I've been doing this time, Joe, a little differently, is I've picked theme songs from my friends that are on the podcast. And I felt like this was the perfect song for you. I don't know why. See? I knew you could group to this. See? I felt it. I was like, this is Joe's song. I don't know what it was about this song. Had that Joe Wilson feel. Kind of a Southern California jazz thing with a little funk thing to it. You know what I mean?
You know, it's so funny. When I got married really, really young, and we were in college, right outside of college. My wife still actually had 1 year left of college, and in her senior year, she took a jazz appreciation class. He's an engineer, and it was like, you know, you had to do something from the arts. And I actually really detested jazz at the time. And so when we had to go to these jazz presentations, I'm like, this is the worst music ever. So it's really interesting that you chose that for me. Now, as I've aged, I've actually gotten an appreciation for the fine art of jazz. So
look, I'm going to get your guest in here. It looks like you got a room full of guests.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Mimic.
Oh, hang on. What is this? You pre-recorded something.
I pre-recorded this. Look, here's the thing. Here's the one problem with this whole thing.
Okay.
And it's that it's on a Saturday, and trying to get people to break up their Saturdays is difficult. I'm a loser. I have nothing else better to do than the podcast on Saturday in between soccer games.
You're not.
But here we are. So I'm grateful for this opportunity. But I want to just say something really quick. Carl White, awesome presentation. I love the redneck PowerPoint presentation.
That was awesome.
That was my favorite. I also appreciate the fact that he said if you're not doing business development 2 hours a day right now, you're failing as a loan officer. And that really stuck out to me. And so, you know, I think one of the things that we agree with is that you do need to spend time prospecting right now. I mean, this is the time, everybody. If you are an originating member of the mortgage industry, if you're not prospecting every single day, you're doing this wrong. And I would add on top of that, if you're not doing it via social media, you are doing it insanely.
Well, you know, I mean, seeing how you got a recorded guest, we can cut the rug a little bit, you and I, right now. Right?
Yeah. Let's talk just for a few minutes, and we can even just cancel that out if you'd rather just.
Yeah,
talk
no, I don't care. I mean, trust me, I have no problem with recording, but this has been, you know, sometimes I'm just in awe of the people that I get to hang out with. I'm serious. I mean, I sometimes, because, you know, we take everybody for granted that you're hanging out with Joe Wilson, you're hanging out with Delilah, whatever, you're just kind of hanging out, right? But then when they put on their showman hat and they get in front of the camera and they start dropping these nuggets, you're like, what the? I didn't know they were that good.
Yeah.
And so to me, this whole thing of out there and looking for business, and then you throw in that social media aspect. And we just had Deshaun Smith before, I think, I can't remember when, a little while ago. He's a 30-year-old guy who's got a mortgage company, title company, partnership with a real, I mean, just, and he's out there and he's like, yeah, but you can market without ever leaving your office.
And see, that's the beautiful thing. And this is where I might digress a little bit from Carl and his philosophy there. And no shade on you, Carl, if you're watching it all. But 2 hours is a long time. And I think it feels like it goes very fast if you're getting in the car, driving down the street, going to each different realtor office. The beautiful thing about social media is that you can do it from your pajamas. And you can do it, I can get dressed up from the top up and do a couple of videos, have them edited pretty quick, and
let's talk about you, Joe, because I don't get to talk to you enough. So what I want to know is, when we talk about video creation, and we had Michael Hyman and Delilah on. We have JP. Are we having a technical issue here? I feel like something just went wrong. I'm not sure what happened. Joe, are you there? Okay, I couldn't hear for a second. I'm doing this new thing with we're making our studio ready to go live.
Nice.
So no more headphones, and it's bugging me.
I don't like the headphones. I'm doing this I wish I didn't have time to drive down to my office today to be in the studio, which is why I have the recording. So the sound is probably off. Everything's off.
No, it's I know it's here because it's just me. Don't worry about it. But when we talk about video, Joe, I mean, you're the master of video. Let's talk about Joe. I mean, Social Coach. You're the owner of Social Coach, founder of Social Coach. You guys are doing phenomenal work, creating content. Not every content you create is videos, but some of the content you do create is videos. I know I watch a lot of your stuff from on Instagram. That little the lady that you got working for you cracks me up always.
She's awesome,
right? So what is the one? I mean, look, I know people say do it, just get it out there. That's fine. Okay, let's get past that. What's the one nugget of making a video so that it gets people's attention?
Yeah.
Let's rephrase that question today. All right.
Okay.
What's going to get somebody's attention, because there's a gazillion videos on social media every single hour?
You need a quick hook. And what is a hook? A hook is something that, think about just fishing, right? It's that hook that you get the attention of the fish, and then all of a sudden they're sunk, right? Because it's in their mouth. And that hook is something that it's sometimes it's clickbait, right? And you're like, dude, this is the absolute worst time ever to buy a house. And then you talk about how it's actually a good time to buy a house.
Okay.
Or like, the market is about to go bonkers, right? Or you should wait 3 months to buy a house, and here's exactly why, right?
Okay.
Or this one thing happened yesterday that reduced your amount of your monthly payment by, on average, $400 a month. And then you could talk about how rates dropped 0.5%.
Okay.
Right. So it's not just saying, hey, my name is Joe Wilson, and here I am with ABC Mortgage Company for your market update.
Walk right by that.
Literally the most boring thing ever.
Yeah.
You have to reframe what you're talking about to make it exciting and thumb stopping, right?
So Joe, what you're saying is clickbait is not a bad thing, because normally
it's a wonderful thing.
Clickbait has a negative connotation to it, right?
Yeah, it does.
But you're saying you can use it in a positive way, get people to watch your video.
I think so. Let's get this all out on the table. Okay. Clickbait, when we're talking about news, is a bad thing, right? And this is gospel according to Joe. So like, take this for whatever it's worth.
That could be your new podcast.
Only if you do it with me, Bob.
We call it the Book of Joe.
The Book of Joe. Not to be confused with Job, who was
the Book of Job,
because I'm anything but that. But look, when the news does clickbait, they're trying to get clicks to get people to come in and read their articles, and they're obviously very slanted, right? During the Trump era, it was all about how he was saying something mean that everyone upset him about. Now it's Biden is he dementia Biden, right? And I'm not saying he has dementia, and maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but it's always like, oh my gosh, can you believe this is happening? And it's this narrative that the news outlets want you to think, so that you watch more of their videos. That oftentimes is used in a negative impact. For your business, you want to take that same philosophy. It's all advertising PR mentality, right? I want to get you to stop what you're doing and pay attention to me. And you need to do that in a way that is interesting enough that gets people to stop what they're doing and listen to you. And that's where you need to do things that are popular enough, and things that are popular right now in the lending space. Rates going through the roof. We're talking about inventory of homes. We're talking about inflation. We're talking about rental properties, maybe like Airbnb strategies, things like that. And there's a lot of times, like in Instagram, TikTok, etc., it's all about like little known facts that are going to save you hundreds of dollars a year or something like that.
Yeah.
So it ends up being not a big deal and stuff that you already know, but it's just reframing the things that you always are talking about in a way that is interesting enough to want to learn more about what you're doing.
So if somebody says, okay, Joe, I got the idea, I'm going to execute this idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Joe, I'm confused. Like, I don't have a good camera.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I know Delilah and Michael talked about this a little while ago, you know what I mean? But I don't have a good microphone, Joe. I don't have good lighting, Joe. I mean, I don't have a green screen. I don't have, I got to hire somebody to come make my content with me?
No. Immediately no to all of those things.
Immediately no.
Immediately no. Just first of all, let's take a quick breath. Okay, you are great just the way you are. You don't need to worry about anything. If you scroll back to the bottom of my Instagram feed, it looks like crap. If you scroll to the bottom of Fabi's, it looks like crap as well. If you watch Fabi's first podcast, I'm sure it was like literally the worst thing ever.
No, it never got recorded. I never hit the record button.
You never.
It's a true story. Barry Habib was my very first guest. We did an amazing 1 hour with Barry, right? And he talked about how I'll just tell the story. He talked about how he was selling speakers out of the back of his van during college, having twins, the feeling of becoming a father, an immigrant, all that stuff, right? We get to the end and he's gone, and I never hit the record button. Now here's the thing, Joe. I got to tell you this.
Yeah.
Last June, I'm with Barry in Tampa, right?
Uh-huh.
And I said, hey, Barry, you know what that episode thing? He goes, yeah. I go, if I had recorded it, it had been a 2-week story. But because I failed, it's turned into a 3.5-year story.
Hey, that's a really great example, dude.
Yeah, because I failed. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Failing Forward. I think I know a book about that.
Yeah, Falling Forward. Yeah,
Falling Forward. Yeah.
So, I mean, think about it. I mean, so if your first video sucks, it's not the end of the world.
Well, it's not. And look, everybody has to start somewhere. And so if all you have is a phone and a poorly lit room, go somewhere that's not poorly lit and use your phone.
Okay.
Right? Go out. The best place to do a quick video is outside in the shade because you've got great light all around you. Go stand underneath the overhang of your house or on the shady side of your home right now and just do a quick video. Fabi, I love your videos of you walking around in the forest with your dogs. And literally all you have is your phone and some AirPods, right?
Yeah, somebody said to me, could you do that without gum in your mouth? They were focused on the gum in my mouth. And I was like, ever since then, I stopped doing it with gum in my mouth.
That's probably sound advice. But look, I mean, here's the thing. Start with what you have. Do what you know. Record the video. And then figure out what went well, what went worse, and then do that for a couple weeks, and then make a simple change. Get, instead of just talking into the microphone speaker, get some AirPods, right? Or put in even a wire, your old earbuds that like go wired in. Do that. Okay, next, let's get a ring light attachment. Just go out, go on to Amazon and get a quick ring light, and it's cost you $25 and start there. Then you can upgrade every little thing incrementally. Go and get a nice microphone off Amazon. Get a microphone bundle. They're like $120. That'll get you the next step. Then you can replace it with better microphones if you keep on doing it, right? I see so many people jump right to the most expensive thing ever, and then they never use it. And it's like, that's such a waste of money. Yeah. I literally just last week upgraded my microphones and my mixer board and things like that after several years of recording. And this is like my full-time job, you guys. And so it doesn't matter. What you can do is if you have a good story to tell, think about it, put some time and thought into it. How can you frame things nicely? before you start talking.
All right, so two questions real quick. I'm gonna cut you off because I got two questions. I got to do this, okay?
Go.
How long should the video be, and what's a good story?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, it depends on what we're talking about.
Right. I mean, so how long? I mean, because look, I mean, I know for me, like when I used to walk Sammy in the morning, which right here, Sammy's right there. Right, he's never too far from me. I try to make it about 90 seconds, no more than 90 seconds. Now I edit those videos. Okay, I know Delilah is a one take person. I did a Taco with Tuesday with
one
her.
take wonder.
You know what I mean? I can't do a one take. I somehow or another I gotta edit the stuff out. You know what I mean? Whatever. But I mean, 90 seconds. Some people say it's too long. 45 seconds is optimal. I mean, what's the second and then the story?
It depends on the goal of your video. Okay. There's a couple different strategies that you can do. One is invite a friend like Fabi, or, you know, if you're a loan officer, get a realtor friend that you have and ask them do a long form piece of content like this, right? We're going to be talking for the next 7 minutes because we've already been talking for 17. It goes way too fast. All right. So we'll talk for 25, 30 minutes. And then chop that up into different bits and pieces and recycle that content. You have now a long form video that you can put on YouTube or on LinkedIn. And now then you can have it chopped up, or you can chop it up yourself into short bite-sized chunks, maybe 90 seconds, right? Mm-hmm. Or you can do a 90-second video, 90 to 100, to 120, no longer than 2-minute videos. People just stop watching unless it's podcast form, long form, and you have very few people that actually listen to the whole thing, but people want to listen to little bits and chunks here. So I think those 90 seconds to 2 minutes is a good, like, all right, I'm going to like listen to you, but it's very small audience, right? That's people who are kind of hooked and already know you. They'll listen to you for 2 minutes. Now, to get more followers and more attention and more interest,
here we go, guys.
You got to keep it sub 30 seconds.
Sub 30 seconds.
Yes, dude. 15 to 20 seconds maximum is you. And this is what we're talking about, those hooks, right? Do you want to know the thing that's going to save you the most money on your mortgage?
So hold on. Is that the hook that's 15 seconds, or are we talking about the
whole video? The whole video.
So hold on. So if I go on, this is mind-boggling, brother. So if I go on and I say, hey, listen, the race just dropped. That's my hook, right?
Yep.
And then
that's not even your hook. Did you know what the Feds just did yesterday? It's going to impact your new loan.
Okay, so ask a question.
Yeah.
Ask a question.
Or it's like breaking news. The Feds just did this thing that's going to impact the way you're buying a home tomorrow.
Got it.
Right. And then now you're like, the Feds, oh my gosh, what do they do? And then you could talk about the, MBS, whatever you want, however you want to spin that story, but you do it in less than 30 seconds, 15, 20 seconds. You're sharing what happened and how it's going to impact somebody, and then how they can get in touch with you for more information. And that can go out broader. And that's what's going to get onto Instagram Reels. That's going to go on TikTok. That's what's going to go more of have more virality to it, that will allow more people to see what you have to say.
It's funny you said that, because I did post a video that was less than 30 seconds of me jumping 30 inches vertical jump.
Yeah.
A few weekends ago, right? And that had like 7,000 views on it.
Yeah, because it was short.
It was short. So you're
right. Short. And so am I.
Hey, but I got a 30-inch vertical jump.
30-inch vertical, baby.
Come on, man. That's about to become 32 inches momentarily. I'm telling you, I'm gonna do a 36-inch vertical jump before it's all done. That's my goal. You know what I mean? I got 6 more inches to go. I'll do it. So we're talking about.
So again, I think
I can't get this around my head. You're saying a 30-second video to pack information, and people are going to call me.
They might not call you, but they'll start following you, and then they can watch more of your 1 to 2 minute videos, and then they'll watch more of your 30-minute videos.
Okay, so this is important. The 30-second video is the hook to get the people to start watching and following. Is that right?
Exactly. Yes. So each of these video types or content types has a strategy behind it. So those short 15, 20-second videos is to get more followers. Your static images, kind of those types of posts, are great for just being consistent on social media, and you'll use Social Coach to automate all that crap, right? That's coming branded content that's educational, that gets people who are following you and watching your feed to say, oh yeah, Joe does know what he's talking about, and he's posting great content that's more educational focused. Then I'm going to post those 1 to 2 minute videos of a little bit more information that's going to give them more detail about, like, show depth of knowledge that I have. And then I'm going to do those longer videos that I'm going to get lots of those 1 to 2 minute videos out of. And I'm going to help promote those people around me in my network to also grow their business as well. Because we're not just doing this for ourselves, everybody. We're doing it for Fabi. We're doing it for my realtor partners. We're doing it for my builders, whoever else is going to my referral network. I'm going to help them grow. And at that same time, they're going to help me grow as well.
So this is a multi-pronged attack.
Yeah.
So now here comes the $1 million question, Joe. Now, if you get this, you're done, right? I mean, you're golden. Social Coach is going to take off. How long does this whole thing take before a realtor calls you up and says, I need you to take care of a borrower for me?
You know what? It varies per person. Let me tell you a quick story about a brand new loan officer. This gal lives in Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, small market. She was working at a call center, not in the mortgage space, decided to become a loan officer, join a company that uses our software as Social Coach, and they started posting to her account 2 days a week. And for a month, so she got 8 posts out to her account. And then she posted some little things herself, maybe twice during that month. She only had 165 followers on her Instagram account. That's it. 165. So guys, again, you don't need the blue check mark. You don't need 10,000 followers, just people who are local to your market. In that very first month that she was a loan officer, she got 8 inquiries. So just 8 DMs from consumers and realtors. 4 of those turned into loan applications, and she closed 2 loans.
Wow.
That netted her over $7,500 personally. It netted the company over $7,500, paid for well over the whole, for everybody for that entire couple month period. But that's a unique story, right? There are others that it takes a couple months for. But the one thing that we always hear is that people are noticing you more in this era that we're in right now, where there's information overload on social media. If you're not out there all the time, you're not a regular face or post on your realtor referrals, referral realtor partners, and et cetera, or consumers that are just now looking for a home, you're invisible. You don't exist unless you're always out there. So consistency of your message, consistency of you posting, putting more short form video out there to get a broader audience, you're missing out. You are going to get left behind by those other loan officers that are doing that because they're doing it better than you are.
So how did look, man, I think I've already told my age one time on this show, I think with Deshaun, because he was 30, I'm 55, right? So guys my age don't do the whole social media thing as well as younger loan officers are doing.
Dude, fake news, bro. Fake news. I've seen that is such fake news.
Cool.
I see so many older individuals in our space that are absolutely crushing it on social media. If you're using your age, that's an excuse. You have information to share. You're what you have to say is valuable, and you need to get out there and go. Josh Pitts even agrees. Look at this. Of course, Josh agrees with me. I can't. Fabi, put this comment on the screen really quick.
JP's got to do all that. I can't.
Look at that. I agree with Joe. Thank you, Josh. Leave it to my boy JP to make this happen. There are plenty of older people doing it, and they're doing it really, really well.
Yeah.
Look, they have the most opportunity. And I agree with that, Josh. Thank you. Because look, if you have all that experience and you have that huge network, and now you're going to be out there on social media, you're going to post more often, you have a way better chance of getting more loans than those younger guys who don't have that network than you.
Well, what about the person that says, I don't like to see myself on camera?
Tough luck. We all know what you look like. We all know what you sound like. And we've already decided whether or not we like you anyway. So it doesn't change anything. Just get out there and do it. It doesn't matter.
Because I know, for me, being a musician, I used to hate hearing myself sing.
Yeah.
Right? And it honestly wasn't until the podcast that I got comfortable with hearing my voice. I mean, I've been a musician all my life, right? But it was the podcast that made me comfortable actually hearing my voice over and over again. It wasn't actually the music. It was the weirdest thing. So, I mean, like if someone is not comfortable on the camera, like, you know what I mean? How do they get over that? What
Just there's no chance of you getting over it if you don't start doing it. You just gotta like rip that Band-Aid off and just post.
Yeah.
Just do it.
So the poison is the serum.
Yeah, it really is. Just do it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, at some point you gotta stop caring what other people think about you and just go for it. And that's easy to say, harder to do. I get it. I totally get it. But if you really don't like the way they look, there's not much you can do to change it. I mean, if you're like, you know, if that's just the way God made you, I'm sorry. Like that's it.
Look at me, man. I got a face built for audio. I know that. You know what I mean?
I mean, same. But you know, we're just out here making it happen. So yeah. And Fabi, I know we're over time, man, but and maybe not, but I think we're a few minutes over. Are we?
Yeah.
Well, so let's wrap this up. Look, I thank you so much for allowing me to come on Pod-A-Palooza today, so others might eat. It's such a valuable and worthwhile endeavor. We're going to be investing. I'm going to go. We're not investing, donating as well. So I'm going to go and do that right after we get off here today.
Thank you so much, Joe. It's always a pleasure to have you, brother. I love hanging out with you. You know that. This is
same, dude.
I could talk to you. I swear to God. I mean, all my friends that are doing this stuff. I don't know if people understand. Like, I feel like privileged because I'm so close to these people that I get to just ask questions and then I get to go execute it. So I don't know. I mean, why God allowed me to do that, but I feel blessed multiple times.
Dude, it's because you're actually making it happen. Everyone has the same ideas. They just don't do it. You're making it happen. And that's the best thing possible. Everyone can do it.
Look, dude, we're at $10,365. We have doubled what we raised last year. Doubled it, man. I mean, I can't ask for anything more than that. I mean, this is just crazy. I didn't think we were going to hit 10. Honestly, I didn't think we were going to hit it, but here we are. We hit it. I think we deserve a round of applause. I want to thank Joe for coming out here. We're going to play his song as he leaves because Joe's got to have his exit song. You know, if you don't have music for Joe, he can't leave.
It's better than the really quick. You have to tell the story of when I came on your podcast, though, and you also pick what type of food you think the individuals make, and you're like, yeah, Joe, you know, you seem like a hot dog kind of guy.
You
I'm
like that wrong?
I don't know. No, I'm not. I don't really like hot dogs, but I do like barbecue, and that was great. But I don't know if that like that's still how to take.
Well, hold on. In all fairness, I want to put the culprit on board here. That's JP.
Let's just focus on 10,365,000.
I throw off major hot dog vibes, I guess.
is
10,365.
And I know, like, after I think it was Todd Duncan and the Dunkin' Donuts said, no more food, JP.
I've been banned from choosing backgrounds after Dunkin'
Todd
Donuts.
Duncan is here. We're not doing any whatever. We're not going to.
You can do it anytime you want, man.
We're not going to stereotype any nationalities.
Stereotype. It's hilarious. That's the stuff.
Wait, Joe, I cleared 5 more minutes in the schedule. I have a question. Platform. I get this question a lot, and people when I talk with colleagues, what platform do you choose? How do you choose a platform?
Dude, that's such a good question, and I get that all the time too. And there's no one size fits all answer. It depends, and depends on who you want to target as your audience or to build your community. Where do you want that to be? Are you targeting first-time home buyers? Go on TikTok, go on Instagram. Do you want more realtors and to be kind of in that kind of like move up borrowers, kind of more of that, like, larger homes, things like that? I would go all in on Instagram. That is the number that, like, for the bulk of loan officers, I would say Instagram is the absolute best and most profitable platform out there. And that's based on data that we're getting from using Social Coach, the thousands of loan officers that are out there all the time. That is the place where we're getting the most engagement, the most click-throughs back to loan application sites, landing pages, et cetera. It's Instagram is like the hotness right now. But if you are like going for South Florida and you want to do kind of the reverse mortgages, go all in on Facebook, right? That's going to be great. But if you're looking for B2B type things, like my number one platform is LinkedIn. That's where we get all of our business from, is on LinkedIn. Because that's where our audience is. So I am all in on LinkedIn, but we'll get a lot of engagement on Instagram as well from a B2B. I think that's
you didn't mention TikTok.
TikTok's great. It is great. I think for that segment of audience, right? And it's great for your vanity metrics. Okay. You're going to get the most viewing out of any other platform on TikTok if you have good video content. Now, that being said, I did just read an article the other day, and I can't remember exactly where it was, but it stated the value of a view and the value of engagement per platform. And TikTok was the very, very bottom of that. And that's because you're getting a lot, like, it's cool if you get a lot of 13-year-olds or 18-year-olds watching your videos. They're not buying homes yet, but you're building an audience for the future, perhaps. But like, if you want to like value today, you got to go on a platform that has potential consumers and those referral parters. That's it.
Instagram Reels, JP. I can see you checking them out now, man.
Reels. Dude, I mean, look, if I can get a terrible dad joke to 1.5 million views on Instagram, you can do something great with your life.
But I think I got to come to California and borrow Joe's kids. I'm going to borrow Joe's kids.
Please do it.
They do these. That's what got me hooked on Joe Wilson. I saw these belly flop contests with like Rage Against the Machine as a back. I was like, these kids are cool.
They actually are really cool. My kids are awesome.
All right, man. Let's make room for Christine Beckwith. Okay, JP. Let's get out of here.
All right, Christine.
Thank you so much, man.
Bobby. Thanks, guys. Have a great
afternoon. Bye, man. Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today at Pod-A-Palooza again. I think this might be 3 years. Thanks for having me. Hope you're all doing well this Saturday afternoon, and on to something wonderful with your businesses and your families. I'm here today to talk about the social experiment gone wild. I have been working on social media marketing now since pretty much the beginning of time, and gradually but surely gaining ground every year by self-teaching organic algorithms of all the major medias. In fact, I would say about 7 years ago, I embarked on a journey to become an expert in this area. As a novice social media user, I didn't have a need really for a public persona per se as a senior leader in sales at the time for my national mortgage company. I did, however, have a need to teach the people that were working for me, all of the national loan originators that were all over and all the branch managers. So I challenged them at an annual retreat event and said I would put myself in the contest to get 10,000 followers that year. I shared some algorithms I knew about connecting to people daily and just listening to the suggested algorithms of the various social medias when they say you should connect because they're very intuitive, and spending about 30 minutes a day and just building. And what happened in that next year is my following exploded to over 30,000. And in the next year from there, it exploded to over 100,000. What's even more exciting for me is I did videos at the very beginning of this telling the world I was going to go on this journey, and actually saying that I was going to follow Gary Vaynerchuk's organic $2 a day theory, which back then in 2017 was very published, and basically saying you don't have to pay for social media marketing or any other kind of marketing. We can get you the followers and thus the monetary conversion. But there were some key ingredients in his plan and what he was saying. And I listened very carefully. I listened so carefully and followed the steps so closely that over the next year, I would go back to my audience as it grew, and I would share how that was working for me. And I caught the attention of VaynerMedia. And I would later be asked in December of 2018 to appear with Gary Vaynerchuk at the Miami Garden Stadiums on stage. And I was asked to moderate the influencers, the influencers panel, the highest ranking influencers in the real estate industry. And I was on stage with some incredible people, including the president of Four Seasons Hotel, the highest ranking Keller Williams realtor, some influencers for the Today Show, Good Morning America, and so forth. And it was just incredible to sit and learn what they did was pretty much what I was doing. And I guess I was on that panel too, because I had had explosive growth in this area. So if this is catching your attention, good, get out your pens and pencils, or if you're driving, take mental note of this, because these are the important things that I'm about to say. Number one, most people in our field are doing a half effort on social media or a low effort on social media, meaning, you know, they're throwing up a flyer about products they have, or they're throwing up something really terribly boring that isn't catching their audience. And we have to do the analogy of the date before you ask for marriage in social media. And what that means is you have to attract your audience. You have to have a warm audience. You have to have an audience that is enamored with you before you begin to try to socially convert or monetarily convert. This is part of the strategy that I followed from VaynerMedia. So that year, that first year, I'm going to give you the secrets of what I did. I began to connect to 10 people a day on each social media. I actually opened 4 new social media channels: Twitter, Instagram, which I had not been on, TikTok, and I expanded my Facebook reach and opened up 2 groups. I had a page, a business page, which wasn't converting very well. And I had my own personal Facebook. I was already on LinkedIn. But what I would do is on all of those, I would begin to try to find 10 people a day. And what would happen is the natural algorithms would announce that I had become friends with these 10 people. And that would entice people to then ask me to be their friend. And so when I would ask 10 people a day in each channel to be my friend, I would get almost in the first month or two a return of 20 to 25 requests. And so in the very beginning, I was checking the requests. Who is this person? Do I know this person? Should I be connected to this person? And I went back and looked at what Gary Vaynerchuk was saying. And what he was saying was, throw out the window, you know, this examination of who you're connecting to when you're trying to get mass following, huge audience, build your TV station as we know it today. You've got to just let the world in. And then if somebody needs to be kicked out, you can do that later. But you got to trust first, and then, you know, extrapolate people later if they don't obey the rules of your room, which made a lot of sense to me. So I stopped examining and I just started accepting all my requests. Well, you can imagine that multiplied. My 10 a day started getting 100. Those 25 people that would ask me to be their friends, those would send out notifications saying I had become friends or connections with them. And that would tell all their networks. Of course, if you were getting like people in the mortgage real estate industry, it was just expanding the web, and then it just multiplied and caught on fire. So that's number one. But the big number two was, what was I posting and how frequently was I posting? Because each social media says whether or not you are considered an active social media person. And so to be considered active, most medias today are going to require you posting 5 times a week. So right now you can do a little litmus test for yourself and say, am I somebody doing 5 posts a week or not? And if you're not, well, you're obviously then in a situation where, of course, you have to consider whether or not you are even getting the traffic or the visibility, I should say, that you want. So you might be asking, what would I post 5 times a week? I remember when I was getting to this point in the process that I was very scared that I was going to nauseate my friends. I didn't really know what I was going to say. Keeping with the theory of the $2 a day and make people fall in love with you before you ask for business, it was suggested that I put up memes. Yes, things that represented me, and to be honest with that. So for instance, I think I have a very outspoken type of personality. I know that's probably not shocking. And so a lot of times I am posting things that day are meaningful to me, but obviously very positive, inspiring, motivating, sales minded. And as I got more comfortable with creating 5 posts a week, and it wasn't 5 memes. Sometimes I would do a self video with my iPhone, also not edited, just very organic, which I think is more popular today and viewed more than over polished edited videos. And I started attracting people, or I started getting a lot more likes, comments, shares, because people started to see who I was. I put up funny things. If something happened and I spilled something at the house, or the dog ate a pillow, I would put stuff like that up. It wasn't trying to put off a persona of perfection. Anyways, let's say I dated my audience, and as it grew to 100,000 people, I began to realize I truly was a TV station. Every time I put something up, people were commenting, sharing, loving, liking. And so I had reached that point where I could now ask for the marriage proposal according to this social media experiment that I was doing gone wild. And so what was exciting about this for me is that I then started to put 3 posts a week on top of the 5 posts that shared who I was and told my brand and let people see my life, kind of like a reality TV show. I would then start to say, hey, you know, are you lacking in your ability to convert sales or overcome pricing objections? Are you good at economics? Can you guide your clients? How are you doing in this market? And when I did this, I had one thing that was really, really vital that is missed by most people. And this is the really big tip I'm going to give you today. I had to ask for a strong call to action. What that meant is that I would absolutely have to make sure that I said where I wanted them to take action. So here's the really interesting part. And the next 2 or 3 minutes is vital for you to hear me, acknowledge what I'm saying, and let it sink in. So if I put up something that said, hey, you know, you want to be a better converter of interest rate inquiries, you know, we have classes on that. And then at the bottom, it would say, for more information, email us today in big letters. And it would have a strong call to action, and then it would have an email, or it would say, message us today, or it would say, go to our website and ask for a coffee date today, or it would say, call us today. And so what began to happen the minute I put these up with the strong call to action, our phones began to ring, not minorly. We had 3,000% growth from free social media in the next 12 months. All of our business came from 14 websites we had created and funnels through the 7 social medias. And it was absolutely stunning, the amount of business that was coming in off the call to action that was free on social media. So I guess I want you to unpack all of that. Number 1, are you posting without a call to action? Number 2, are you asking for a marriage proposal without having dated your audience first? Number 3, are you building upon your audience? Number 4, are you active? Because again, I'm going to add to this part. If you're not active, you're not getting a lot of viewing time. If Facebook or Instagram or LinkedIn considers you a contributor to their platform, meaning, you know, think about it like this. Every person on a social media platform is somebody that owns its own Netflix television station. Are you getting a lot of people watching? They monitor that stuff. If your show becomes popular, they bring in advertisers. The same thing is true for social media, obviously. So I would ask you, as you're sitting here, what is your TV station doing for you? And so the story goes on. I want to go back before I go forward. And I want to tell you that my career has spanned 35 years in the mortgage industry. And without giving you my whole resume, I started as an originator, a junior originator, assisting, did the little processing in my teen, like literally started at 18 while I was going to college at a credit union under a female lady in Massachusetts for 4 years, and then jumped into originations myself. I would grow to a branch manager, originating branch manager, later had a district, then had a region, then was a national VP of sales for H&R Block Mortgage. And then I would go on to take the journey with Annie Mac Home Mortgage from the very beginning, with a branch again, and go all the way to the VP of sales position over the entire nation. And no, I wasn't a recruiter, and I wasn't a trainer, and I wasn't a marketing person. I was the actual sales VP over the branch managers and loan officers. And that position would grow into a partnership for me. And so, you know, it really was a wonderful thing. And it allowed me to obviously speak the language of an expert sales executive. And the reason I share kind of this background with you is that the entire time that I was doing this job, I was obviously influencing our marketing departments. I was recruiting and helping the business development teams. I was doing a ton of training and building a ton of training over the years. And I obviously now, 4 years into 2020 Vision, we have over 300 hours of virtual dashboard training. We have 20 some odd one-on-one consultants here, and we have live classroom going on daily to the tune of hundreds of hours a month, where people are coming in and out as well. And I say all of this to you because today we have a product. So I want to ask you that as well. What's your product? Here's the problem with most people. You want to be everything to everybody. So you just say, I'm an originator, call me for a mortgage. And it means nothing. It means nothing to anybody. And when you're everything, you're nothing. And so we talk a lot about niching, and people don't want to do this. People resist this in sales. They think that they're taking this big silo that they could have all this grain coming in to their feed, and now they're going to narrow it with a niche. We're not saying only do the niche. We're saying in addition to this big silo of you doing everything, what are the things you could specialize in on top of doing everything? And what if you beat a specific drum about these 2 or 3 things that you did really well? And so, of course, I have a women's division. I talk about that. I also, we are without question experts in sales. We are experts in financial forensics, accounting, and helping owners that are in our field and originators learn how to build pro formas and manage their profit and losses and their expenses and create forecasting and activity trackers and lead trackers. And just, I'm a geek and with metrics, but those are my specialties, and the world knows that. And I attract people wanting those things from our firm because we beat those specific drums loudly. But we do everything in business development and professional development for everybody. But we are every day putting out TV station content that has nothing to do with business and has everything to do with letting them watch our TV show. We take videos on the road when we're traveling. We take private videos of things. Sometimes I share my Sunday dinner. Sometimes I share when I'm on a walk. I've even shared recently when I've been grieving the loss of my sister. And I think these things connect to the audience because I'm seen as, and I am, a real person. And so I'm going to end by asking you this question right now. You are in a market where you need leads. You're in a market where you need to watch your expenses. What are you going to do to beat the drum this year? My final tip for you is to be very intentional in your ask. People are leery of interest rates. You're never going to get past the interest rate question if you sit there with your rate sheet trying to figure out who you can beat their rate on. That's not selling. And by the way, that's not good advice this year as a mortgage expert. If you're smart, you'll realize this market's different than 07 and 08. In 07 and 08, we had high delinquency and low demand. And now we have high demand with moderate to low delinquency. Why does that matter? Because it's like you had a flu back then and we have a flu now, except for one of those flus was COVID and could kill you. And this one's not going to. You're going to get better from this flu. That's the best analogy I can give you. So if you understand you're going to get better from it, and that we were on our hands and knees praying for the equity that we have right now. How are you going to sell that equity? How are you going to help Americans right now that own homes take a higher interest rate because they should, because it makes financial sense to consolidate the debt they have at higher interest rates? Because here's the thing that's been forever for 30 years. Americans build their debt. They build their debt every year. And they've built their debt since their low interest rate refi a year ago. And they need a new loan. And they have equity. And we have mortgages for them. But are you leading with a social media campaign that says, call me so I can tell you why getting a higher interest rate still makes financial sense? You could save hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars. Call me for a free analysis today. That's your ad. That's your call to action. But are you doing it? That's the question. This has been a social media experiment gone wild, measured, that we've done here with hundreds of our students. And if you like what I just shared, then I'm going to give you my strong call to action, giving you this free value of content today, and tell you we have programs that we created because of this market crunch that have unbelievable monthly tuitions that I know my competition cannot touch. And so if for a few $100s a month, you'd like a subscription that allows you to sit in classrooms with other people solving problems to these markets, expert sales coaches, content that is progressive, that allows you to spend this off-season time formalizing your business and getting ready for next year's business search that you will eventually get to, and be able to do it stronger because you worked on your muscles during the off-season, we are the place to come. We have an enormous community of like-minded people that are positive, that are happy, that are having fun. We're getting ready for our Secret Santa Coach month in December, where every single class will be giving away a satchel full of Santa's gifts from our success store and some surprise big gifts. It's not too late to jump in and get in on the fun of that as well. All you have to do is email us at info@visionyoursuccess.net and say, I want more info about your Vision Pro program, and we will hook you up. So take care, and congratulations to all the other Pod-A-Palooza speakers today. By the way, we sponsored this event. We're really proud to be a contributor to the cause of what this event stands for. And we made a large donation towards this cause to support everybody that's here. And I wish you all happy holidays. And I thank you so much for having me as a guest. Take care.
Everybody, we are live. Well, no, we're not live. Sorry, guys. This is pre-recorded for Pod-A-Palooza. So, sorry about that. So we have one of our sponsors, 2020 Vision for Success Coaching, and we're going to kind of go behind the scenes on this little version of getting to know your sponsors. So we have with us Tammy Thompson and Nicole Hines, and I don't know your all's titles. I just know you as Tammy and Nicole. So is there like official titles that has been given to you guys? I mean, you guys have some pretty big roles, right? So we've got to have some pretty big titles. Tammy?
We do have titles. I am the director of the onboarding department here at 2020.
Okay, and Nicole?
I am a student advisor and a reports manager for 2020.
Wow. So you advise students, Nicole? I never got to take advantage of that moment.
I know.
What happened?
I do.
Did I miss my opportunity to get advice from you?
Oh, it's never too late. You can come back for advice.
I'm going to put that down on my list of do for 2023. All right. So look, let's dive in real quick, guys. I mean, I know we don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to kind of see the behind the scenes, Nicole. And so really, I want to start off with you because you did open up with your title, student advisor. I mean, are there opportunities where you're going to interact with the students one-on-one where I don't know, what would be the reason that a student would call and say, hey, Nicole, I need some time with you? And you don't have to get specifics.
Yeah, no. So there's a couple of reasons. So mainly just keeping them on the right track with the program, whether that be our independent students or maybe some of our contracted students, just keeping them on track in the program and making sure that they're hitting all of their monthly goals, making sure they're going to live classes, doing their one-on-one if that's part of their program. So, yep.
And they call you up for this. It's not something that you reach out and say, hey, now I did used to get emails from you saying, Fabi, you haven't done this. Fabi, you haven't done that. So that was you, right?
Yep. And it's Tammy too. Tammy, don't, yeah. I'm not the only bad guy.
And now, Tammy, you're onboarding. Is that what you said?
I am the first person that our new students see. So when they sign up for our program, their contract comes across my desk and many desks, but I see them through the onboarding process, from the contract coming in to seeing them through orientation, following up after orientation, and then getting them into their appropriate classrooms and or coaching if that is the program they've chosen.
Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but 2020 Vision started in 2019 is what I have in my notes. Is that accurate?
We just celebrated year 4.
Year 4. So I'm 1 year behind. So started 2018. So I guess I met Christine Beckwith in spring of 2019 in Atlanta. So that's why I have 2019 in my head. as the year that you guys started because it all revolves around me. So, so let me ask you a question, because I know we don't have a lot of time, but behind the scenes, I mean, you guys are seeing a lot more of the day-to-day stuff that happens in 2020, right?
Yes.
Are you guys surprised with the growth and the trajectory that 2020 has been on for these past 4 years, or is it like you guys expected this to happen?
I think I with coming into the industry new, I could see when I first got here that Christine had something pretty amazing, and I'm not surprised at the growth. I mean, we've grown. Yeah, I mean, we've grown so
Exponentially.
much.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's been a phenomenal just watching the growth from the outside. I mean, I know I'm now a coach with you guys, but I don't really get to see the behind the scene numbers like you guys get to see, I'm sure.
Right.
Nicole, I mean, is it overwhelming for you?
I wouldn't say overwhelming. I think we're all able to pretty much easily adjust, I think, to our growth and we're all really good at taking on like new tasks and new things to, adapt to the amount of students that we have. So I think it's good. Yeah.
All right.
Christine's a good picker of us.
So speaking of
we're all
Christine, let's talk about Christine. Let's talk about pet peeves we all have with Christine. I mean, she's not going to see this, right? Because she's going to be busy on Saturday. So any pet peeves, like she leaves her coffee mug wherever, you got to clean up after her.
She forgets her laptop cord a lot.
You know what's
Yeah,
so funny about that? So one
Mhm.
time in Chicago, we were at a conference together, and she didn't have a laptop cord. I had to give her my laptop cord to recharge her laptop.
That is so funny.
That's amazing that you picked that up. Tammy, how about any pet peeves?
Pet peeves.
Just the little things that Christine does. You're like, wow, I could do this better, or she always leaves coffee stains or drinks too much coffee.
No, I mean, I can't. No, I mean, when we travel, she always enjoys a companion. We try to, she likes that guidance. So
Yeah.
it's, but pet peeves.
Okay, well, we don't have to. We don't talk about that. When we stop hit the off button, you can tell me one-on-one privately. Well, listen, guys, I know this has been a quick behind the scenes, and I appreciate the support and the sponsorship that 2020 Vision has given this Pod-A-Palooza event. As you know, 100% of all the money goes to So Others Might Eat and their efforts to fight poverty and end the cycle of poverty for all people around the country, really. I know they're based in Washington, D.C., but it's an amazing organization that I'm proud to always partner with. So once again, thank you all for your sponsorship and being here for this 5-minute behind the scenes, get to know your sponsor moment. Thank you, guys. All right, John, look at this magic number that you got up on your screen here. Look at this, $10,365, man.
I don't want to seem ungrateful, but we've been stuck at 10,365 for a segment or two. So,
all right. Well,
move the needle a little bit.
I know we have somebody in the green room.
Oh, we're about to get high. We're about to meet the flavor.
Elevated. We're about to get elevated. It's about to get real up here because this is the man, the myth, the legend himself about to take center stage and put the rest of us podcasters, let us kind of lead the way. So I'm going to time him in real quick. And Josh, how are you, brother?
What up, boys?
What up, man? How you doing? How you doing? Hold on. There's music for Josh. I got music for Josh. I always got music. Yeah, baby. Now we're lit up. Now we're happening.
It's a party now.
Got a nice dude there, right? Got a nice dude.
What
Hey,
is
brother.
up?
How you doing?
Dude, I'm way better now that I'm hanging out with you, Fabi.
Oh man, you're always so nice to me. You are way too kind. You know.
No, I gotta be honest, man. I'm truly humbled and honored to come hang out with you. It's a Saturday. What better way to spend a Saturday than hanging out with you in an incredible cause? Everybody who has listened, everybody who has watched, everybody who has donated, this this couldn't have happened without you and your team. So Fabi, like, I don't know. I haven't watched all day. I've been in and out. I was actually literally packing an elk off a mountain like 2 hours ago, got in here, getting after it. But dude, huge shout out to you and your team. This is an incredible opportunity to an incredible cause. So thank you, brother. You're truly amazing. You're an inspiration to us all.
Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, I just, you know, I don't know what to say, brother. I just want to make sure that people get help when they need it. That's literally it, you know. And I've been saying this all day. Is like, yes, we are going through a down cycle in the mortgage industry today. I get it. I was talking to a friend of mine this morning that got laid off yesterday, you know, and so we are going to try to help them out next week and whatever. The thing is, Josh, is here's a catch, right? Is our cycle will end 18 months, 12 months, 9 months, something like that. It'll end, right?
Yep.
But this cycle of poverty, man, doesn't seem to be ending, and there's no algorithm, there's no mathematical thing that can tell me how much do they need, how does this all work, how does, I mean, because we're at 12.8%. I told you this when we were in Nashville.
Yep.
And that's 41 million people living in poverty, man.
It's crazy.
Dude,
it's unfortunate.
Just FYI, the population of Canada is 38 million.
Really?
Okay.
Is that really the population of Canada?
I dug into this. Ginger Bell, you know, she's like my big sister, right? She had me look into this, right? So 41 million people living in poverty versus 38 million population in Canada. Just so we understand the context that we're in.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's a family of 4 making $32,000 annual income, Josh.
Dang, man, that's nuts.
So I'm just saying, man, like, I know times are tough for us. I get it. You know what I mean? But whatever people can do, look, $10,365 is double what we did last year.
It's awesome.
I am so elated. I'm beyond elated. This is amazing stuff. So I want to get out of here, let you do your podcast, because I want to see this shred stuff, man.
Well, dude, I'm excited. Like, you're more than welcome to hang. You're one of those. I watched you and Joe chopping it up. You know me. That's what I have. No presentation. I don't have I watched Carl White. Huge shout out. Carl was one of my original coaches when I was an originator. He had his what did he call it? The redneck
PowerPoint. The
redneck PowerPoint. Oh man! And then I watched Joe, of course. I was commenting throughout, and Christine, of course, very good friend. Here's the thing, and here I really mean this for you, Fabi. Like, not only have you put together an incredible event for a great cause, but you look at the influence of the people that you have had join you for this. It truly shows the leader that you are, to be able to bring so many incredible leaders themselves together on a Saturday. Yes, some of them were pre-recorded, some of us are live, but the fact that they were willing to donate their time, their efforts to be here truly speaks to who you freaking are, man. And it's been so fun to watch you on your journey as you have grown through all of this. So I'm humbled and honored. And you can chop it up with me. I have a few things that, you know me, I never have a presentation.
No, I mean, listen, brother. I mean, to me, it's like, you know, I mean, I just feel like these people are, and you included, by the way, are the people who lit the way for me. I didn't know which way to walk. I didn't know which way to talk. I didn't know what I needed, equipment. I mean, I didn't know anything. You know what I mean? So it was just like, okay, let's figure this thing out. And then, you know, it was just like, well, if Josh can do it, I can do it. He's a cool guy. I'll do, you know what I mean? It's that kind of, I don't know what the mindset is, but then you just start the journey. And I was talking to Karina Carter, you know, yesterday. We were about launching her podcast, and I want to help her get off the ground, because she's an amazing, just a leader. And her voice and her experience is just phenomenal, and just to be able to get that out to the world is just instrumental. You know what I mean?
That is exactly what this is all about too, Fabi. That's like starting a podcast, and especially from the Shreds point of view, that is my goal. Like Karina, she does have, every single one of us have this amazing voice. So I'll share this. I was actually speaking at an event here locally on Thursday, and one of the realtors asked me just that. Like, I hear this all the time, but they're like, Josh, don't you ever feel like selfish, or don't you ever feel like arrogant that you're on a podcast, that you're kind of like, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me? And I'm like, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, if you have that mindset, you're coming from the wrong place, because I try to teach people to have a voice, because every single one of us, I don't care like what you believe or faith or this or that, we were given a God-given talent and ability and a gift to inspire, to impact, and to change certain people's lives. There are certain lives, Fabi, that you will be able to touch, that you will be able to change, that I cannot. Even if you and I were given the exact same message, if we were given the same script and we were given the same book to read out of, when we were reading it, there were people that will gravitate towards you, and there are people that gravitate towards me. So that's why when I'm when I hear about the Karina Carters, the people who want to start their podcast, I'm like, yes, get after it. Back to what you and Joe were saying, and you mentioned this, when people say, well, I don't like the way I've got a face for radio, or I don't like the way I look. I literally do this. I've been doing this for a long time. And if you guys are hanging out with us today, you can even do it right now. This will help you. But take your phone. You've all got your phone. Take a picture of yourself and then show it to somebody here or show it to somebody next to you, because they're going to tell you that you look exactly the same in the picture as you do in real life. Like, that's just it. We all look the exact same on camera. You meet with people in person. You meet with people on Zoom. Like, why do you worry about it? We all are beautiful in our own way. Just get out of your own way. And if you really think, like, if that's what's holding you back, the opportunity to change and impact people's lives should be greater for you. That should drive you more. That should be a bigger motivating factor than the way you look. Amen. Like, stop worrying about it. Just get after it. You're going to change people's lives.
You know what's so funny when you mentioned taking a picture of yourself? So, God honest truth, okay?
Yeah.
I always thought I was smiling in pictures, and I would see the picture and I wasn't smiling. I was like, what the hell, man? I mean, I thought I was smiling, right, Josh? I mean, kids, little kids, my wife, I got a frown on my face, right? So if it wasn't for the selfies, I begin to feel the muscles in my cheeks when I'm actually smiling on a selfie, and I'm ready to go. So taking a picture of myself actually helped me to smile for pictures. And so it does work. I mean, if you do it like that, that way, because it is one of those things. But Josh, tell me something. With Shred Media, you guys feels like you're expanding. I don't know. I mean, we don't get to talk a lot of it, but feels like you are expanding your horizons. You are creating different mediums for people to come in and have a platform to speak about their products. Feels like you're growing. I mean, and I love your little videos that you've been doing with that lady. I don't know who she is. Maybe your producer.
Dal.
Dal, is that who it is?
Yeah, we love Dal. Yep, Dal's amazing.
Like, you guys are like eating stuff and looking at the refrigerator, chasing people. So you're doing some really cool content now that I didn't see before. I mean, where did this come from?
It honestly came from a place. I'm so glad you brought this up, because we've been looking at our content. And like you said, we help companies grow their brand. We help companies break through the noise of social media. And for the last few years, we love it. And we have been growing in that realm. But even recently, we were speaking at an event not too long ago for a very large mortgage company. And they came to us and they said, hey, Josh, you're a mortgage professional. You've been in this for a long time. You're still a licensed loan officer. You work with these incredibly big brands. You work with these large companies, helping them. But can you help us? Can you help like the individual loan officer? Can you help us really grow our own brand, find our own voice, share our own story? And again, back to Joe's point, even in what Christine was talking about, I love social media. My very first deal 12 plus years ago, very first mortgage transaction I ever got was from Facebook. Truth, absolute truth. The first deal I ever got. So I've always loved social media. But a few months ago, we just said, hey, we want to start to shift. We want to start to evolve. The market's evolving. And so once COVID started, that's when we really started to shift, Fabi. We started to say, hey, what content? What is going to make an impact with our community? Not our audience. Too many people talk about building an audience, and you're thinking about it wrong. An audience is people you talk at. A community is people you talk with.
Okay.
Community, and we started looking at it that way. I was tired of trying to build an audience. I was trying to get new followers. I'm like, you know what? Let's really start to share a message. What's resonating with our community? What are they really like? What is helping them? What's inspiring them to go do it themselves? So we did evolve, and Shred Media continues to grow. And we recently launched Shred U, which is our university, our private group for loan officers in particular who want to grow their brand, who want to learn the simplicity of social media. Dude, you and I both know that social media is not hard. You just have to you have to create some commitment, some consistency, the 4 C's that I was talking about. But you really do. It's not as difficult as you think it is. You got to start too. You and I know that. Look again, you're a great example. Look from where you started to where you are now. It's from where just getting started, learning with time. Perfection kills progress. Forget about it. You're never going to be perfect. Nothing is ever perfect.
I think people have just so many excuses though, right? I had plenty of excuses, right? I mean, I had like a plethora of them until one day I just dove into the pool.
Right.
And then you're like, okay, I got to swim back now. if you don't swim back, you're going to drown in the pool. I mean, yeah. But that's the way it kind of feels sometimes. And then next thing you know, you're doing it every single day, every single week. And it's no longer, those excuses kind of disappear.
Dude, too many people think about it as work. Too many people, and here's a lot of like, I'm not going to jade any coaches or like call anybody out, but there's a lot of people who talk about social media just to build business, to get new leads, get new opportunities.
Yeah.
If you look at social media and that, it becomes business. I look at social media as a way to share the things I enjoy, to share the journey, whatever journey I'm going on. And the people that come along with me on that journey along the way, they're going to turn into clients. They're going to turn into business eventually. But if your main focus is to go out and build business on social media, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. It's going to come off in that way. You're going to make excuses. All of us make excuses in business, Bobby, but we don't make excuses to go hang out with our friends, right? Like we want to go do that. That's how that's what social media is. If you enjoy it, if you're sharing the things that you enjoy, it becomes easy. It's not work, man.
You know what's funny, man, is like the same excuses that I've heard from loan officers. I'll never forget this one loan officer when I had my own company. He wanted me to explain the truth in lending to him.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude. He came up to me like he had about 2.5 months in the business, hadn't closed one loan yet. He says, "I think what my problem is I don't understand the truth in lending form." And I was like, "Well, I think I've been in the business 14 years at that point." I said, "I don't either." That's why I have this thing called Ellie Mae. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's on my computer. It spits out the truth in lending to us, and that's all I know about it. I mean, I wouldn't know manually how to do it.
Yeah.
But he was like, that was his excuse. And if he couldn't master the truth in lending manually, he felt he was never going to be a good loan officer.
See, but how many of us, this is such a great point, Fabi, from whether it's social media or whatever it may be, so many of us make up that little thing, like the truth in lending. I probably couldn't explain to Tila the truth in lending like to these days, especially now because I've been out of it for a while, but like that does not matter. There are little excuses that we make. You mentioned this with Joe, and I commented like, I hear this quite often is especially somebody of the older generation. We won't call, but you know, the older generation, they make these excuses. Well, you know what? I'm just too old for social media. I'm like, no, you're not. Like we actually had this amazing woman in our Shred U community. She's 68 years old. She made her first post on Facebook this last week, and it went what she likes to call viral. Now get this, Bobby. Now get this. She had, I think there were 60 people who watched it.
Nice.
But to her, that was viral. Like, and she was in like, that's just it. You got to start somewhere. She shared a video of her and her husband on her back patio cooking dinner. That was it. And like people loved it. They were just like over the moon for it. To your point, people make excuses of it has to be some Steven Spielberg production.
Yeah.
It has to look perfect. You even mentioned this, like me and you both. Why I love live so much is because it's live. I mess up. It is what it is. I'm going to roll with it. Don't care. When when our content producer, when our director of content comes to me, she's like, "Hey, I need you to film these videos." And like, dude, I do multiple takes. I mean, there are some times where I'm like over and over. That's why I love this because I can do stories on Instagram. I can do stories on Facebook, and it's just click, do it fast. Don't even worry about editing. Just send it. That's my rule of thumb with stories. I do not edit it.
You
like
can't, just go.
It just is what it is. Like I don't need to retake it if I messed up or fumbled a little bit. Is what it is. I'm on to the next one. So don't make those excuses because you and I both know. You mentioned this when we started this, Bobby. Is right now with the market as difficult as it is, it's a challenging market. We know that. We can accept that, but you have to stop making those excuses because the people around you, those who want to grow, those who want to thrive, right? The times right now, we've heard plenty of other people that are way smarter than you and I, Fabi, talk about. It's right now where the millionaires are truly made. You don't need to become a millionaire. That may not be your goal, but if you want to grow, if you want to continue to thrive in this environment, you have to stop making the excuses. You have to just get after it. You have to surround yourself with the right people. And just start.
You know, the funny thing is my second book that I'm writing is called Beyond the Numbers and Back. And this is something that I've really been focused on, Josh. And my Monday videos on LinkedIn, I talk about going beyond the numbers. And so I'll give you a really quick example. I was coaching this one manager, and they were micromanaging their loan officers, and they would just do the thing, blah, 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 blah. And I said, well, why? I mean, it's ROI, blah, 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 all this stuff. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. 4 or 5 months of digging into this, we find out that the guy, when he was a kid, his father left him and his mother by themselves. And there was like 3 kids and a mother, right? Father walked out, never came back. So he had fear of abandonment issues. Now, what I'm getting at is he brought the fear of abandonment issues into the work life because he was afraid that the loan officers were going to leave him. And I mean, you start digging this stuff up, and then you're like, okay, well, why can't you do social media? Then you got to go and you got to find out those reasons that people are finding, you know what I mean? And dig into those excuses. But for me, when I look at beyond the numbers and what's really holding someone back, and you can fix and heal them, dude, that liberation that they get afterwards. I mean, that guy started making, I mean, I'm not gonna mention his name or anything, but he started making these videos on, and they were just amazing. It was like he started killing it. I mean, he just started killing it on social media after that. And sometimes I think people just need that little bit of help of like, hey, what is holding you back? Sometimes, it's not as easy as for other people. And I think, talking to someone about what's holding you back, there's nothing wrong with that, but just do something. Fix. If you want to be on social media, it's like this thing in your, I don't know about you, Josh, but I used to have this thing in my stomach that was like always just driving me, how do I do it? How do I do it? You know what I mean? And then I meet you guys, I meet a bunch of people, boom, it just happened.
Don't let the how stop you from doing the why.
Yeah.
There, everybody, Simon Sinek, start with why. That book has always resonated so well with me. Like, don't worry about the how. The how is going to come with time. But if you have that why, again, one of the reasons I create content in the way that I do and I share it, it's funny because I put out a lot of the same message. I'm like Gary Vaynerchuk. I put out a lot of the same content. I spin it a different way, but I do that for what the example you just shared is that one day, that one message, again, maybe I tweaked it a little bit. It may resonate with somebody.
Yeah.
It may have helped them get through whatever. Maybe they did have a mental block. Maybe they went through something like very difficult as children or even as adults. Maybe they went through a hard divorce. Maybe they lost a child. Maybe we don't know what people are going through. That's why I think social media and the medium that it is so incredibly impactful because we have the opportunity to share things on a regular basis that inspire, that create value. Now, I want to touch on this real quick because you got here and I had somebody else ask me during actually this last week during this presentation. They're like, but Josh, how do you know when something's valuable? Like, how do you know, like, if I'm a realtor, like sharing houses, is that valuable? And I'm like, ooh, let's unpack this. Not that you may think it is, but too many of us think that we have to create value all the time. And value may be our expertise that sharing, I know all this about mortgage or real estate or insurance or whatever it may be. Sure, that is valuable, but I want you to take it even deeper than that. And especially to the point you're making here, Fabi. What can truly be valuable to your community may simply be making them smile, may simply be making them share something like you just talked about. Maybe you're having a rough day. Maybe you're feeling vulnerable and you just get on there and you share something. You do a quick story or you do a reel or whatever it may be. And you're very raw, very genuine, very yourself. And somebody sees that and is like, oh my gosh, like Fabi's going through this as well. Like I'm going through this.
Yeah.
And you may have just made them like feel understood or that somebody else is feeling that is truly like, that is the impact and power of social media. Yes, again, I know you're the expert. You know mortgages. Maybe you know the truth in lending better than anybody else and you can talk about it. But more value than anything is helping your community feel like they are heard. Feel like they are like that they have something to contribute as well. Like I said, I told this gal when that she asked me the question, I'm like, honestly, one of the most valuable things, from some of the people I follow, when I smile, when I see somebody make a post that made me smile, that's valuable. You just made me feel something. You made me brighten my day with a smile. And that the human ROI, that is valuable.
So I'm sorry to cut you off, but have you ever received a compliment from somebody? Because you've been doing this a while, man. I mean, you've got a ton of content out there, right? So I mean, what's like the biggest compliment you think you received? I'd love to hear this. I mean, like that just kind of just stunned you, like, oh my God.
The biggest compliments like that I get are the ones that and this sounds super arrogant, but
no, but please say it.
We're getting them more and more, which is awesome. That means, again, to your point, we're putting out more content. We're starting to broaden our own horizons. When somebody says, hey, Josh, I saw your video the other day and I made my first post. That's the greatest compliment I get because I know that they have just started. I'll be honest, there's been some great people, some influencers, some CEOs and executives that have reached out to us and said, hey, Josh, thanks for helping our company, or thanks for doing this. And that's all fine and well. But it's the people that I did not know were watching from the background. And we all have those. We all have people. We all have followers. We have community members that they listen in the background. They may never like your post. They may never comment or engage, but they're watching. And then all of a sudden, years down the road, they just say, Fabi, what you said, that finally did it for me. I'm going on my journey of social media. I'm going on my journey of creating content and helping other people change their lives as well. Those are my greatest compliments. Those are the ones, like Dal literally sent me one this week. She's like, dude, did you see this comment? And I didn't see it. It was actually on one of our posts. She's like, did you see this? And it was this gentleman that he's older gentleman, going back to your point, older gentleman said, Josh, after watching this, I cannot wait to go make my first post. And then he made his first post within 20 minutes and tagged me in it. Dude, and again, this guy had like 400 friends on Facebook, but that was like, those are the compliments that I'm like, I love it,
man. That's awesome. See, I think people don't understand. I mean, it's not like, and by the way, this goes back to you, brother. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I never do. I just tell the truth. This is what I love about Josh Pitts is collaboration, not competition, right? I mean, the fact that somebody's out there collaborating and building other people up that's to you, man. I mean, that's who you are. Like when people say who's a good collaborator, like top 3 names I think of is Josh. Josh Pitts, like get Josh on the phone, man. Get it, because if he's not going to collaborate, nobody's collaborating.
I appreciate that. Means a lot to me. Collaboration is everything. I saw Karina's comment, Josh, always on fire. Karina, you are far too kind. You're amazing. Fabi spilled the beans. I cannot wait for you to have a podcast, Karina. That is amazing. But that's just it. Collaboration is key now more than ever. I talked about this. This is one of the things I talked about in my presentation this week. Right now, look at my brand. Actually, you and I both. We can both talk about that. Both the Josh Pitts brand, the Shred brand, the Fabi Nagami brand, we were built on collaborating with other people. Like, sure, we will take episodes where you and I, but that's why, like, you were going to turn it over to me. I'm like, hell no, you and I chop it up. Let's have some fun with this. Let's share some value. Collaboration is far more valuable. Like, I don't understand. There are some great people that can get on and just talk for themselves. But again, my brand was built on the expertise of others. I bring great people on the show who have a knowledge about a specific topic that are going to come on and talk about that. That is being able to highlight and showcase the gifts of others. That's what's a lot of fun. Like I said,
that's like a mastermind event then, right? I mean, you don't need 10, 15, 2,000, whatever people. 2 people can create a mastermind event where there is absolutely nuggets of knowledge being tossed around each other. 100%. And I got to tell you another thing. When it comes to collaboration and masterminding, right now more than ever, the mortgage industry, real estate, we need to collaborate with one another.
Yep.
This idea of competing with one another has got to stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we're going to get through this, I mean, I made a video about this actually, and that African proverb, I think it's an African proverb, that's what they tell me, where it says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go long, you go together.
Oh, dude, that's good. I like that.
Right? So to me, we're going long right now in the mortgage industry.
Dude,
and we got to go together.
We have to. Like, this is a long game. Anybody who went through the 2009, 2010, like that whole era, like, they know this is a long game. Right now, the next 12 to 18 months, ladies and gentlemen, like, I'm not trying to be doomy and gloomy, but it's going to be challenging. There's going to be there's going to be some speed bumps along the way, but the way we get through it is together. It's not one side is better than another side. It's that together we can achieve some incredible things, because ultimately that's what we're in it for. We're in it for the consumer. We're in it for helping the American achieve that dream of home ownership. That's why we're all in this. Doesn't matter what side of the team that we're playing on. Again, without the whole team, we can't win the game. Like, we've all heard that. We need to support each other.
Listen,
more.
I mean, I don't want to belittle home ownership and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, we have loan officers trying to get a paycheck so they can feed their families.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I will never forget. I used to work at this one company, and I literally quit because the ownership just didn't understand that their decisions were impacting loan officers from getting paid. And when leadership doesn't understand that a loan officer is not going to get a paycheck,
right?
you're I don't please, this is such a weird statement to make on a show like this. You're at the wrong company. And so, I mean, Josh just turned his face off because
my cam died all of a sudden. What's up with that?
I just told you it's a weird statement to make, brother, but I'm just letting you know, like, the people got to get paid. And so right now, collaboration more than ever. If you're going to collaborate with one another, if you can collaborate with one more people, you can create ideas. You can, doesn't matter if you're with the same company, doesn't matter if you're on the same coast, doesn't matter if you're on separate coasts. I mean, Josh is in Utah, Joe's in California, I'm here in Virginia. I mean, we're all collaborating.
Dude, we have to, and leadership in particular. I'm so glad you brought this up, Fabi, because it's top-down leadership. If we're not having, again, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of challenges going on right now, but you have to create that confidence. You have to create that culture where people, again, we all want to support our families. None of us are doing what we do for free. Yep. Yes, we're passionate about it. We're excited about it. We want to help people, but ultimately at the end of the day, we can't feed our families. We can't do what we do. So leadership has to be thinking about that as well. And I was in a meeting about 2 weeks ago with an organization, and how they started the meeting, Fabi, was like, guys, this sucks right now. We got to be pitching this. We got to be doing we got to be focused on rate. We got to be focused on getting more business. And I'm like, dude, this is the wrong, and you could tell, it just sucked the energy out of the room because people were it was fearful. And it was like, we had to focus on it wasn't the value proposition. It wasn't helping people. We got to start shifting the mindset right now. And collaboration is at the center of it all. Collaborate, find opportunities to collaborate with your realtors, find opportunities to collaborate with your referral partners, your past clients, current clients. That is the way.
Or even find out loan officers who don't do programs that you do.
You bet. Absolutely.
It's like, it boggles my mind. If you have a borrower or a realtor and they're looking for a land loan and you don't have one, find a loan officer that you can give that loan to. Maybe, and then now they can give you back reciprocation.
Yeah, all day.
You got to create a network. I mean, I know we're talking about social media. We've kind of come from social media to the real world. You know what I mean? But a social network is that. It's a network of people that you're social with, whether it's on Facebook or Instagram or real life.
Yeah.
It's still a network that you trust one another.
It is a network. And I love that you bring that up. This is one of the biggest mistakes I see loan officers making is when they start creating content, they don't focus within their local community. They're trying to be a Gary Vaynerchuk. They're trying to put so much content out there. Most of us aren't licensed within, X amount of states. Build a network of people. Number one, focus on your small community. But if you get an opportunity outside, have that collaboration, have somebody you can be like, hey, my boy Bobby's, he's on the East Coast. I can give this opportunity to him, or he's in this state. Thinking in that way is so much more, like you said, it's the long game. This isn't the short game. Yeah. If you really think of others first, if you start to collaborate and look at why you're really doing this, it'll all come with time.
Yeah. I mean, Madison, who's my co-host on Laugh, Learn, and Eat, we created the whole thing Madness for her. I mean, she's in New Jersey. She's with a different mortgage lender, Annie Mac, who Joe, the owner, is a good. Yeah. I love Joe. You know what I mean? That wasn't a concern of mine. It was that she had a chemistry that felt right to me.
You bet.
And so if I can promote her, I don't care. That's all the better for our podcast and our collaboration. And it makes us all stronger and better for it.
Fabi, how many other podcasters like myself, like you, I bring people that do similar things all the time on my show because they're incredibly valuable. I'm not scared. I had somebody ask me the other day, you had them on the show. Aren't you scared that they're going to take business from you? I'm like, no, because again, we all have a very unique value to bring to it. Some people don't like my hyped up energy. Some people don't like I'm over the top and wear a hat all the time. And that's okay. But if you have that short-mindedness and think oh, they're going to take from me, ultimately, it's never going to benefit you. It's never going to benefit others. So, Fabi, I know we're out of time here, but dude, this has been truly, I can't thank you enough for what you have done, not only for the organizations some, what is it for?
Yeah, some, yep.
Some.
So others might eat.
So others might eat. This has been incredible. But again, for the leader, wrapping this all together as we've been talking, you're truly one of those people who is taking action. You're not just talking about it. You're leading by example. You're putting yourself in vulnerable situations and you're making it happen. So I'm truly grateful to be part of this Pod-A-Palooza. I'm truly grateful to call you my friend. And I'm honored for all that you continue to do.
Well, I just thank you for your support, brother. It is like I told Joe Wilson, you and Josh Pitts, you and Joe Wilson, you guys are alums of this Pod-A-Palooza. As long as you guys say yes, you'll always have a spot on this show, brother. So
love it, man.
Love it, man. So thank you so much for being here, Josh. We're going to let you go, and we're going to wrap it up in 2 minutes. Okay, take it. So JP,
Bobster,
we are coming to the end here, man. This is it. This is the moment
of all, my friend. 5.5 hours of quality content, and we managed to raise over $10,000.
Dude, I mean, that's just crazy. That's just, I mean, I didn't see that happening. I really didn't.
All that's left is for you to sing "Thanks for the Memories." Get us out of here.
Thanks for the memories. I don't know that song. What?
Now, we have to let everyone know we're continuing to accept donations all year long. Really, some donate. We keep that live all year, so feel free to donate anytime. On the replay, I'm sure people will be catching this throughout the next days and weeks.
And we'll be doing some highlights, but I want to thank everybody who donated.
Absolutely.
Some were very generous. Some were just what they could afford, and that's fine.
Absolutely.
We appreciate every single thing that you guys have done for us, and to give us this much time and pop in and out, the support from all the different podcasts and the keynote speakers. Really appreciate the support to look. I mean, Josh said something really at the end right there, JP, that I think doing this is very a vulnerable position, because when he said that, he kind of like took the wind out of me, right? Because it's like you're putting your name up here, and now you don't want to look stupid, right?
Sure.
And so I really appreciate all the support we get, where we raised $10,000, and I'm really satisfied. Next year, hopefully we'll do better. You know what I mean? Because now we can set this bar a little bit higher next year. And this just keeps getting better and better. And ultimately, guys, what this comes down to is the families that need this money are gonna get this money. They're gonna need that support, during these times. And organizations like So Others Might Eat, with the medical, the dental, the health counseling, the addiction counseling, mental health, all that stuff, that they're providing. This is just a small drop in the bucket of their annual needs. But you know what? I'm glad that we were able to do something to put that drop in there for them this time. So once again, thank you all so much for all the work you do. And last but not least, we have to thank John Perry. Who sits here with his poinsettias, keeping track of everything, making all this thing just wonderful, this beautiful scenery that we get, this quality streaming that we were able to take advantage of. I would not have known how to do this. Ask Madison when we record The Madness. Like, it takes me about 5 times to get that thing to work.
It's my pleasure, Bob. Great cause and a wonderful broadcast that I think brought a value to a lot of people, including our friends at Some. Yep. And we'll go out with learning a little bit more about the organization.
All right, buddy. Well, let's wrap this up, and JP, get us out of here.
Good morning. How are you?
Some got started back in 1970 by Father Horace McKenna, a Jesuit priest, who wanted to serve people that were poor and homeless in the city of Washington. The services that Some provides begin with our dining room, and that's the reason we were founded, was to serve hungry and homeless people a meal, 2 meals every day of the week.
This kitchen is only the front door of what Some has to offer, which is kind of amazing that you think of Some as a place that serves lunch, but it's really the beginning of a relationship with their clients.
We also provide an opportunity for people to come across the street here to receive medical care, to receive dental care, to visit our eye clinic, addiction counseling, seeing a mental health worker.
I talk with my doctors, I talk with the nurses and the nurses' aides, and we figure out what's going to be the best for me. How can I go about changing what got me here to where I need to be?
Okay, see you next time.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
I think one of the things that makes Some Medical Clinic unique is that we're a part of a very comprehensive care. Our new patients very often don't have a primary care provider or haven't seen a doctor in many years, so they'll come after their breakfast or their lunch. They're always looking for that care from the nurse and from the provider, and somebody that might understand why they can't take their medicines every day. They can't do it because they don't have anything to eat, and it's not on an empty stomach, and it's just the little things that they come and they appreciate those things being understood and somebody listening to them, and then getting them into full medical care.
We're able to provide a lot of people with mental health and evaluations as well as support. The other big area that we've expanded to over the years has been our drug treatment program. Many people have issues with drugs or alcohol, and so now we have close to a year and a half of inpatient drug treatment. If somebody walks through our door today after they've eaten a meal and walks across the street to see a drug counselor or a social worker, we can offer immediate help. We have a safe house in Washington. When people finish going to the safe house, we have a wonderful place out in West Virginia. I think it's been a big change in people's lives, and it's a beautiful place as well. People finish that and then they come back to Washington, and that's where we can continue in a transitional house to work on people continuing their treatment, but also beginning to look for a job or coming to a job training program that SOM operates.
We do career skills training through a holistic lens, which includes industry skill development, basic education, human development or soft skills, and career development, which is both the skills to interview and secure the job, but also how to keep the job.
If there's a key word for CET, it's transformation. Guys come in here and absolutely transform their lives, going from zero making money to $27 an hour.
They speak on how we do our resume, how we do our cover letter, how to go into an interview, and also to be able to feel comfortable, know who you are inside. And when you go in, you feel comfortable and you're selling yourself.
It has developed me, has changed me, has built me up.
We also provide services such as housing for people, both families and for individuals, permanent supportive housing, which is much needed in our city.
Their independent living program, the transitional housing, was perfect for me. It gave me the opportunity to move in an environment that was conducive to my staying clean and sober, something that I'd never done in the past.
The majority of our residents that have moved in were living from pillar to post or in their cars or in motels, or their families were split up. So now they're able to bring their family together and create some stability and security in a safe environment for their children.
Our senior programs have been operating for over 25 years. Our senior center for 30 years. We have the only program in the District of Columbia for abused and neglected elderly. It's also the first in the nation. We have a homebound program for homebound seniors, the summer camp that SOM operates for seniors. Then our other program is Keener House, which is SOM's first program for senior housing.
When I first moved in, I didn't have nothing, and SOM helped me put my life back together.
Everything is a ripple, and when you come from your heart, you start that little drop in the water, which goes out and out and out, and changes people's lives in a way that isn't just momentary, it's forever. So anytime someone comes from their heart and gives, people's lives are changed forever.